Okay.
So we haven't had another day's end pass yet, but it is kind of the evening at this point, I think.
Yep.
The mischief making and merriment has brought us to probably around 8 o'clock or so at night. But the sun is definitely down in the pit. It's dark. There's fires out all around. So I was gonna just go through a couple of highlights from last time, and these will be kind of more focused around people really being in character than kind of like dice rolls or other things along those lines.
Cool.
So in no particular order, Ben, I thought it was completely hilarious when Shakte tried to convince Gib that he was a highly suspicious and dangerous individual.
Yes.
Which didn't work out very well.
But
take a bonus 10 XP for that. And Val, I'm going to give you 20 XP because you got yourself into all kinds of trouble of multiple kinds, and I feel like we really saw her character kind of like push back on the world on the session, and some hilarious stuff happened. Plus the 18 on the ASMAC was an absolute highlight. So that was just hilarious.
Struck out there.
Yes. Havelock, I'm going to give you 10 bonus XP for scaring the living crap out of the surgeon who was working on you. Yeah. You got to work on your reverse bedside manner. But it's a fun theme that's developing there. Let's see. You Hunter, 10 XP as well for bagging that deer.
Oh, yeah.
And kind of getting some bonus points temporarily with the Lady Anya's first night staff. Even though, by the end of the night, things have changed somewhat. Celestia, 10 bonus points for reaching out to Shakte and slipping a little something in his drink.
To calm him down.
Yes. It would have been a little questionable if you hadn't done the same for yourself.
It was good intentions.
But that was a fun moment. And Minkit, I'm going to give you 10 bonus points as well for for your distraction attempt on the main guard.
That was adorable.
Yes, you continue to be like the bluntest, con artist type that we have. And it's delightful. So I considered extra points too for just kind of standing out in the open while you were listening in on their conversation. Because that was also hilarious. So. And then Bonnie's not here tonight, so her character may still kind of pop in and out a little bit, but I'll probably just describe her actions and then fill Bonnie in later.
For sure.
So, you guys all set?
So, Hunter did eat food and drink.
Yes.
So I'm going to give you that for the end of the night.
Actually, I think you can keep that for now, at least, unless it's taken from you, because we could just say as far as the evening goes that everybody ate and drank something while they were in the tavern, because you guys all opened
got it for free.
tabs, if I remember correctly.
I didn't open the tab.
Oh, you did not?
No, I gave him a drink.
All right, well, you got a drink anyway, so maybe you haven't eaten yet.
You tell me. I didn't eat anything.
Yeah, I would say, given the actions that took place, you didn't eat anything.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, let's dive right in. We are going to start with the party has been split up from the events at Lady Anya's first night, and Willow has been taken into custody and is being treated with extreme care. Not necessarily the good kind. And Havelock and Celestia and the Hunter are with her. And then the three of you, so Val, Shakte, and Minkit, are in the surgery, or the trauma surgery, which is upstairs from the main clinic area within the tavern welcoming complex. So here come the mushrooms.
Yes, all the mushrooms. It's in theme.
Yes.
I'm going to check on the soup super fast, too.
Now, speaking of mushrooms. All right.
Do you need any of your other D20s out?
No, I don't need jack dilly fucking shit.
For reference, the audio is paused.
The audio is not paused.
Courtney
It
can
is still
thank me
going.
later.
Look behind you. It's recording.
Just like our little conversations we would have during audio recording. That you will remember later.
Forever.
It'll be cool because this
That
like
haunts
this
my
is so
dreams.
fun and people. It's like I feel like this
All
all
right,
these can
he's
be
back.
taken and put into
I'm
D&D
drawn
Beyond.
form. You know, like you can draw these into.
A quick,
You can draw these.
a quick word from our sponsor,
You can draw them
H2O,
into like a
keeping
comic
us
book form that
alive.
like
Yes.
fades in and out from.
Okay.
Right,
Wait.
here we go.
All right. So, the three of you are separated from Willow somewhat. I'm speaking to, we'll just call them Party A right now. So, those under custody. The three of you have been kind of separated from Willow, and you have guards all around you. Up at the front of the column, a little ways away, Amangald, or who you assume to be Amangald, is walking down the street. So it spirals down into the pit, and people are kind of hushing and getting out of the way as the column proceeds down. There's about 20 or so guards in the column, nearly half of them clustered around Willow, keeping her at gunpoint, bow point, spear point, making sure she can't get close to any of their members. But she's being compliant, and she's not making any attempt to run or touch any of them or make any sort of trouble. Your weapons have been taken, but you can see that they're being carried by some of the guards. They have left your other possessions on you, so your clothing, obviously, any sort of, I guess you've still got some of the meat on you as well.
Probably.
Still toting it, managed to swipe that off of the bar.
Yeah.
And your water sacks and all the other stuff that you have with you. And you continue down the street towards what you can now see is a lit up building that's much larger. It's multiple stories, perhaps even a little larger than the inn you were just at.
Okay.
But also kind of looks like it goes back into the walls. And it has the same colors that the Prex have been wearing, the gray and red, on banners hanging down in front of the heavier double doors. It also looks like it's somewhat fortified. There's firing slits. There's only windows on the second story, and they have iron gratings over them to protect them. And there's some kind of an open standoff zone in front of it where there aren't any huts or booths or anything like that, and there's quite a few guards around it. Would you guys like to interact at all, or ask the guards anything before we bounce to the other party?
Yes. It's us that you were with?
Yep.
Okay. How many guards are around us?
About 20.
Oh, they're like around us.
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
In the immediate column, plus you can see another half dozen or so up at the building ahead.
Okay.
So is the music a little too loud?
Maybe a little bit.
I don't know. It's totally. I feel like it's totally in theme though.
I mean, I tried to pick in-theme music, but
Yeah, you did a good job.
is that better?
That's pretty perfect.
We're moving
if there's
on
any
to the
guard
next
near
scene.
me,
Sure. Yeah, they're kind of flanking to either side.
I'm just gonna lean over and just ask, can you give us any information where they're taking us?
He glances back at you. Excuse me, Captain. One of the prisoners has a question. As the captain glances back, nods his approval. Guard says, "We're taking you to the main Prex building here, the garrison, or the apiary, if you will. Some of the locals call it that."
And what are they going to do with us?
That I can't answer. At least you came in peacefully.
Alright, so the guard, I'm assuming there's one near me just kind of shooing me along at this point.
Yeah. Are you making any effort to
walk?
stumble about? Well, yeah.
I'm
How
definitely-
difficult is walking for you at this point?
I don't know, maybe I'll roll for that, yeah?
Sure.
Okay.
Call that dexterity.
Are we walking? Okay, that was 18 plus 10. I'm walking pretty ramrod straight for being a drunkard.
You notice that one of the guards to your left kind of glances over shakes his head upon seeing that you still have the bottle with you and how much is missing. And you're just walking slightly stiff-leggedly, but very straight.
And I'll say to that guard, I'm like, what an odd coincidence. I'm walking in the middle of the night with someone I don't even know. What a nice night for a stroll.
He shakes his head a little, but doesn't say anything. But you notice that he takes a step to the side when you reach out to yawn. Or stretch, or whatever you're doing.
So we're just being escorted. We're not in shackles, or they haven't.
No, they don't
cuffed
have you
us.
shackled, but most of them have
Chains.
weapons drawn,
Yeah.
prepared to be used if necessary. So
Okay.
those that are carrying crossbows have their bolts knocked. The string is back. You can see that anybody who's carrying powder-based weapons of any sort have the hammers back. They're ready to go.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
or rather, the spring mechanism is wound. And there's quite a few guards. But at the moment, they're not treating you disrespectfully. Nobody's hitting you. Nobody's pushing, shoving. There's
Yeah, they're
very
not like
little-
move.
physical
It's just kind of where they're escorting.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just walking peacefully.
Okay, so you
Just-
continue on. You see the large stonekin ahead of you. Enter the building. He isn't saluted, but he's sort of nodded to by some of the guards who are standing by the doors. And they open up the heavy double doors and lead you inside. This music's a little too upbeat.
Before we walk in, as we're walking in, because I'm a little bit oblivious as to the current situation, other than, there might have been a tussle. I'm assuming
Might
that
have been a tussle.
the big man.
Do you recall hitting the main guard on the head with your vodka bottle?
Okay,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
what are we? How are we going to?
We'll call that intelligence.
Okay, so we got. Yeah, I remember. It's like, 17 plus 9.
He operates better on alcohol.
Fuel. It's fuel.
Yes, and the captain's up at the front, and he's still occasionally
Yeah.
touching his head.
Oh yeah, feeling the big knot
There's
left on his head
there's
from
a
the
sizable
bottle.
bump.
So I'm gonna out loud talk to the big guy. This one, Havelock. Hey, Havelock, that was a nice swing. Shame you didn't get 2.
All I need is one.
That is not what they thought.
The guard, who's within earshot, turns back and he's like, "Quiet, you two. We won't have anything else out of you until you're asked questions, you understand?"
I have the shit.
Do I answer? Do I answer now, or am I quiet now?
He just sighs and continues on into the building.
We will kind of look at each other and laugh a little bit, kind of scoff,
I'm gonna roll to try and not laugh because I'm cool.
oh, because I'm cool.
It's willpower.
Cool resistance.
Okay.
Bellowing laughter.
That would be 15.
15? You smirk. That's as far as it goes.
Yeah.
I'm wishing that I didn't take sleeping aid and I was more drunk along like them. Kind of rubbing my eyes.
You're a
Yeah.
We're walking in a line, right? We're not walking in pairs. We're
No,
walking
they have
in
you
a
in
line.
the line,
Yeah,
just
okay.
slightly separated from each other.
There's no way that they will let that happen.
They funnel you inside the building, and that's where we're going to bounce to the rest of the party. Okay. So you guys have hidden rapidly and a little bit haphazardly, but well enough. Nobody's actively searching for you. The 2 guards who were in the room basically followed Willow out without really searching for anyone. So at this point, you're in the surgery center, and you can hear that the group of physicians and surgeons who were huddled over in one corner over some injured individual, you couldn't see who, have resumed their work. They're talking in hushed whispers. But you can't distinctly hear, unless you focus on it perhaps, any, actual snippets of conversation. They seem to be pretty engrossed in their work.
Did we see Val, or did we see Val come in?
Yes,
Is it just me?
you did. She was right with you. So
Okay.
I think she's hiding nearby, if I remember
Okay.
correctly. You two are maybe under one of the beds, and I think she ducked into one of the bays.
Okay.
Something along those lines.
Did we hear anything that happened downstairs?
Not distinctly. You heard a ruckus and some shouting, and
And
then
it's quiet.
it stopped. And now you can maybe distantly hear some music, but I would say that's far enough away. They have it isolated enough that it's difficult to hear.
I don't know what to do.
I'll just kind of peek out, see if I can like specifically hear anything from downstairs.
Go ahead and roll perception.
Natural one.
Oh no.
Nice jail.
Already, which one? That's a good one.
We got it out of the way, right?
Yeah.
Not necessarily.
Yeah.
But in our minds.
Exactly.
Okay. You press your ear up against the side of the little bay that you're in and kind of cover the other ear to focus your hearing a little better. And you hear shuffling on the other side of the bay. And that's it.
Cool. There's people on the other side.
Shouldn't we try to find the other?
As she says there's people on the other side, you hear it coming from directly on the other side of the wall from you.
I think there's people.
What'd you say, Val? I don't know. I was a little bit more preoccupied with the fact that our friends are missing at this point in time. Shouldn't we
Do we
find
know
them?
they're missing? Do we know they're missing?
She saw it, I think.
Yeah, because you guys knew something was going down
Okay,
because
yeah.
you all stealthed out of there.
What do you think happened to them? I don't know, but from the sounds of the commotion downstairs, nothing good.
Oh dear. Oh dear. I think there's another way out of here.
Well, there is for me. I can always jump out a window.
That's true. Well, there's a window. I have a rope.
So do I. Okay, no,
Let's see
honestly,
if we can find a window then.
yeah, at this point, I think we should just get out of here and try to regroup.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you see any windows?
Is there any windows in there?
You can go ahead and roll perception if
Yeah.
you want.
Or you could be very boring and try and get a good night's sleep.
In the surgery center.
Yeah.
She's like, that's not my style,
Oh, that's
man. Like, come on.
I need to get the hell out of there.
You're in the surgery center.
Nice.
19?
19.
Nice.
Okay. All right, you
27.
you peek over the top, but you're wise enough to kind of pull a blanket over your head, so that's not just your head sticking straight up. And you manage to peer around while staying concealed in your position, and you get a pretty good layout of the room. Over in one corner, there's the huddle of physicians, and occasionally, like an aide will run somewhere up some stairs that you can see leading out. Not the same stairs you came in on. So there's the group of physicians in the corner, then stairs, and then kind of behind you are the stairs you came up. So there only appear to be two ways in and out of the room. You good?
All I did was just lean back a little bit.
Yeah, those chairs they're kind of chintzy. So.
Yeah. I'm not. It's not the line. I swear. That was okay.
Probably.
I thought you said you were Polish. You could drink
Check.
like horse.
Check. Check. Check.
What do you see, Val?
Well, I saw a door leading downstairs and a door leading upstairs. You were kind of enclosed at this
No
point.
windows?
No windows.
Maybe upstairs then?
Yeah, I guess.
Because downstairs is back to where we came from, right?
Downstairs is back the way you came. Correct.
Let's go upstairs.
Okay, let's go upstairs.
I will follow Val.
Okay, you want to tell her that?
No?
No?
I'm
Okay,
waiting for
you're
the
staying
worst.
put.
Alright.
All right.
This is gonna turn into a Scooby-Doo episode.
It may just.
Doo-doo-doo.
The dice can potentially influence that.
Alright, well,
What would you guys like to do?
at this point, we'll make our way upstairs, see if we can't find a window.
Stealthily.
Yeah.
Stealthily?
Stealthily as we can.
Everybody roll stealth. Because the room is occupied by some other
Uh-oh.
people.
Oh dear.
Shit.
4 plus 9.
Oh my
Is that the
God.
Scooby-Doo?
I got 12.
10.
Did anybody get above a 20?
No.
God.
Okay.
All you hear is or whatever that sound is when they're running.
So, who got the lowest roll? Anybody below 5 on their roll?
I rolled a 4
Oh, I
plus
rolled
9.
a 4. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Love it. All right, so Val takes the lead, starts to head towards the door. Things are going okay. Nobody seemed to notice you yet. They're very concentrated on their work. And then you hear a woman's voice cry out from the corner. And Val stops, dead in her tracks. And Minkit runs into Shakte and knocks him sprawling towards Val.
Oh, God.
And two of the surgeons turn and say, Who's there? What are you doing in here? Get them out of here, quick!
We're just leaving. Don't worry. I'll book it up the stairs.
Okay. Y'all follow?
Yep, follow up the stairs.
You're not supposed to go up there! One of them calls after you.
We won't be here long!
Guards? Are there any guards?
No,
you can hear from the next room. Okay, you make it into the next room. At this point, cover's been blown. The next room appears to be a supply room, much larger than the one in the the clinic, the minor injury treatment area, or non-surgery area.
And no Naya, obviously, in this room.
No. Nope. You still haven't seen who they were working on in the corner.
Yeah, so that's why I'm...
I will say, though, that you noticed when you looked over when someone cried out from the corner that there was a large quantity of black seep underneath, and you can also see many sets of black footprints running back and forth up through the stairs, and in some of the dirty pile of dressings and tools is also stained a very deep black color with almost an oil slick shine to it.
Okay. Okay.
So, looking around the room, you do not see anybody else. This is also a room with no windows. It appears to also be carved out of the stone. But there is, yet again, one more set of stairs with a door at the end of it. You can see that much. So it leads up a little further, and then there's a door.
Well, I'm down to try those stairs.
I start running that way.
Okay. You come to the door, and it is barred on the inside. It doesn't appear to be locked in any other way. If you remove the heavy timber that's blocking the door, then you should
Try to
be able
help
to
make
exit.
it.
No, we should let the little one do it. She's the strongest.
Oh, yeah. Hey, I opened that door, so...
All right, it's not particularly heavy.
Cool.
No strength check required.
Okay.
And it's on a hinge. Swings out of the way. You're able to open the door. As you do, you see you're coming out onto a street, and there is a small guard post right next to the door, but the guard is looking away from you at the moment. What would you like to do?
I immediately lean on Minkit and pretend like my leg is wounded.
I'll help you, buddy.
Thank you.
I don't know
I'm
why
glad
we
we've
had to
done
go
to the
up all these
hospital.
stairs.
The guard
Don't need to
turns.
be in here anymore.
There's so many stairs.
The guard turns and looks at you. Okay,
I'm so glad to be better.
you're the one who's talking, so I need you to roll perception.
Oh, I'm really good at that.
Oh,
That's
come
pretty
on.
cocked.
I feel like...
I have to roll that one again.
Yeah.
Natural 20.
It was really cocked. But yeah, that's fine now.
Nice.
All right. You look at the guard and you see a bright-eyed Merling who
Get help!
looks
He's dying!
oddly similar to you in some ways. Just very very clean cut, and his eyes kind of go wide. He's like, oh, "God, sir, what happened? Do you need more help?"
No, I'm okay. Thank you, though.
Are you sure? I'd be happy to help. I've just been sitting here all
No,
night.
they were really good in there. They did good work on the leg.
You look like
We
you've
just
still
need to
got
get him
quite
home.
a limp.
We just need to get him home. He needs rest.
Oh,
Rest will be good.
Can I walk you home? Where do you live?
Hey, sushi roll. I got this. We're good. We're fine.
What is? I don't even know what that means. Roll? Oh,
She's
all right.
mean. Don't worry about her.
No, I
Stay your
understand.
post.
All right. Well, you take care of yourself, kin.
I will.
Be more careful. He looks a little confused. You see him kind of push something that he was looking at underneath as you pass by. Not sure what it was. Some sort of parchment with drawings on it. Yeah, you can peek into the guard booth if you want. Roll perception.
I mean, you can't not.
Try.
It's like one of the things she's walking by and sees it. Like,
16. So you kind of glance up over the top, and he has like a drawing of like a half-naked harpy, and he just kind of like kind of like covers it up quickly. He's like, have a good night.
You too, buddy.
Oh, good night. Oh, Jesus, what the heck? No, these are not stable chairs.
Don't
can-
lean
You
back.
can switch if you want, Nick.
I
You can
am
have this one.
barely, yeah, because you're up against the wall, too. These are not, yeah, they're not stable at all.
There you go. We're playing musical chairs now. That's how we're gonna decide skill tests from now on.
So you're just
Or
taking
no,
the chair
initiative.
you're gonna give me?
We'll play
the hell?
musical chairs for initiative.
You can sit in my chair and see what kind of struggle I have.
You just have no impulse control. You have to
All
lean
I'm
back.
doing is leaning
He's just-
back like this.
He's a stonekin in a human's chair. That's what's going on.
Yeah, actually,
No
here
problem.
you go. Thanks,
Alright.
man.
I don't know where we go now.
It appears you've
There is no home.
Yeah.
when you kind of look at the guard as well, he just immediately looks away. You've made it out into the streets now. It appears you're a level above where the inn is. This entrance is, and it's not marked particularly well. There's no hospital sign or trauma sign or anything like that. Just a guard booth.
Is it like pretty dark?
There's fires coming from alcoves. There's a lot of timber frame structures around as well. Many of them have like animal skins or hides pulled down in front of the windows for privacy and warmth, but you can still see light coming out from some of them. There's a few very occasional oil lamps.
How cold is it
along the
out
street
here?
as well? It's actually fairly warm.
Okay.
You feel like it should be colder because it's a clear night above you, but it feels as if there is some warmth coming up from the pit below.
Okay.
And the air feels a little humid as well, which Shakte doesn't mind.
No, I don't. Where do you think they took our friends?
Well, honestly, I think that if the commotion that we heard in the tavern was our friends, they're probably locked away somewhere at this point.
Oh dear, oh dear. What should we do? Minkit?
I don't know. I'm so lost.
Maybe find a safe place to hunker down, at least until we can get our wits about us and figure something out.
Will our
Perhaps.
friends live till then?
Well, I mean, I don't trust these people as far as I can throw them, but I think that they're fine for right now.
Okay. I'm not making eye contact with her.
Are you talking about like our group as a whole, or are you talking
we've been
about
split.
like people of this town?
The
This
people
works
of
great.
the
You guys
town.
are all on the same
Okay,
side.
okay.
We slipped, yeah. Like it. Where should we rest, though?
I don't know. They didn't really give us They gave us money for a tavern, and
Well, I think we were supposed to rest at Lady Anya's, but,
kind of burned
that
that
might-
bridge, didn't we?
well, I don't know if we burned it, but
Yeah, I don't.
some of us might have burned it. And now I don't know if we should go back.
Probably not. Can I roll a perception to see if there's
Sure.
like a vacant building?
You can, yeah, absolutely.
We'll keep walking as we look
12.
to get away from the...
17.
I think
No,
it's
it was a
17.
17.
I
Yeah,
saw it for a
17
moment there. Yeah.
and 8.
Oh, 25, man. That's
Solid.
good.
You glance around in the half light and the glow from the houses and the oil lanterns, and you can see that most of the houses, it appears to be mostly residential. There are not many shops on this level or any other taverns that you can see, not really many signs poking out from any of the structures. But you can see that a couple of the houses don't have any lights on at the moment. Maybe vacant, or people don't have their lights on at this point, but it's early enough in the evening that you can see that the majority of the buildings are lit up in some way or another. Fire for warmth or for lighting as people are going about their evening tasks. So, up the street a little ways, you can see two largish structures that appear to be dark.
Well, what do you say? Should we make our way that way and try to come up with a plan to get our
What
friends
do you think,
back?
Minkit?
I guess that's our only option.
All right.
Alright, lead the way, thief. You said you were a thief. You know these things. I don't.
Thief in the night. Thieving is only one of my skills. Let's just put it
Exactly. You're more suited to this than I am.
Yeah, we saw a decent set of skills in the tavern.
So the three of you proceed towards one of the buildings, and we'll bounce back to these guys for a minute as you're making your way up the street, trying not to look suspicious.
Now, because we're walking along, I'm thinking to myself,
Actually, you've entered the garrison building now.
Like the
Oh, crap.
apiary kind of area.
Yeah.
right. So I'm thinking quite slow at this point, I guess.
Makes
Am I
sense.
still in the street?
Yep.
In the building.
No way.
But you're walking straight.
Yep, ramrod. Ramrod straight. Yep.
Into
Well.
walls.
We used to live on a street called Ramrod in Vegas. We used to live on a street called Ramrod.
Was it straight? Sorry.
Yes, it was
Full
actually.
duty here.
Well, aptly named. All right, so
Aptly named what?
we just entered the building. Space that we're no longer walking in the street, and I think to myself, I might be in trouble,
That thought just crosses your mind now.
and I might need a way out. So I would like to see if, and as we're walking through, doors and possible ways out.
Okay. So let's have you roll perception for that.
Not really good.
I can't see your dice at all.
You rolled a 2. I don't know.
Okay.
So,
All right, don't worry about it.
no, we're
Two's
not
low
gonna
enough.
worry about
I'll tell you guys
Don't
right
worry
now,
about
like
it. You're screwed.
19s and 20s are almost always going to be successes.
it. Yep.
I will still skill check 19s in some cases, and
Yeah.
same with 2s and 1s. They're almost always going to be failures.
Yeah.
Okay, so you look around, but your eyes are adapting to the actual brighter light inside this building. You see the door behind you, and you see it shut, and you see a lot of guards around you. And perhaps one more door ahead of you, but that's it. There's no windows, there's just firing slits, not big enough for a human to fit through. And as you're doing this, you're kind of wheeling around, very obviously looking at everything. Not subtle at all.
In which case I'll say, Stonekin, we might be in trouble. I don't think they like us. I thought I was saying this under my voice, but I am definitely not.
Yeah, you're speaking way louder because you're drunk. Yeah.
The captain who's up at the front just glares back at you.
Can
Doesn't
we
say
keep?
anything.
Can we
Oh.
keep to our inner mind voices?
That guy does not like me.
He glances at the bottle that you're still holding, still by the neck in ready to hit mode, and gestures to one of the guards and says, "Take that bottle away from him, please."
Oh, would you like some?
He doesn't respond.
Oh, okay, and then disappears.
Guard just snatches it out of your
And
hands.
it takes it from you. Yeah.
My bottle, where did it go? I must have drank it all.
At this point, you're standing still, waiting. You see the large stonekin at the front walk through the next set of doors. This appears to be a secured antechamber of some sort. As you look up, you can see that there's murder holes up above you, where things could be dropped or poured through. This is definitely a fortified location to some degree. And there's not much in this room. Looks like benches. It's sort of a waiting area. That's about it.
So I don't know much in the history of fortification. Maybe, you're a stonekin, so maybe you would know something about that. You
Well, I
wanna
helped
elaborate
build
on
the
that?
barrier. However,
You would definitely recognize.
there's
murder
nothing we
holes.
can do here, little one.
I'm
You
not-
say you helped build the barrier?
I helped build the barrier, yes.
Oh, okay.
Repair, actually, not build.
Repair.
Oh,
okay.
okay.
Repair.
Yeah, or make improvements. He wasn't.
Yeah,
part-
'cause
he
it was
wasn't part of the
built-
original building.
It was
Okay, I was
built
like, that's just
long.
something I did
It
not
was
know.
built long before me, but I
Okay.
helped. Yeah, work
Yeah.
on it. Work on it.
Yeah.
a little bit. Yeah, so I have some expertise, but I know that I'm just staying quiet because I know we're surrounded.
Perhaps
the
we'll
odds
wait
are
till
against
first.
us, and I'm just like, just kind of
There's-
stay true. Here.
At this point, there's more than 20 guards, but some of them are coming and going.
Yeah.
You see that the main doors do open probably every 5 minutes or so, but they keep you waiting for a little while. guys want to converse anymore at this point, or
Well, I mean, should I
Flash
roll for initiative? Or I want to. Okay, so my character just
like, I
looks
can't answer
around
that.
and eventually just stomps and like a big loud thud. What are we here for?
you see several of the guards actually like bring their weapons to bear on you, including some like heavy spears and several long rifles. They say, "No sudden movements, Stonekin. You've caused enough trouble as it is. You'll find out. We don't know why you're here. You'll find out. Be patient."
In which case, I'll be like, I'm drunk. Things when you're drunk, it takes forever. Oh, we have been standing here for days.
The guards don't respond, but one of them just shakes his head. Like he's seen this too many times.
Yeah, just the waiting game then. Just the patient. I know there's nothing I can do.
So you wait for another 5 minutes, but it feels longer. And then the door opens, and you don't immediately see anybody come out. But after a moment, some of the guards part, and there is the small frame of Gib, the Fae that you had met earlier. He's got his hands on his hips, and he goes, "Oh no, it's you again. Lovely. Where are the rest?"
I swear, man, it wasn't my fault.
They're less troublemakers than we are.
Well, that went about as I expected it would. All right, bring them in. And they bring them in. Oh, I forgot to mention that Willow was whisked off, basically, when you entered the anteroom. She was taken up with Amangald almost right away.
Hey, wait, where's the tree lady? I did this all for her.
That is not your concern at this time. Oh, you did this for her?
I said nothing.
You won't be hard to get information out of tonight, I can see that. Should think about giving people drinks when they come through the gate in the first place.
It would not be a bad move.
Noted, thank you. Interesting. Don't know where the rest... Well, we can ask that in a moment. Bring them in. So, the three of you are brought into the next room, which appears to be a junction. There's halls that go off several directions. All of them have doors that can be secured quickly. Again, fairly fortified position. The doors have arrow slits built into them as well, so that people can shoot through them. And this next room looks like it has quite a bit of crossfire potential on it. And
You know, Stonekin, I might be wrong, but we could be in castle.
And one of the guards leans over and says, "Well, it's not a castle, but it's the best we have. I can assure you it's plenty secure." And one of the other guards leans over to him, bumps him and says, "Enough talking." He's like, "They're drunk, they won't remember anything."
See, as you. What is your name? Derek?
"Sure, call me Derek. That's not a problem for tonight.
See if I can.
If you ever see me again."
I'm curious if maybe I actually heard it. So I want to know if I...
What did you roll?
That was an 18.
18.
Plus my...
All right. Now you can't stop thinking about the name Derek. It's just kind of rolling over in your mind. Derek.
Derek's a small name, an interesting name. Where did I hear it in the past?
You're definitely thinking about Derek right now. And then your mind starts to drift to derelict. You're like, derelict.
I might be a ship at sea.
As you're mulling over these deep questions in your mind, you're
Yeah.
brought towards the right split in the hallways. So there's three that shoot off. Basically, it's a cross shape in the middle. There's one that goes straight, and then two to the sides. And you're taken to the right into a large hall after they unbolt the door and allow you through. The door is bolted behind you, and a secondary lock is locked by a guard with a key on his belt, who appears to be wearing like a pauldron and some armor that has the colors on it. He's a little more heavily equipped than some of the other preks that you've seen so far. At the end of this hall, it's higher than the other rooms, and there's a balcony that kind of runs around the whole inside of the room that looks down upon it, and it appears to be a mess hall or a meeting room, perhaps, multi-purpose room, large, could hold several hundred people in it at once. On a table off to the side that doesn't look too different from any of the other tables, you see the Stonekin sitting, and Gib walks over as well, and then after a moment you see the same tall harpy with the short blonde hair come out. Galal, yeah. And he sits in a chair next to the large Stonekin, and again there's some pillows arranged on another chair, and Gib hops up into the chair and sits down there. He gestures kind of absent-mindedly for you to sit at some benches that are near the table as well. The guards kind of push you towards the benches and say, "Sit. Keep your hands on the table if you don't mind."
Once I sit, can I sense the unseen?
Sure. Do you have a target in mind, or are you?
Amiable. The big stone can in front
Big
of me.
Stonekin. All right. Oh, would you look at that?
Wait,
What
we're all
is
taking
the-
in there? All of us are taking
The
in?
three of us.
Okay.
I was just quiet because I'm like, I'm not saying anything.
I'm not drunk enough.
Is there anything
Oh,
on the
sorry.
table? What's on the table?
We'll bounce that in just a
Okay.
second.
What is the modifier?
Will.
Yeah. 12 plus 9?
All right.
Oh, 21. Good job.
So that's total of 21.
Mhm.
Is that correct? Okay. I'm gonna do math in my head now. Okay. Interesting. You do not sense any sort of aura around this person. Feels like there's maybe a little interference coming from Gib. You see his eyes narrow a little bit.
Gib.
Gib, yep.
Ooh.
But the Stonekin doesn't appear to be affected by it. You see him shift in his chair. And that's all that you can tell. But there doesn't appear to be any sort of magic
Okay.
or unseen around him. Okay, I'm going to turn the suit real quick. Sorry.
Break time.
Just
This
wanna
time
imagine
on
these-
Dream of Mortal.
Because it just depends on what's on the table. That's what my action. Because I'm kind of annoyed as a Stonekin. I'm like, man, this is just annoying. I just want. I gotta.
All right, so Nick, let's have you do a perception check.
Oh, sweet. Okay, cool. Here we go.
At this point, I am trying.
Damn it!
Aww.
Damn it!
You sit up in your chair and look over the table, and Galal says, did you lose something, Stonekin? You seem very interested in our table. I assume you can see there is nothing on it.
Oh wait, but I got this. He may have lost his marbles.
I just let out a huge grunt. I'm just like,
Get it?
just annoyed. Like that's it, and that's
Gib,
all I let out.
Gib gestures to the captain who is standing behind you, and he says, How much did these two drink? Gesturing to the two of you.
Well, marble is stone, so
All right.
I'm just.
That's enough talk. We're going to ask you some questions now, and then we will give you the courtesy of asking us some questions. Understood?
that is not how interrogation goes.
This is
Usually
not
you
an
get everything from
interrogation.
us.
This is not an interrogation. This is questioning.
Are we sitting
Nothing
like this?
you say here is being recorded in any way. We do not have a scribe writing this down. It's a conversation between individuals. Do you understand? This is a chance to make amends, if you so wish to do so.
What the fuck?
Do you want another D20?
No,
Havelock falls out of his chair now.
There we go. See? Yeah, he breathed on it. Thank you, Hunter. All right. Hunter's my lucky charm.
Now, do any of you need water for internal consumption or a splash on the face to sober you up? Or can we proceed?
I'm just sitting there, kind of glassy.
Yeah, we
looking.
both kind of look at
Can he
him.
have a bath? Is that up for option?
I do not smell.
You smell a little bit.
Carried a deer on your back for an
I
hour.
smell a lot of it.
It's not a
Couple
it's not a
days.
horrible smell, but Gib kind of sniffs a little and he goes, "Maybe we'll arrange that later. That will depend on how the conversation goes, I suppose." All right. Well, first, you already know Galal, the captain of the Prex, I assume. Harpy. And this, though he likely needs no introduction, is Amangald. And he can speak for himself. Gib sits back in his chair and just relaxes a little bit. Amangald leans forward and he looks at Celestia. Says, "You are a Dwemer, aren't you? Harpy."
Yes, I am.
Interesting. Very interesting.
What is it to you?
Well, what is it to anyone? It's always a significant event when a Dwemer, who is an unknown quantity, enters a settlement or a village or a city or anywhere, to be honest.
What?
You should know that, I would think.
I am quite aware.
Well, do not worry. Do not persecute those who practice the Dwemer arts in our community. Not if they make themselves good citizens, at least.
The impression that your Fae friend here gave me was that I could be of some use to you.
Yes. Yes. Is that something you would be interested in?
If you can provide me with some of my needs as well.
What would those be?
I would like to know why me and my comrades are here and be reconnected with the rest of our group.
Yes. We'll come back to that point in a moment, if you don't mind. The rest of your group. You two, human, Stonekin. How, answer me honestly, and if you have any sort of act going, and he narrows his eyes on the hunter a little.
And I am completely focused in a completely different direction.
He's like staring at the wall.
Don't know that it is an act, but you are, at any way, acting more drunk than you are. Tell me now.
See if I can roll for to straighten my act up real quick. I don't know what that would be.
Willpower.
Willpower? 8, 14.
22.
Yeah, thank you, Ben.
No worries.
All right.
22.
Your eyes kind of snap back on him, and you straighten up a little bit. He goes, "All right. You can answer questions in your right mind."
Yes.
All right. Well, we'll keep an eye on you. Get him some water, please.
I just lean forward. You're Stonekin.
Yes, I am.
You know how we drink.
How many drinks did you have?
Nary one.
Well, that is not completely true. You got your leg fixed. A little bit.
All right. Well, you seem in your right mind one way or the other. That's good enough for me. So, I suppose we can question all three of you, but we'll have more questions for you, Dwemer, at some point, if you are interested in helping. Do you two understand what an offense it is to attack members of the Prex? Unprovoked, I might add.
What are you, my mother?
I'm not with this guy. I do understand. It was
No,
for
I'm not
purpose.
your mother, but as long as you're in my city, then you could consider me your father. Lady Anya would be your mother.
What are you
I'm
gonna
slightly
spank me,
gagged.
Daddy?
Steve, really say that?
No, my character is getting snappy. My character is starting to be like, just
He's
like,
He sighs.
I didn't ask to be here. You stopped us on our path.
No. As I recollect, and as my captain of the guard, who is very reliable, and by the way, this is not the first time we've had dealings with Bright Eyes. Keep that in mind.
That's right, bright eyes, because I have white eyes.
No, because we're
Because you're from the Bright Veil.
Oh,
Yeah.
bright eyes.
Everybody
are
from Bright
okay.
Veil.
Right. Okay, got it.
Even Minky
Bright
with
Veil,
her
got
black
it.
souls
Eyes.
and
Yeah,
bright
yeah.
eyes.
Shiny.
My eyes are completely white.
Mine are
That's
black.
my character.
You do have
Has completely
particularly
white
bright eyes.
So that's why I was
Um,
like, okay, that makes sense.
We've,
I don't know, maybe
we've
I'm a little drunk. No, it's-
Maybe your
Maybe.
constitution's not as strong as you thought it was.
maybe,
Oh, yeah.
maybe it's the wound. Who knows?
Yeah.
So, I would caution you against trying to paint the story too strongly in your own words when we have many other witnesses for those events. So keep that in mind. Now, are you two going to be helpful to me tonight? Or do we need to put you somewhere to cool down?
First, what happened to Willow?
Ah,
Okay, before he continues, what does tribe mean to you?
tribe?
Who are your people, and how much would you give to protect them?
Well, my people are everyone in the city. Thousands of souls, tens of thousands of souls.
Well, then I have but 6.
Ah, all right. He leans over to Gib for a moment, whispers something to him, and leans back. Interesting. I'm also very interested to answer your question about, what did you call her? Willow?
Willow.
The Druce who was with you, correct?
Yes, she came in here just before us.
Yes. She has connections. Not directly, but through family to members of my organization. That's all I can say at this time. If you prove trustworthy, perhaps I will give you more information than that.
Well, she brought us here. What did she say about us to you?
7.
Type of 6 is fine. Maybe you weren't including
Including
yourself.
yourself.
He didn't seem to like sit there and be like, "Wait a second, buddy."
Or you not counted?
It's also obviously
basically,
you're
you know-
a little bit drunk.
Yeah, I'm just pointing out, like, she brought us here.
Yes,
What did she say
So
to
you
us,
admit-
or
so you
say about
admit.
us to you,
you admit that you meant to come here. Is that correct?
not knowing what we'd be faced with.
This is not an interrogation. This is a conversation. Do you understand that? So, you were not being tried for any crimes, although you, human, could be charged for assaulting one of my men. In fact, get him out of here. That bumps, I can see it from where I'm sitting. And the captain kind of like nods and exits quickly. Get him fixed up.
Yeah, fair enough. After you.
I'm willing to let that slide, that perhaps you had had a little bit too much to drink, and it wouldn't be the first time. But it seems that the three of you were in some manner or another trying to protect this Willow from my guards. Did she give you any cause to believe we meant her harm?
What is she to you?
The Druce? Nothing yet. Except again, she is connected to one of my people. So that makes her my ward to some degree. Anybody in this city is, so she is the same to me as you are.
Okay, so what do I know about Druce, though?
You want an insight check?
Yes.
So that'll be intellect.
12.
21.
Oh, thank you, man.
Okay.
Yeah, 21.
So, unless your character has specific things in their backstory that they met Druce, you would only kind of know what you were told, and then you wouldn't have had much personal contact with them. You'd know that they're solitary, that they tend to live in the area known as Sunga Din, which is kind of like a river delta.
And I've already kind of forgotten what the original question was that he said, which is
Which fits your being drunk.
wow. Okay, but I was gonna say, like, they're independent in themselves.
They're pretty
They
solitary.
don't have guardians.
The Druce don't have guardians? Is that what you mean? Or this woman in particular?
Druce in general.
Well, She has plenty of guardians now, I can tell you that. This is the safest location for miles around.
In which case, I'm already in the shit, and I'm already in the shit. So, you know what? I'm gonna say, because of my honor, is it her choice for you to be her guardian, or hers?
I hate to fall back on this so soon, but you are persistent. It's complicated. She needs protection, but we also have to protect ourselves from her. Until, like you, we know better who she is. So, if you will answer my questions, perhaps we can get past this verbal battle we have going here to some degree, and move on to what happens next.
Oh, big king of a hole. I
Nope.
was just leaving. Obviously, he told him to leave, right?
Who?
He told the
No, the
guard.
He told
guard.
Animal to take me away.
No, the
No,
guard.
I thought that's what he said too.
Yeah.
He meant the guard that had the
Yeah,
damage on
sorry.
his head.
Sorry.
Oh,
But
he
yeah, I
took
thought
the
you were
guard.
saying take him
Oh,
away
Yeah,
first.
he was
the
gesturing,
guard
gesturing
away.
to the guard that you had hit.
I
Yeah.
may have had a little more to drink.
All right, all
thought.
right. Meg, we need you to stop talking. Close your mouth.
Meg.
Yes, ma'am.
I will be the speaker from now on. They have had too much to drink. I am sober.
Nay.
I may still ask them questions directly, and they will have to answer for themselves.
You may not get a straight answer.
I appreciate that, and I'll keep it under consideration.
May I ask what you are trying to get down to the bottom of?
It's okay. You're
All right.
getting winged
Okay, I'm just
right
a
now.
stone. It's okay. She's talking. I'm just like, wait.
He can tell that you're agitated over that.
I'm just like, oh.
If you have more questions, Stonekin, I will answer them.
I don't have any questions. What I have is a statement.
All right, then make it.
My involvement was to keep my man Hunter here from killing your men.
Oh, that's bold. Is he a great warrior then? Is that, has he slain many with the vodka bottle?
You bet your 8-foot-long beard. I don't know how long
He
your-
brushes his
I
beard.
don't-
It's like a decent length. And
Yeah,
he's
it's like, I don't know. It's like, how,
Yes.
I don't know. You bet your beard. You bet it on your beard.
Well,
I'm just saying. God.
This man almost gave his life to save all 5 of us, or
safe from
7,
what?
6 of us.
Was we were taking one woman into custody.
no,
that was all.
before this,
What?
he sacrificed himself to
Oh.
plague dogs almost to save all 6 of the other party.
Plague dingoes, you say? Interesting.
Plague
What?
dingoes.
Someone
Not
described
dogs.
them as bitches.
They're, yes, I've heard all those things applied to them. They,
I don't think this man has any sense or fear of death.
Well, I can tell you with certainty, and he kind of glances at his compatriots who are around, my men have no problems with plague dogs. Now, that's good to hear that he protected you, but I would warn you to not compare their martial prowess with that of a stupid, diseased, dying canine. Understand?
I look up to him and say, I'm just a hunter. Animals. Animals, not people.
All right. Need to make some progress here. You, Harpy. You seem to have something to say. Why did your group rush to violence when we came to take the Druce into custody? You could have asked us why we were taking her, but immediately you resisted.
May I remind you that the ones that resisted were the ones that were already intoxicated after a long day of travel.
Fair point.
Stonekin
No
here,
time not intoxicated.
Stonekin here had just had surgery. Was not in his right mind. Hunter here had a open tab at the bottom.
Is that true, gentlemen? Do you feel you were not in your right mind when you
Mind
made
you,
violent actions against my men?
I also did not touch anybody. I was standing on a table trying to be away from everything.
Standing on the table is a bit odd.
Hiding the rest of the people.
My act of prevention was taken as a act of hostility.
Honestly, you should have grabbed me.
Nay.
Well, perhaps there'll be time for regrets later. All right. Well, I'm concerned to give you this information, you two at least, but perhaps you can remind them in the morning if they're forgetful. We have need of exiles who show some signs of being able to work together. Now, I need to explain something to you. You have some debt to our group for the services rendered tonight, the healing of the wounds, the food, the money to give you a fresh start. That's expected to be paid back in some form to all the people here in the city. We have a difficult job of taking people who were deemed unfit for society in the Bright Vale, and without any knowledge but what they say and their actions, we have to decide who is going to be a helpful person in this new world to them, and who's going to stalk the streets and kill anyone who's out after dark. You understand? It's a difficult position to be in. Managing a large city is enough of a chore on its own, but when a full third of your population are people who are potentially murderers, and you have no prior information of them, it has to be treated carefully. Lady Anya's is, I think I can tell you, it's a test. It's the first night, figuratively for you, but also literally as a citizen of the Outlands. And in some ways, any other group would have failed that test. And you would be greatly in debt to the city at this point, and your only option would be to work it off. Now, this may sound harsh. That's understandable. I was never in your position. Galal was. He understands, but he sees the justice in it. And it is not my decision. You said king earlier. I am not a king. I'm a steward. It's my only job. As soon as the people of this city declare that I am unfit for the role, I will retire. I will step down. That day. You understand? But the citizens of this city have not declared such. So, for the time being, it is my duty to keep them safe. Would you like to help me in that, or are you going to be a hindrance? It's a simple question.
We also want to feel safe.
Yes, I understand.
And that was all the display was tonight. Not knowing anything about this world that we have been brought into.
Understandable. Perhaps.
It was an act of fear.
All right. I do believe you. He glances over at Gib. Gib nods. So, I think it may have been a mistake to let you keep your weapons, but I am grateful that you did not use them, and the extent of the damage was a vodka bottle.
I would never draw my weapon in action of violence while drunk.
That's good to know. That's the same standard I hold for all the men who work for me. Now, would you like me to continue, or do you need to rest for the evening?
What else are you needing from us?
Well, I have an offer to discuss with you. I would like to discuss it with the rest of your party as well, but they are not here. We do not know where they are, so you'll have to speak for them for the time being, or assume that perhaps they've made their own way in the world.
I believe that we will see them again.
Fair enough. We do have some men on the streets looking for them, although they've been told to exercise extreme caution. preferably we'd have one of you along if time comes to speak with them. Would you be willing,
Yes.
first of all? Yes? All right, excellent. We don't want any violence. We don't want any violence to ensue, particularly not in Hightown.
I know how to hide.
People take safety very seriously here.
Now, when sober, I do not drink as much as you would think.
That remains to be seen,
You
but
will
I'll take
see.
your word for
He
it.
was exiled 3 days ago.
Yes, I understand.
Let her go with the guards, and I will track them and make it so that they are not too afraid.
He looks over at Celestia. Does he have a good relationship with the other members of the group? Is he on a, I don't know, a first name basis with them?
My name is Hunter.
They
Fair
think that he is pretty cool.
All right, that counts for something, I suppose. Well, if he's confident to go, and do you understand that you would have to be unarmed during this period of time? And are you all right with that?
That is fine. I will hunt for you later.
We are keeping your weapons and your other personal effects that could be used against any of my men for the time being. You will receive them again once the relationship of trust has been built. This is a unique privilege, I will tell you, for exiles to be allowed to keep their arms. In general, they are not allowed. You understand that?
Understand this as well. Harm come to Willow. No hell will not follow me.
All right. You have known Willow for long, yes?
She came to us when we were in need.
Good to know. All right. Well, if there's nothing further, perhaps you should retire for the evening, and then we can look for your friends in the morning. It seems that may be the best course of action. Do you have any other questions for me? We will be putting you up in rooms, I will tell you. The rooms are secured. We cannot have you walking around. But you will be provided for food, water, anything you need. Is that acceptable?
I just so Havelock, we can stand, right? Yes.
Yeah.
So
nobody's
Havelock
keeping you
stands
from
up
standing.
and just shakes his, nods his head and gives a big, and you can see his beard, the air, move his beard because he's just I don't like this situation. This is BS, but I have to do it. So
Gib leans in. Is that Stonekin for yes? Sorry, Amengald.
and I just kind of I side eye him, and that's it. I'm just side eyeing the guy with
Take that as a yes.
Of which, now that he's standing, I will say, "Man, you are very much taller in person."
Amengald smiles a little bit. That one, I think, needs to retire as soon as possible.
Please.
All right. Well, my guards will show you to where you'll be staying for the night. I apologize. The accommodations are sparse, but the beds are comfortable. You will each be given a room, but there are windows between the room if you wish to converse. And that is all. They lead you off. You actually go up a set of stairs within this main hall, and you can see that it branches off into barracks rooms all on the sides. The guards escort you into 3 adjacent rooms, and they do have little wooden shutters in between and doors. They don't look like prison cells, but they do have heavy doors on them that can be locked from the outside.
Do they lock them?
And they do lock them after you guys enter, unless any of you try to resist entering the rooms. Nope.
I'm just going.
I go over to the door. Wait, we're in cells next to each other?
Yeah.
Okay, so I go over to the door and I try to find his.
Okay.
And I basically look through it. Hunter. And I wait.
Celestia's in the middle room, and then
Okay.
you two are on the side. So
So I go. So she shows up.
you knock on
Yeah.
on it, and then
I knock on it and I go Hunter or something, thinking
Yeah.
because I don't
Because
know.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
Yeah,
your
you're in
name.
there.
It says Hunter.
I'm playing
Yeah.
from the. I'm
Gotcha.
playing from the
Yeah.
Stone
Well,
King. You
yeah.
don't know.
Okay.
So Hunter, and then you show up,
Or do you?
or do you?
You respond.
You know, yeah.
Okay.
And I'm looking, and I just go, we're not prisoners, right?
I hope not. It seems like we can be of service to them. Maybe. We can strike some deals.
I certainly hope the other 3 are okay.
I will do whatever I can to make sure that they are. They're smart. They're
Snap too frank.
Talented.
Shack too frantically running down the street.
Just like cuts,
Anyone in this
cuts
house?
to Shaq too, like
That's why there was hesitation.
Yes.
Let's stop it there and then go back to that.
You guys want to jump back? Okay.
yeah.
So
Because
I'll just finish out that there's food and water in the rooms. The beds do seem to have awfully nice like bedding. There's actual like feather mattresses and pillows,
silk sheets.
and not silk sheets, but they're warm and very soft. Surprisingly so, and it's easily the best place that you've had to be able to sleep.
Okay, the last thing I say to her is, what's the catch? Or what's the catch? What's their real motive?
Yes.
I don't like this, Harpy.
I have ways to find out.
I hope so.
Alright. So, well, in ending, the hunter is bustled into the room, and he thinks to himself, man, I haven't slept in the bed in days. He is
Just like not bed, even get
The
underneath
soft
the
bed
covers,
just seems to like
falls asleep.
eat you. It's warm,
Just
and it's
lies on
quiet
you.
in the cell, and you don't even snuff the candle out in your room. It burns out on its own.
He falls asleep with a bit of a tear.
That's so nice. It's nicer than your bed at home.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep, we'll throw that out there.
Yeah.
Nicest bed you've ever slept in.
Wow.
All right, bouncing back to you guys. So you're making your way towards, or last we left you. You're making your way downtown, walking fast.
Okay.
Actually, you're making your way uptown. Towards some of these buildings that aren't lit up from the inside that you can tell. What would you guys like to do?
I'm following behind Val, waiting for her lead.
Can I try one of the doors to see if
Sure.
it's open?
Do you want to just try the door?
Yeah.
Wiggle it and see?
Yeah.
All right. So the first building you walk up to is a taller 2-story building. It does have a small sign hanging from the door. Looks like maybe it's a candle maker's shop. Now that you're
okay.
closer to it, but the sign isn't large or lit in any way. And the lower windows are shuttered, and the door appears to be locked fast.
Well, this place looks a little occupied. Maybe we should try a more vacant one.
You said there's windows.
We could try to
Yeah,
pick the
there's,
lock.
there's 2 shuttered windows on the front. It is a timber framed house. It doesn't back up to the stone walls of the pit itself. So you there's like kind of an alleyway between.
Can I
it and
try a window?
Sure. Go ahead and let's have you. Do you want to try to force the window, or do you want to try to wiggle it?
Just try to see if it's unlocked or
Let's do
openable.
dexterity.
Well, I'm a little preoccupied with the
8
fact
plus
that
9.
Okay. So you
occupied.
rattle the window a little
Yeah.
bit, and it seems
That's
like
fair.
it's latched on the inside. Hard to tell how securely, but you're not able to push the wooden shutters open.
You're weakling.
We could try the other place too.
Yeah, I'm like, I think we should try the other place because, quite frankly, I don't think we should wake a baker in the middle of the night and have him
Candle-
scream or candlestick maker.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's your baker
Are
candlestick?
candlestick makers mean?
Huh?
Are candlestick makers mean?
No, it's just that. Do you think the 3 of us would invoke a sense of ease? No, he would start screaming at the top of his lungs and give away our position. We need to find some places vacant.
A man actually walks by, a human walks by, and he says, the old candle maker hasn't been here for years. We don't know if he's ever going to sell his house. But if you need candles, you need to go down to the Great Bazaar. I think it's still open.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Thank you.
thanks.
Appreciate it.
Okay, yeah, no, bust into this bit.
I pull out my I'm trying to think what I have best that would help Val to break in. I'll pull out my kit for like ramming balls into my rifle and whatever else I picked up along the way.
Okay.
Be like, maybe try to pick the lock.
I could probably.
You've just got like ramrods.
I don't know what else to
Well,
use.
That shit is like
wait a
that
second,
long.
wait a second.
You're like, what?
How tall is Shock Tank?
Not like
You're
4 feet 6 inches or something.
So it's standard
8
reason,
inches,
so
tiny
you
guy.
wouldn't have a full-size musket.
Oh, he has like.
Well, I think it was
No,
just
full
a.
size.
It was just
It's
a
not
standard
his.
musket.
Dude,
It's not
he's
my
as
musket.
tall as you are sitting.
He didn't get a carbine. He got a long rifle.
And,
So-
and it wasn't
Okay,
like
it's-
my rifle.
It's
It's,
like
just
it's
a
like
standard rifle.
It's like 5 feet long or so.
This is not a 30-round magazine, 5.56.
Forget the drunk I said anything.
It's probably got like a 45-inch barrel on it.
Jeez.
Okay. Then while they're trying to figure out that, I'm gonna walk around behind the building and see if I see another way in that's less visible for one,
Okay.
and that I can break in.
It's
Although I will probably
pretty-
wait for Val to
It's
do the
quite
breaking
dark
in.
behind the building.
Yeah, okay.
So I'm gonna have you roll perception. Normally I'd just tell you. but-
For sure, yeah. 18.
18. All right. So you see that there's a smaller back door in the back, about half the width of the main door, and no windows on the back. But as you walk around the side, there's a couple more windows on the sides, and you can see the second story has windows kind of all around. But so far, everything's been shuttered. So.
There's another door back here. You should try that one.
Is it open?
No. It's less obvious if we break in.
Fair enough. Okay.
You should know that. Think like thief. Yeah,
Yeah.
das is good.
But you can always ask too. Like, can we go behind the building? Can we go to the side?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just keep that.
It's hurting.
Do I have a lock picking
No.
capability? Okay.
Do any of you have a knife?
I have
You have
two.
a knife.
Yes.
You could attempt to pick a lock with a knife if you wanted to.
Okay. See if I can't slide it into the door jam and wiggle
Okay.
it. See if it can open.
So
I'll keep watch.
Oh, you know what?
And I'll
I
try to
didn't
be stealthy.
think about that. I didn't even think about that. These are wooden doors, probably.
they are.
So, I mean,
But they have
they
big
probably
steel
wouldn't
latches.
no, they probably wouldn't even have deadbolts because the deadbolt wasn't used until like the 30s.
They have big steel
Different
latches, like
They have.
drop-down
They
latches.
don't have like a deadbolt in the traditional sense. They would have boards that come down on the inside. Yeah.
Those boards are probably as thick as the boards that make the door, right?
But anyhow, she'd probably know how to do that.
You guys
so
could try to force the
continue.
door too. That is an option. But you want to try to pick it.
Don't
yeah, see if I can't pick the lock.
Do you want to roll perception? So
Sure.
whether you see anybody? Go for it.
18.
All right.
Nice.
You're like looking out, and you can only see this like narrow gap between the two buildings. So like there could be people all around,
Yeah.
but there's nobody.
There's nobody here. We're good. Do it.
And Minkit, you went back behind them as
Yeah.
well.
followed,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. So this would be a dexterity check.
8
And
and
plus
7, 15. Yeah.
15. Okay. You put the knife tips in there and you try to feel for the tumblers, but it seems like the opening's a little too small and they're a little too far back inside to be able to easily get it picked.
Is there any like upstairs windows that are unbarred or?
You guys haven't walked around the whole building yet.
Okay.
You've seen 3 sides of it, but the 3 sides you have seen, they're all barred or they appear to be barred.
Coming from a person that does a
Or
little bit
closed. They're not. They don't have like additional security, but there's wooden shutters in front of them.
of urban splunking, there's always something open. So good luck.
Thank you. What about trying to wedge my knife into the shutter and opening one of the shutters?
Do you want to try that on one of the ground floor windows?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see if I can. 16, 14?
Okay, and we're gonna make that a strength check because I assume you're trying to pry it.
Yeah, 14
22.
and 8, 22.
Okay. The window yields. You hear it kind of, and then it pops open.
All right.
And you can see kind of an older piece of wood that's splintered on the inside that appeared to have been what was dropped in place.
Well, I think I found our way in. Yeah.
So a broken old piece of wood in half, okay.
Of note, it's a pretty small window, so You're gonna have some difficulty getting in with your wings.
Can I get in?
Oh.
Yeah, you can get in.
I'll climb in.
Yeah, I was gonna say, can we
I'll open the door for you.
shove the Fae in and have her open the door?
All right, so it's quite dark inside because there's not much direct light coming in from anywhere, but you've got night sight. So, what would you like to do?
Head to the door.
Back door.
Try. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Unlock it from the inside. Or...
All right, so you're able to see the door well enough with your night sight, at least once you get close to it. And it just has a simple board across the back. There's no other compound latch on it or anything of that sort. Seems like this wasn't used very often. And you're able to lift it and open the back door. Easily
Welcome
enough.
to my candle shop. Come on in.
All right.
You guys walk in,
Yep.
and then close the door behind you. I'm just going to assume anyway.
Yeah, that's smart.
Because otherwise it's like, wait.
There's a draft.
Stealthily? Yes.
Can
All
I?
right.
I'll put the
Relock it.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's dark enough in here once that door's closed, and the shuttered window as well. There's only a tiny bit of light coming in through the shuttered window, but hardly any.
Can
So
I
only the Fae can really see anything.
Can I
but,
find like a big candle?
There
Maybe
are
like a wood
candles.
wick?
You can see candles like everywhere.
Does it look like if we light a candle, we'll see it out the front window?
That would be hard to tell in the dark.
Maybe don't light a candle right now.
Okay, just don't stub your toes.
I'm gonna have you guys both roll dexterity.
Yeah, just like, ow.
9 and 12. Okay,
16.
Not bad. So you're able to kind of like feel your way around in the dark. Your eyes adapt a little bit. You're able to see
just
a
hold
little
on to
better with your.
Make it shoulder.
But all three of you have decent night sight compared to a human
I do.
anyway. You're used to seeing underwater,
Oh, that's true,
so
yes.
somewhat murky conditions. And harpies just have good eyes in general. So you're able to you see a little bit of light coming in through cracks in the shutters after your eyes adapt, and you can see a little bit. The ground floor does appear to be an old candle shop. There's some candles. There's bundles of wicks. There's some oil lanterns. Not that much stock. It looks like it was mostly cleaned out, but a few shelves still have some.
Do we see the lanterns and the candles?
Yes, you're able to see
Can I
them
take
out on
whatever
the.
looks like the nicest one?
Sure.
I will definitely take a candle and a lantern. And I will take some oil if there
We'll
is
just
some.
do the lantern. I don't have a candle.
Perfect, yeah.
I mean, you could
Sure.
if you want to. You can write
I will add
candle
a
on your
candle to
character
my
sheet.
list.
You can absolutely do that. So you grab what smells like a
Candle.
beeswax candle.
I'm gonna
You
grab
can't really
3
see,
candles
but you're
then.
able to feel that it has a wick in the dark.
3 candles and my...
Okay. Tuck that into your gear, and then I will get you a lantern card here. Wow. I can find it. There you go.
Okay. Nice.
The lantern appears to be intact. It doesn't have any oil in it.
Can I grab oil?
You can't necessarily see if there's any oil.
Okay.
At
Is
this
there any
time.
oil in the shop?
You have to roll perception for that with disadvantage because it's still dark.
It's very dark. That's going to be bad. It's cocked, but that other one's a 3. So 3,
3+. Okay.
whatever. 13.
You're just able to feel around, but you can't tell.
Make it. Can you
what's
find
what.
any oil?
Can I look for oil?
Yeah, you can roll perception as well.
6.
6.
Plus
Yeah.
6.
6 + 6. Okay. I don't know. Without a thorough search
sure,
and
yeah.
probably some light, it's not. There isn't any oil flasks out on the counters where
And that
you
is
found
how the
the
lantern works, is via oil? Or is it like
Correct.
a candle?
No, it's an
lantern?
oil lantern.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll wait for that.
Okay.
Just keep my candle.
What else would you guys like to do? There's. You also notice you can see that there's stairs that lead up to the second floor, kind of behind the counter, which appears to be where the shop sellers sold their goods before.
I think at this point I'd probably scout out our little headquarters, see if there's anybody else in there.
It smells
Probably a good
like
idea.
a weird mix of must and beeswax and very stale aromas. But it doesn't seem like anybody's been inside for a while. Okay, so you guys are headed upstairs.
Yeah. Just to
I'll,
check the
I'll
place out a little
pull
bit.
Mink back quick as the bell goes up and be like, don't be alone, my valve. This could be dangerous.
Stick together.
And then I'll follow by Mink,
Okay.
staying close to Mink.
All right. You don't overhear that unless I don't know.
I mean, you could try.
Yeah, you could roll for perception if you want
roll
to.
for perception, see if I heard you guys.
It's not bad,
Oh,
actually.
18.
All
right, you hear-
So 26.
Okay, you hear them whisper, and you hear "Val," and that's about it.
Ah, okay.
Sharpens knife.
Checks for soy sauce.
Is there any wasabi in here? wasabi. Okay, so you guys head up to the second floor, and I'm gonna have. We'll just have Faith roll perception again.
Who's Faith?
Who's
Sorry.
Faith? Yeah, this thing goes no
Mink it.
Yeah.
Mink it.
3?
3.
Uh-oh.
All right, so it's actually darker on the second floor. The shutters seem to be tighter than they were on the ground floor, and there's some like old curtains that have been hung. You feel one, but otherwise it's very dark upstairs. There's almost no ambient light coming in.
And there are windows up here too.
Yep, there's windows on all 3 sides. You know there's windows on 3 sides of this. You can't really see where you're standing. You're just at the top of the stairs.
It'd be really nice if I could light a candle.
I guess you can try it if you want to.
You want to try to light up a candle?
Oh well, yeah.
All right. So you got your flint and tinder. All right. And do you have the candle on you, or do you want to use one of Sharpay's?
I'll
have one of mine.
Okay, I'll use one of yours.
All right. So flint and tinder. Yeah. 1d6 on a 3 or higher. It'll start.
I hand it over to you, and you can feel that my hand is shaking.
Yes. So you set the candle down, and it catches the spark, and the candle lights up, and now you're able to see your surroundings.
Just
So
kind of like look around.
looks like there's just kind of 2 rooms. There's like a living area with a little fireplace on one side that appears to connect to a lower fireplace below it, and a small kitchen food preparation area that also looks very bare. And then there's another room back behind that, behind a moldy-looking curtain that's pretty old at this point. Some
I will
cobwebs.
take the curtain, and I will put it over the window.
Okay, one of the front windows.
Yes.
All right, cool.
Whatever window I think is most obviously has light.
There's like a cloud of dust that comes out of the curtain when you do so. All right, but in the room back behind, you can see there's no bed anymore. The room's mostly empty, but there's some hay on the floor, some old hay on the floor, and you could probably make a night of it here if you needed to. Wouldn't be comfortable.
And there's no other beds.
Nope. There's really no other furniture up here. There's like a built-in counter for food preparation, and that's about it. So, in the fireplace, the upper room has been pretty much stripped clean. So, very dusty. There's some mouse droppings on the floor. Looks like it's been abandoned for a while.
Well, we do seem to be safe for the moment. Do we
I guess,
call it a night at this point, or?
There's probably nothing better we can do, yeah.
Well,
All right. Cool. We're gonna bounce to day's end then, if you guys are all good with that.
Yeah.
What time
and
is
this
it roughly right now, you think?
Oh, at night?
Yeah.
It's probably like 9 or 10 o'clock in the evening. It's probably a little earlier for them than it is for you guys, if that makes sense.
Armangol's a busy man.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we've all gone to sleep now.
Yep.
For the night.
Yeah. Or we're going to what would be considered day's end. Do you guys want to get some food? We can go over the particulars of the day's end and then move on to the next day.
yeah,
Sound good?
sounds good.
You look like you have a question.
Yeah, so I'm not going to do. What I'm going to do actually is
Haha.
they will see me meditating
Okay.
and whispering some words occasionally, and I'm doing penance.
Penance. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right, gotcha. And you know what that does? Any
I
questions
do.
about that? All right.
I do know what it is. Yes.
So,
I can't do my distance action because I am past.
I mean, I think you're covered because you definitely ate food. So, yeah. All right. So I'm going to pause the recording real quick, and we'll grab some actual chow, and then we can go through the business and then see what the next day holds here.
Yeah, because I'm supposed to be sober.
All right, so we're gonna go through the day's end stuff real quick here. So, you're all good on food. Who else ate at the tavern?
I did.
Think it did.
imagine
You did. Shakte.
You were chatting up
All right.
to Duma.
Kind of has some
And
wings.
then everybody can get 10 XP.
Cannibal.
Minky got XP, huh?
Yep.
Just for days end.
Fair enough. Wait, we all did?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
We all did. Everybody.
Oh, this is ugly.
Would you help me?
Yeah, the
This is
ginger in
also
there is just
double.
sublime.
Oh yeah, dude, you did a really good job.
I mean, Bonnie made the soup.
What
Bonnie and you did a really good job together. Team effort. Team effort.
See, Willow's here with us. In spirit.
In spirit, yeah.
In spirit. She's being interrogated.
Hi, and
by
she's just
herself.
like, all of a sudden that thing gets knocked over. Like, oh. Guess you're saying hi?
All right. So, any other actions people want to do during day's end? You did your penance. Yep.
Nick, would you mind putting that up when you get
The hunter is
ready?
asleep.
Yeah. You want to set some lures in your... How drunk is he?
He's out.
Not that drunk.
Thank you.
To set lures in a
Underneath
building.
his bed. Where he wakes up in the morning, he's like, damn, that's a whole raccoon.
How? What?
And there's like some guard who's just like weeping. Has anyone seen Mr. Fiddle?
Our mascot, he's gone.
That'd be horrific.
The hunter comes out munching.
Exactly. Raccoon ain't bad.
I don't think there's a fireplace in these rooms.
No, but it's warm.
How warm is it in the
Honestly,
candle shop?
It's also fine. Like sleeping in your clothing, you're not in any danger of being cold.
And it's just like hay on a wood floor.
Pretty much.
Hey, on.
Whatever you can
Try
scrape
to
together.
just
exactly.
Bundle up a little pile.
All right.
Sleep with my mushroom hat as a pillow.
Yes. The versatile mushroom hat.
Would you like the rest of those? Practical.
Okay, so we're gonna jump back to them to start. So Hunter, you wake with a little bit of a start as somebody is knocking on your door,
Okay.
and you hear Galal on the other side. You, Hunter, wake up. We're coming in, all right?
How
You hear
hungover
that?
am I?
Let's just have you roll a d6.
Okay. Oh shit.
Oh shit!
I rolled a d20. Okay, so there's 2.
It's a 2. You're. It's like it sounds a little louder than it should, and you're startled a little bit and a little disoriented as well.
Okay. Would I know where I am at this point?
You know where
with
you
the
are.
2?
You remember that much. You weren't.
Okay.
You weren't like shit faced drunk.
No, I was not. I was pretending, but it was not. Okay, so I wake up and I say, I'll lean up on my bed and kind of just make sure everything's in order and not look like I'm completely hungover. And say, come in.
The door opens up, or you hear the lock unlock. The door opens up, and in walks Galal and one other human, Prex guard as well.
Okay.
And he says, "You need to prepare. You need to wash anything before you go. It's early. I apologize, but we need to get out there at first light."
What is it that you'll have me do? That will tell me if I need to wash or get ready.
Well, we'll be walking the streets. Again, as we said last night, perhaps you don't remember, but you won't be armed at this time.
Leave us.
And we're going to try to find your friends, and hopefully you will be able to ease any fears or suspicions they have.
Fair enough.
We have other teams searching as well, but they've been told that if they see anything suspicious, to contact us via runners, and then we will go to them. But we have some suspicions as to which part of the city they're in.
As do I. Now, that being said, I feel I will have ample time to wash later. Let's go see if we can't put them at ease.
Excellent. Do you need anything to eat?
I mean, a little breakfast couldn't hurt.
We'll eat on the way if you don't mind.
I don't mind. Kebab would be nice.
I'm afraid it's only pemmican, but you can think of it as a sad shriveled kebab, if that makes you feel better, I suppose. With
As long
a
as
few
it's
too
not-
many cranberries in it for my tastes.
As long as it's not people, we'll be all right.
It's not people, they taste god awful. I'm kidding.
Yeah, see.
All right, let's go.
All right, after you.
So the two of them walk out. You follow them. They've kind of let their guard down a little bit more. Do you guys want to? You hear them knock as well because you're nearby. You can call out to them if you'd like.
This is good luck.
Oh, I'm sorry. Would you like to talk to your friends before we go? As long as you keep it brief.
Yes, I will do so.
All right.
So I'll step up to the door. I mean, can I open the door? No? Okay.
It's locked. There are some guards in the area, and you can tell that they've kind of taken this area, and it's not meant to be prison cells, but it's being used kind of as holding cells.
I will say through the door, Celestia, I am going to find the little ones. I am sure your kin is coming. But I will put them at ease and bring them here.
Please, hurry. They are probably scared out of their pants. Shakte is wearing
Shakta's already lost his pants a long time
I
ago.
was gonna say Shakte would probably have to be scared into it. Oh God! I better put pants on.
Especially the Merling, I'm sure he sleeps without his drawers.
Please remind him to put on some clothes before he comes to Amangold, please.
Oh, it is not a problem there.
Galal kind of looks at you and he's like, "Typical Merling problem."
I motion quite right.
He leans over to the doors. He's like, "Someone will come with food for you, but if you would like, you can sleep longer as well. There's no rush. You'll have to wait in the main hall, so rest up if you need it."
All right.
And then they continue on
I
out.
will lightly tap on the Merling or Stonekin's door.
But all you hear is snoring.
Noise.
Honestly,
You feel
that's
snoring.
That's all I expected, so I continue on. Big man, injured, needs sleep.
Yes. All right, so you walk back through the barracks and leave by the front door. So kind of just retreading ground you've already seen. You don't go into any of the other rooms on the way.
Okay. As soon as we leave the gate, I stop.
Okay, as soon as you're out the main door,
Yep. I stop and I do not move.
Galal turns and looks at you and says, "Is there something wrong?"
We start where this began, or else I cannot find them.
So Lady Anya's then? Is that where we need to go, or...?
Yes. Now, it is kind of embarrassing to admit this, but I do not know how to get there.
No, I understand. It's a new city, and I imagine you said your name was Hunter. I assume that's your profession, not your actual given name.
Yes, that is my profession.
All right. Well, I imagine you don't hunt in the city very often.
The city does not matter as much as finding the place of origin. If I can
Fair
find
enough.
tracks, I can find them.
All right. To Lady Anya's it is then. Perhaps we can get a better breakfast there while we're at it.
Hey, as long as you're buying.
Of course. And this one is actually on me, I promise. No additional debt will be incurred. Just for the record.
Thank you, Blondie.
Galal's going on me. I've never heard that before.
I've never heard Bright Dice before.
Well, that makes sense. I wouldn't have, not in the Bright Vale.
Well, you buy breakfast, I feel like maybe this is the beginning of a beautiful relationship.
Well, don't get ahead of yourself yet. We'll have to see what she's got for breakfast for us first.
Just saying, you're not that tired.
I don't fancy eggs very much, to be honest. All right, let's go.
You wouldn't.
All right, continue on and head toward Lady Anna. So we're going to bounce to you guys. It's still pretty early morning. Like, the sun has not come up locally where you are. Is anybody kind of early riser for
Where
any
did you
reason,
sleep?
Or you guys
Make it-
all sleeping pretty heavily?
Okay. So
Okay.
if Mika slept on the floor, I sat right beside her all night and didn't sleep at all
Okay.
because I was watching Val.
All right.
So whatever penalty you choose to impose, but I did not sleep at all tonight.
They were jokes! I wouldn't actually hate you!
I understand, but Shock Day does not.
Could I happen to like have woken up in the middle of the night because I'm uncomfortable?
Let's have you roll for it.
Okay.
So we'll do a willpower check.
4 plus
And
5.
with the sleeping?
Yeah.
That's your question, actually. I don't know. Yeah. You could say after roll to see if I stayed awake, but I tried to stay awake all night.
I'd say you're not particularly exhausted. So
Okay.
with your character's background, I'd say
She was saying because I did drink the sleeping aid too.
You chugged it down.
it's true. But what I said before
It's
stands.
not really a
Okay.
sleeping aid exactly, so yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, character backstory. So
Yeah.
yeah. So you tossed and turned kind of all night. And maybe you noticed that he was awake the couple times that you were, but you know, kind of in that half waking state.
To make it
Like
super
striking the whole
obvious.
time. He's just like looking over
Very
you.
tired. Unless again,
It's like it's like that.
But I woke
She
up
has a
enough
dream
to
and you're
like
like-
see this.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So you probably recollect
Okay. Can I
that
just
he
like
was.
tap him on his knee? I'm like, I can take the next watch.
She wakes up in the night.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
This is like early morning, like maybe
Okay.
4 or 5 in the morning.
I got it. Don't worry.
No. Go to sleep. You can use my pillow.
Okay. And I like lay down, but I look up to make sure she's watching, and I look over at Val one more time.
And Val's asleep, I assume.
Yeah, oh, I'm zonked out.
You're
This
zonked
won't
out.
change.
Yeah. Just mad you had to sleep alone.
Pretty much.
Got that Merling. She seemed like he was into Merling. He was drawing Merling. Okay, yeah, then I'll fall asleep for the last bit of the morning.
Okay. So you're awake at this point. It's still pretty quiet outside. You're not hearing a ton of hustle and bustle out. Sounds like most people are not up yet. Okay, we're gonna bounce back to you two guys for a minute. Havelock's still just ripping Z's at the moment.
Yep.
All right, do you try to go back to sleep,
Is it good?
Celestia,
That's
or
fantastic, man.
No, I'm like stretching my wings.
all right? We're starting to get a little impatient.
Yoga.
Yes.
Nice.
Doing
Nice.
calisthenics.
Yeah. Wing aesthetics. All right.
Jumping flaps.
After a moment, you hear a knocking on the little wooden shutter between what was your the wall between you and the hunter's cell. And you hear some knocking there.
Okay.
It's not coming from the main door.
What?
And then after a moment, you hear a voice whisper, "Hey." Oh, you good? Is anyone there? Hello.
Walk up to the wall.
Yes. Yes. Who's this?
I can't tell you my name. I just needed to know if you were there. Don't call out to the guards or anything. They don't know I'm here. Are you the Dwimmer?
Yes, I am.
I have a question for you. Do you know the name Yanni?
Who's that?
Yes. Who was asking?
Again, I told you I can't tell you my name. I'm sorry. It's not the time yet. All right. We'll speak again, Celestia. And then it's quiet. For a moment,
Well, you don't know.
Feel-
But I can tell you.
yeah,
No,
he's
I told her
My name-
her love interest, the Merlin girl.
But you don't know.
He doesn't.
Your character doesn't know. I said,
But yeah.
I said the whole thing.
Yeah, that's
You're
right.
like, Yanni.
Sorry.
The Yanni was a Merling that Celestia fell in love with.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough. Okay.
But you feel for a moment like there's a little bit of like warmth in the room with you for just a moment, and then it's gone.
Okay. I'm even more anxious now.
Yeah.
All right.
Or like,
Falling asleep is not an option.
Yeah, not anymore.
Is there anything else you'd like to do? The guards haven't come and unlocked your cell yet, as far as you've heard. There's still some food.
So you're going from like Buddhist calisthenics to like 90s calisthenics. Where you're like,
Key and Peele, where they're like, your family was in a car accident. He's like,
Yeah.
I love that one so much. All right, you want to do anything else, or we'll bounce around some more?
nah, I'm just creating dust in the room.
Jump around. Okay, so she's agitated now.
jump. Agitated.
Agitated. All right, so it's now about sunup. We're gonna jump back to the hunter real quick. Doing the 3 different directions here. So you go in, you get some more decent food, and Galel kind of just sits back and he says, "Well, work your magic."
All right.
Any idea where they would have gone?
I'm gonna roll for perception.
Okay.
In fact, actually,
Well, just say what you're trying
the
to
wait
do.
staff. The wait staff. I would like to ask the wait staff to see what they had seen
Okay.
during the time of this.
So Lady Anya is there
Okay.
again. She, the whole place is pretty quiet at this point.
But you had mentioned that there was a wait staff.
Yeah, there's other people, but the only one you recognize is her.
Okay.
She looks tired and kind of worried. Not the same, like bright-faced, perfectly done makeup and hair. She looks kind of distraught at this point.
Fair enough.
Nice. She goes, "Yes. How can I assist you? Anything?"
But first, I would like to apologize for the night before. I was only protecting my own.
I appreciate that. It's not the first difficult night I've had here. Thank you.
I would not have wished to cause you so much stress.
Well, it wasn't just you, to be fair. What can I do? Do you need something? I have other duties if I'm not needed.
Fair enough. Let me give you
No.
5
She
coins
sees you.
so
She
that
sees you
you,
kind of like poking through it. No, I have plenty. Please just keep it. You
Oh.
may need it for other things.
right. I'm looking for the rest of my group. We all came in together. 2 little ones, 1 merling, 1
And the Fae.
harpy.
I remember the Fae.
Yes.
And the Harpy. She ordered the Prex Pucker, didn't she?
Yes, you slapped that ass real good.
Yes, I recall. Yes, in the confusion, I don't know. I didn't see them. I can ask the other staff, perhaps, but wait, no, I do remember one of the medical staff, perhaps one of the physicians, said something about someone going out the back.
Yes, can you give me their name?
He's not. He's gone home. It was a very late night. He left perhaps 2 hours ago.
No. Unfortunately, we'll have to wake him.
All right. Galal. He's the head physician's assistant. I don't remember his name. You know where he lives, though, yes? Galal nods. All right. And that's where we're going next, then, I suppose.
Yes. After you.
All right. Fortunately, it's not far.
What?
So you kind of grab your food and head back out.
Oh, good. You looking forward to eating it?
He's like, oh, hell yeah.
Didn't want to say anything. Just had to give you a look. Yes.
All right, we're gonna bounce
tell her
back.
you were
We're gonna bounce
excited.
back to you 3.
Very,
It's now
very good.
The first rays of sun are starting to kind of
eat
peek
my
into
lap.
the opposite side. You can't see it, but there's a lot more ambient light coming in through the
Okay.
windows now.
You don't.
And you're starting to hear carts rolling, people moving around outside, some bells ringing, potentially even indicating what time it is in the morning, but you don't know what their customs are, so it's hard to say what the significance of it is. But people are starting to move around, there's some light coming in, and everyone wakes up.
Don't touch her! I look over at Val.
What's Val doing?
At this point, his shout startles me awake.
Okay, so you were sleeping still.
Yeah, sleepy still.
Okay.
Woke up, probably knives drawn since I'm startled.
Oh gosh.
Nice.
Starting puts on his pants.
What is it that you're shouting at now, Erling?
Nothing. Don't worry about it.
I look very tired.
Or is it a bad dream?
Sure.
Okay.
All right, and then you wake up as well. As Shatay jumps
Wait, she
awake.
wakes up?
Oh wait, she's been awake this whole
That
time.
would be information for me.
What did I
Just
miss?
got mixed up.
No, you're fine.
You missed that he startled awake and said, "Don't touch her."
Okay.
And then that startled Val, who drew her knives, but they kind of calmed down a little bit.
We're good? We're fine?
Yeah, we're good. I'm gonna go look for some oil.
Okay.
Okay. Do you want to go downstairs and look
Um,
around, or
Yeah, I'll take one more look at Val. See if she's going towards main kit, and then I'll slowly walk down the stairs.
let's have you roll perception again without disadvantage.
That is terrible. 13.
Okay. All right. So you walk downstairs, and it's still fairly dark. Because the
With all the
shutters are
shades
so
and everything,
closed and
yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
You can see a little better than you could the night before. There's just a lot more ambient light coming through.
Okay.
But there's no obvious flasks of oil out in the open anywhere. There are some cupboards. There's like a little storage closet back behind.
Okay.
You could search further if you would like to.
Make it! Come bring that candle!
Okay. Go downstairs.
Okay. And,
Is it still lit?
Probably not. at this
Probably
point,
not. No,
but you
I
can
imagine
relight
you
it.
would have put it out when you didn't need it anymore. But you can go ahead and light it if you would like.
I point out to the cupboards and things.
6.
That's 6. All right. So you light the
We're not
candle
very good
up.
at rolling.
You're able to see a little better. Do you want to do a perception check as well?
Yeah.
And then go ahead and do one as well. Should
Me?
I take
Okay.
it? Yeah. Now that you're looking through cupboards and stuff.
Natural 20.
Nice!
Natural 20.
19.
19.
Nice.
Okay. All right, so you start to rifle through the cabinets fairly systematically, actually, and you find oil for your lamp. There's about a half a flask, but it's enough to fill the lamp up all the way. So the lamp is good to
I'll
go.
just fill up the lamp.
Yeah,
Then
and we're not
I'll
going to
keep the
track
flask.
oil levels or anything
Fair
unless
enough.
there's some major reason why
For sure.
we should. So lamp is good to go. And then you guys also find... Let's get some other stuff here.
You did get a natural one. That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You find a few coins.
Ow!
Make it found this stuff. She got
Yeah.
the 20.
You find a few coins, Minkit, and then you also find an old padded gambeson. Yeah, some light armor.
Did they say that this old guy passed
Who would it
away?
fit?
Anybody?
Oh. Just anyone can resize it.
Yeah, I mean,
Or that he
it would be
just
like
hasn't
it would
Don't
be
have any armor, wear
it
it.
would be baggy on her. Wouldn't fit the stonekin.
Yeah.
Would fit you just fine. It's sized for like a small framed human.
Okay.
Maybe a human woman.
Yeah, you don't have any armor, correct? Yeah, wear it.
Right? Yeah, if you want to wear it. That gives you extra warmth as well.
Now, did they say that this old poor candlestick maker passed away?
Moved away.
Moved away. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So not so dark. Maker of light.
Yes.
Yes. Right.
You don't find anything else besides that, but
Okay.
a few odds and ends.
I'll take one more candle to replace the one that I gave to Minkit.
Sounds
so I
good.
still have 3.
Cool. Yeah, and the other lamps don't look like they're in very good condition.
Okay.
The starters have rusted on them, or they're missing wicks, or other critical things like that. So, if you guys wanted to, you could like try to get parts together for one of them.
I'll leave that to the
But
rest of the companions who are here. I have mine.
There aren't any others like ready to go. He picked the most functional one. Okay, so let's bounce back
For
to
lantern.
you two real quick. Or Val, is there anything else you want to do at this time while they're searching around? You're on the upper
probably
floor.
taking my surroundings, yeah. Kind of
Okay.
go from shutter to shutter, windows, see if I can't see anything outside.
Oh, you want to peek outside? Yeah, go
Yeah.
ahead and roll
Try to, like,
perception.
tighten it on you.
Oh, thanks. I'm used to loose clothes. It's fine.
9 and 8.
All right. So without opening the windows, it's hard to see much going on, but you can definitely see people moving about. You do occasionally see Prex guards, but they seem to be just kind of going about their business. They don't look like they're looking for anything in particular.
Okay.
But there's quite a few people on the main road, which this house does front to. So you see ox carts hauling goods, and there's stuff coming up and down the road. Quite a lot of traffic, a lot of hustle bustle. So it's a busy city. And bounce back to you guys. All right, so the guards come and they unlock your cells and they say, Amangald would like to speak with you again if you're feeling better. They kind of shoot a glance over at the stonekin in particular. But we'll allow you to bathe and eat first if you would like. And they gesture to Celestia that we can take you. We unfortunately only have public bathing spaces, but there is one for females and males. So if you would like, you can go there. If not, that's all right as well.
Is Emgold ready for us already?
Yes?
Let's
Yes.
just get it over with.
All right. So the guards lead you off. Havelock, are you cool with that too? Do you follow them, or?
Well, my my initial thing is I'm still waking up.
All right.
I haven't had a shower or sorry, a shower. They don't even have showers then.
Probably
Unless
not.
you're like super high up there, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But basically, I haven't had a bathe
You haven't cleaned
since
yourself in a
I
long
was
time,
exiled. Since before I was exiled.
Yeah.
So for me, I'm just like, go ahead. Like, you speak for yourself, Harpy. I will go to the bathing rooms or the bathhouse.
All right. Not an issue. Follow me. One of the guards leads you off, and the other one leads Celestia.
We're getting a fucking spa day, and I get to hunt down some.
You were offered.
Yeah, you were offered.
Yeah. Yeah.
And now the DM has 4 groups.
It's fine. I don't think anything crazy is going to happen in the bath space, so we'll bounce back. You never know.
Not sure about you three.
Duncan might give some ideas from about.
This is true.
I am sketched out by water.
True. But mostly like big bodies of water, but yeah. All right, so Celestia, will go to you first. So you are brought back to that main hall, same table. Hemingwald is sitting there. He has papers out in front of him, and he's writing with a little pen and has some little glasses that he's kind of got on his nose.
Probably like this.
Yeah, reading glasses. Yeah, they would be, the lenses would be like sizable, but they look pretty small on his face. There's some guards around, but not many, and you don't see Galal or Kid at this time. He gestures to you and says, yes, Celestia, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Please take a seat. And he gestures for a chair that's actually sitting kind of to the side of the table from him.
Okay, I go ahead and sit.
Do you need anything to eat? Have you eaten yet this morning?
No, I came straight to you.
Do you want something? I can have my cook make something for you.
Might as well if it is being offered.
All right. Is ham suitable?
Sounds good to me.
All right. So he gestures to somebody and says, "A ham for this one, please." Now, you remember I asked for your assistance last night.
Oh yes, I don't know.
Are you still potentially willing to help us?
Depends on if I can have more information before we start.
Before we start. All right. What do you need to know?
What do you need from me?
Well, I was going to tell you that anyway, but that's all right. I need it from you, chiefly, but the assistance of the others would be helpful. I don't know how much sway you have within your group, but this could potentially be difficult for an individual to accomplish. What we need is new faces that the people. I suppose I should explain. The city is on 2 levels primarily. There's where we are now, which is known as Hightown to the locals, and it comprises the upper levels. And the lower levels are where the indentured workers live and work to pay off their debts. And the criminals also. Those who have committed crimes after they've come to the Outlands, to us, also live there and work there. Now, I will tell you, we do execute any capital offenses. Unprovoked murder is a capital offense. And that is the chief one. So, if someone has been caught guilty of murder, they will be executed. They will not be put down there. But that doesn't mean we've caught everyone. It's a dangerous place under town, the lower levels. So, what I need from your group is twofold. I need people who are not known there, and I need a group who are loyal enough to each other that they will not immediately fragment and lose sight of their mission. Do you have confidence that your people would fill this role?
I feel like my group is close enough with each other that they will do whatever it takes to stay together.
Right, that's good. Does that answer some of your questions? As far as what I need and why your people and you?
I understand that you need fresh faces, but what exactly do you need us to do? Just stand around and watch out, or?
No, it's quite a bit more complicated than that. The issue is you cannot decide for anyone else. That is not how our customs or our laws work. They have to decide for themselves. I would rather present it to everybody when they're together. The difficulty is, obviously, you're the only one here right now. But I do have some unrelated questions I'd like to ask you about your abilities as a Dwemer that do not pertain to the task at hand. Perhaps we can discuss that now.
Yes, I would prefer to not talk about that in front of everybody.
Excellent. Then we serve dual purpose. All right, I'm going to bounce back to the hunter. All right. So, you go and talk to the physician. He's exhausted. He's giving very short answers. Galal talks to him mostly, and he recounts that he saw the group leave up the stairs, but then they didn't see them past that point. So Galal thinks about it for a moment, and he says, well, I know the guard who was on duty. I know he was there. He's a good man. I don't know why he let them pass, but we'll find him and talk to him. Poor guy. I think he's on one of the patrols in Hightown right now. Is there anything else you need here, Hunter?
Inadvertently, if they went upstairs and didn't come back down, they might have gone out the window. I might be able to find tracks.
I mean, it's cobblestone and rock.
Crap.
It would be difficult to find tracks.
There's no...
I was wondering how you were going to track them.
Sand or something.
Ask a bunch of questions.
I mean, do you know their prince well? I suppose it's an interesting combination: a harpy, a merling, and a fae.
It is cobblestone. Forget I said anything. So we go talk to this guard.
All right.
It might help, and he probably noticed, but Minka doesn't wear shoes.
Yes. Neither does the harpies. Don't wear shoes.
Over cobblestone, it don't matter.
Yeah, not much. And there's a lot of traffic at this point too.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that'd be
Tracks are not
pretty
likely to happen.
fantastically tracking. I mean,
Yeah.
You'd have to be like magically tracking, basically.
My character doesn't actually know a lot about Val. He knows that you're a rebellious type.
drug dealer.
No, actually, I don't even know he's a rebellious type. What does he know about you?
You did find out that I was a drug dealer and that I worked for a basically a terrorist group.
Okay, so
You're all
my
like that.
man.
Freely admitted.
My God, man.
okay, so
You say con man?
No, my God, man.
Oh.
My God.
so potentially,
Good God, man.
potentially, I would think maybe if they wouldn't have gone to another hotel or something, maybe they find a place to hole up, and that wouldn't be very far.
You can vocalize this with Galal too if you want.
Yeah, you go out.
Yes.
One of ours was a revolutionary.
So much like their kind.
Yeah,
Super suspicious
that
and
being
dangerous.
said, maybe they had found a place to hole up. And my thinks they would not be very far from where we had last left them.
We do have patrols all night, and they were on the lookout for them, so that makes some sense to me.
Well, more sense. What about buildings that are
Vacant?
disused?
Yes. Well, there's quite a number in Hightown. It could take us some time.
Say mile radius. They're short, they're little.
He thinks about it for a moment. He like kind of winds around in his
They
head.
put you on their
It's like-
back, so you know.
Probably not both of us though.
Yeah.
A mile, yes. I suppose they couldn't have. They could only have gone up so far. They could only have gone down so far. They wouldn't have made it past the elevator. That makes sense. Well, their harpy can fly, but we would have seen that for sure.
Yelling, usually not trusting of Harvey.
Good information to have. That's been my experience as well. Outside of the members of the Prex, of course, that any racial division is stamped out quickly. All right, well, my men are already searching. And he flags down a runner who's in between, discusses with him real quick, and he says, all right, they're going to at least be knocking on buildings, seeing if there's any signs of forced entry. It's a good thought. We'll make our way up a bit and
No, that's
see if we can find this guard.
That's not what we want. We want more, say, buildings that have been in disuse for a while. You have building ordinance, yes? You know who's been there and who hasn't.
We have some records, yes. We could go back to the apiary and I could perhaps have Gib dig something up. You want to do that?
That would be best. Then it wouldn't scare them off.
All right. Well, it's not far. Let's go. You guys head back. All right. Havelock, we're gonna bounce to you real quick. So
Okay.
you go to the main bath chamber, and there's several other Prex guards around. Some of them, bathing, getting ready, dressing, maintaining equipment. They have like several separated stone baths built into the floor, with very hot water actually flowing from pipes in the walls. There's steam in the room, and that's kind of an interesting situation. You don't see that very often. They glance at you, but you have some other guards with them that kind of are with you that signal that it's fine, and they indicate somewhere where you can undress, and then indicate one of the pools that's deeper for a stonekin if you wish to bathe in that one. And the guard just indicates, he's like, please don't take too long. It will feel good, but if you help us, there'll be more chances for hot water, I promise. But Amengald is waiting for all of us, so you may continue. Is there anything you'd like to do, or just...
Well, Amengald, when he says Amengald is waiting, I just kind of scoff. And
Okay.
I just go, then he will wait. and then I just walk off into my chamber.
Okay.
And I get undressed, and I come out with, like, I don't know, I'm butt naked. Whatever. Yeah, just all of us just swinging about, doing the thing.
See, it's nice.
We get in the water, I get in the water, and I just go up against the far wall, and I just put my back against the cold stone.
the water's really warm.
cold stone,
Piping hot.
warm water, and I just
Yeah.
put my back on the cold stone, and I just
Feels great.
sit there, and I start to kind of go, like, I just shut you see the white of my eyes disappear, and I just kind of just sit there and relax a little bit.
All right, we'll
You know,
bounce back to you.
And I kind of take my time.
Yeah.
What are they going to do?
You're not,
drag me
you're not
from
in a
this
hurry.
water?
I guess
No.
we'll find out.
Yeah.
All right, back to you three.
Start draining the pool.
So at this point,
We'll see.
you're hearing the hustle bustle outside. A little bit more time has passed as you've been searching. Minket's tried and maybe modified her little gambus a little bit. I assume you're wearing it, not just toting it around, right?
Yeah, put it on.
Perhaps we should try to find where they're taken to.
Yeah, we could do that, but if they were forced into wherever they were at by guards, then the likelihood of us getting caught is very high as well.
Yes, I suppose, but it won't be much of a life out here if it's just us three.
Ain't much of a life if they're telling us what we have to do anyway.
You just want to get out of the town?
Well, they're gonna have to give me a damn good reason to stay.
Do you have a better plan?
Well, always have a better plan. I can fly.
It's true.
They'll probably shoot you down.
I don't think they would do that.
There were a lot of them, and we're probably on a wanted list now.
Perhaps. Perhaps.
I don't know. It's pretty cozy in here. Got candles. Open up shop.
The rest of your campaign is just like keeping track of like expenses and outbound invoices. And, yeah, exactly.
Do I, in the little bit that we've traveled around the city,
Yes.
did I see the bathworks or the place where we can?
The apiary?
No, is that the bath where the baths are?
Yes.
Public baths are also the apiary.
No, they're not in public baths.
Where he is.
Yeah,
Oh, he's not a public bath.
they're not like private stalls or whatever. Or,
Oh, okay.
built-in
Not that he
showrooms or anything.
brought him to like the one.
It's all
public
it's all part of
baths.
the apiary. It's all part of the
Okay,
garrison.
gotcha.
So,
Gotcha.
yeah, no, you haven't seen it. It's on a lower level. From
Okay.
You had heard it mentioned.
Never mind
That's
that.
all.
I think we should try to find them.
Okay. Let's do it.
Well, I think it's a better idea than waiting around just to get caught.
There's no life here.
Kids' candle dreams are just.
Candles.
Is there any way we can disguise ourselves?
Whoa. Did you
I have
guys-
these rags.
Good man.
I was going to say, did you find anything in the covers when you were...
Did we find anything in the cupboards? There was that old.
She's wearing a gambeson over her dress now.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
so she looks a little different.
Except for the
Mushroom
distinctive
hat?
mushroom
I'll
hat.
take the rug that I put over it wasn't a rug. It was a
It's like a curtain, like a
curtain.
dividing curtain.
I'll take the curtain down up from the window and do the best I can to like make it into a shawl for myself.
Okay. We're gonna go ahead and give you a cloak. It's just gonna be a crappy cloak.
Super crappy cloak.
So it won't provide any warmth, but it does provide concealment.
Okay.
Oh, these are not weapons.
Hilarious.
I can just write
on.
cloak.
Yeah,
I can just write
if you want to.
cloak.
Just cloak, no warmth.
Cloak.
Everyone was like, how'd the Grinch get
Cloak
here?
slash.
You know, because he's running around in a cloak and he's in Whoville and a mask.
Curtain.
Does mother know you wear drapes?
Does mother know you wear drapes?
No.
That's Shakespeare in the Park. That's completely different from the Grinch. Come on now.
No one.
It's the crossover, the city beads.
Do I see anything that I can conceal Val with, or disguise Val?
Say, I've got wings. I'm a little...
Yeah, you
hard
guys
not to
you guys have
notice.
picked the place over pretty clean at this point, I'll
Yeah,
say.
No, that's totally fair.
So no, nothing to
Okay.
conceal wings.
Tries.
I don't know what else you guys have on you
then
as
I'll
far as
take-
clothing goes, but
Val, can I make your face look a little different?
How do you
So
propose to
bad.
do that?
I'll like hold a candle in some of my rags, I guess, and try to like make some like
maybe
ashy substance that I
some
can like.
soot from your
Yeah.
lantern or something like that, or some of the lanterns around.
So
That's
I'll
fair.
gesture to that.
Okay.
Or- Wonder if I should let Minky do it. I guess I'll do it because I'm
Early forms of
Minky, do you
makeup.
Want to do it?
Sure.
I'm not very stylish.
Well, I'm pretty sure Minka was.
And I will watch Val's talons to make sure she doesn't grab Minky while Minky's doing it.
All right, so you're gonna like spread
Yeah.
some soot and stuff on her
Like,
face.
jumping
So
up and
long as nothing phallic-like shows up on my face.
penis.
Is that what you're doing?
Oh gosh.
This is why you have to be careful what you say out loud.
It's like just on your forehead and then just some
Okay, let's have you
all over
roll.
your face.
Let's have you roll dexterity real quick. See how anatomically correct these are. So 2. All right. So
very short.
it's just like a giant like phallic symbol. Like, so like it's big enough that you can't really tell exactly what it is, but you know, there's stuff going on there.
I'm like kind of confused.
It's big enough that you don't realize what she's doing.
Yeah, what it is exactly. That's quite what I had. Never mind.
It's not your
It'll
best
work.
work.
I'm sure it'll work.
You know what? Just to be on the safe side, I take my hands and just smear it around my face.
Nice. It's a lot less obvious.
I'm being corrushed.
Now, now, and your face is just kind of like a little bit darker than it was, but it blends a little bit, but it kind of looks
It's
like
not gonna change
it looks like you're sooty, not like you have a different skin tone.
Yeah, for sure. She must be a chimney sweeper.
Oh yeah,
Face
that's how you
planted.
like.
Yep.
It's a great profession.
All right. So do you guys want to head out?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Front door or back door?
Probably
Back
out the
door,
Yeah, probably
yeah.
out the back,
Back
door,
door.
again.
All right. So you head to the back door, unbolt it, and I assume just leave it. Yeah, there's no way for you
close
to
it
bolt it
behind us.
again.
We can't
You
bolt it.
close
We'll
it, but
close
you
it
can't
behind
bolt
us.
it. Yep.
Yeah.
That would take some advanced role
We don't care about that much.
I
We did steal his stuff, so obviously we don't care very much.
Yeah. All right. So now we're going to bounce to. Who are we going to bounce to? Havelock again, real quick.
Yeah.
Are you still chilling? In the
No,
back?
I've gotten out by now.
Okay.
I've kind of, gone underneath. I've come up. I can
Alright.
see the guards are kind of getting
We're all
a little
very
like,
They get a little
dude,
impatient.
come on, man.
At
Like,
one point, one of
sleep.
them kind of taps his spear,
Like, ting ting.
but it's around the same time you're getting up anyway. He kind of relents. Like, all right.
Just kind of like, all right. I get out. I go get dressed.
You
I
start
come
to
out
head
in
back.
my dreads, or my dreads, in my duds.
Your duds.
My duds. And they guide me to Amangald, who's waiting for me.
Yes, but first we're going to bounce to Courtney because they have a short conversation before you.
Courtney!
you
In the
can
meantime, I'm going to take this out.
Hennick.
No, I'm not getting
Hennick.
massages, but...
Hennick.
And mud
Thank you.
baths. I don't know. I don't know what stone can like.
But it was basically relaxing, but I haven't been able to relax like that
Yeah, it was probably a mud bath.
as a character, both in real life and...
So we're taking a break here at Drinking Laurels. Brendan is a great DM, and before he comes back, he's also very short.
What?
You can hear this. Brendan is not as tall as you think he is. 4'3".
Kidding me? You're 4'3".
Okay.
So we're
And
bouncing.
like taller than
We're bouncing back to you real quick.
Dreams of
like-
mortals, we're back. Sit down.
I'm
I don't know what's going
kid.
on. The hijinks are getting worse. All right. So we'll move through it fairly quick.
Okay.
But Amangald asks you a little bit about your Dwemer abilities, how long you've been a Dwemer, and how confident you are. And then he starts to get into more, so you can answer that if you'd like or not.
Like answer right. Like
Sure.
if I
So-
answer him or if I say
Yeah,
it out
so
loud. Okay.
I'll just
Alright,
ask
okay.
as Amangald. That'll be
Alright.
easier. Sorry, I'm
Alright.
trying to push through it. But how long have you been Dwemer? How long have you had control of your abilities, approximately?
I've been a drummer my whole life, but I've been studying it for about 20 years.
All right. Do you?
Oh, a little less than 20 years. Quite a bit less.
So not an
15.
adept, still perhaps a novice.
I have had a lot of teachers.
All right, that's good. Specific rituals you know, and you don't have to answer out loud if you want. It can be an insight thing.
Okay.
So, so he knows. It's just a question of whether she wants to answer or
Yeah,
not.
yeah, no, she'll answer
Okay.
them.
He goes, interesting. All right.
Lockpicking.
Well, that will be helpful. And then as you're talking, he kind of looks up and he sees Havelock coming in, and he goes, "Did you have a good night's rest then, eh? You look well rested. Well, come. We have questions for you as well. But first, now that you're hopefully completely sober, do you have any questions for me?"
No.
All right.
Nary one.
No.
Nary one.
Nary one.
Nary
Nary
one question.
any. Not
There's one in
anything.
there. You sure?
Nothing.
Okay.
What?
No,
I don't.
nothing that strays from what I asked yesterday, which wasn't much.
So he kind of fills in a little bit of the details too that he had given Celestia about there being an upper town and a lower town,
Yeah.
and the indentured people working in the lower town, and the criminals and all that. And then bouncing back to the hunter, you and Galal at this point are headed back to the apiary at this point. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, the garrison. I'll just call it the
Yeah,
garrison.
yeah.
So you head back inside, and they lead you into the same main hall. You see Celestia and Havelock. They are talking with Amangald as well. He gestures to Galal for a moment. He says, "Can I steal a moment of the hunter's time?" Galal nods. He says, I'm off to find Gib, actually. So, you come over, and he also kind of fills you in the same details. So, just find the three of you together. Bouncing back to you guys. What are you doing? You walk out onto the main street, and the hustle and bustle that's going on.
We don't know where the stronghold of the Prex is yet, correct?
No, not specifically anyway.
All right.
This is super rare.
I have an idea, but I wanted to see if my companions want to do anything in particular to find it.
What do we see?
I will walk up to a person that looks... If there's any Merling, I'll choose a Merling.
Okay.
Otherwise,
Yeah.
whoever looks the friendliest and
You
least
see-
scary to me.
You see like a little older Merling woman
Okay.
pushing along a cart that's got some cranberries in it.
Okay. I'll walk up to her in my very dirty cloak and...
She goes, oh, what do you want?
We are new here and had some questions for the Prex. Where is their main place?
Oh, the apiary, is that what you're asking about?
Probably.
Well, that's where they all live. Why would you want to go there?
I think a relative of mine might have offended one of them. He stepped on his toes, and they might have put him in prison.
Well, that's not where prison is. Prison is down below us.
Oh, Undertown.
Yes.
I'm gonna not go there because that would really make things complicated for the
You can try if you'd like. This is a wild goose case. You guys are on a different continent. She's running a candy store.
The hunter's like, the prince lead to prison. Why would they go there?
It's inexplicable.
Next campaign.
What are the directions to both of those?
Well, Undertown's pretty simple. You just keep going down and then you'll find it, but they won't just let you in there. You have to get on the elevator.
So your elevator is the only way?
Yeah. Unless you want to jump. But I don't recommend that.
No, I don't like that either. And to the apiary?
Well, it's also down. You're Bright Eyes, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, I think if you stay on the main road, this is the main road, you can tell which way is up and down, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So it spirals down, you see? And if you just keep walking in that direction, there'll be no way you can't see it. It's just a little past first night, alright?
Oh, near Lady Anya's? Oh, alright. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoy whatever you're doing today.
You want any cranberries?
Let's be
Sure.
for real.
Alright.
Get the fiend
I can
cranberries.
give you
Ketchup.
I can give you a small bushel of them for 1 coin. You got that.
Sure.
Lightens
sounds
my load
nice.
on the way down to the market, so don't
Do what?
mind. I said it lightens my load on the way to the market, so don't mind
course.
it. Well, why, thank you. You're kind. Here you go, and she gives you a good size, probably like a week's worth of cranberries.
Nice.
Unless you really want to go to town on it. So
Good.
she goes, it's great for clearing a urinary
They were
infection.
crazy.
I'm sure I'll give it to someone who has a urinary infection.
You do that, honey. And then she kind of walks on her way.
Wait, she walks her way? This wasn't like some kind of stand where she's
She
like,
was bringing
No, no,
her
she's
stuff
bringing
to the
there.
stand.
No, it's it's a nice size garden.
Like
She was
the,
going to
like
her
the
stand.
cabbage merchant, but cranberries.
So, it looks like, and I probably look really tired. It looks like, because I didn't sleep much.
Actually, I'm gonna give you. That's a lot of cranberries. I'm gonna give you another one of these.
It looks like they could be in Undertown. They might already be servants working in the mines. Or maybe they're at the apiary, which is on the way to Undertown, so maybe we should check that first.
That sounds good.
Okay.
All right, so you guys want to head down, I guess?
I will lead
Making
the way.
your way downtown.
Wow.
He's in the front this time.
I mean, nobody else knows where to go. And not that any of us know, do.
Can I reach up and grab your hand and I'll just walk with you?
Okay. I will hold her hand. She can probably feel like I'm shaking some as I walk. Looking around.
Looking around. All right, you guys trying to be like socially stealthy at all, or
Not really. I mean, I'm trying to
Don't have
blend
a good
in
concept
to the
of
best
it.
of my 3 charisma blending in.
you'd rather not risk the dice roll?
No, I'll roll a dice roll. Basically, I'm just trying to look like
All right,
I'm
cool. We'll bounce back
on
to you
my
guys.
way down.
All right. So, Amengald and the 3 of you are kind of sitting there, and he's kind of finished giving you the quick briefing on what's going on and why he needs a group. So he's asked you the same question that you and Havelock the same question. Like, do you feel your group can work well enough together to accomplish a task? And you won't just fragment immediately? I know I say this while half of your group is missing, but it was interesting circumstances, I suppose.
I'm sure if we can find them, 2 of them, maybe.
So, there's some concerns for you then, human, is that correct?
They're all good people. One of them is a harpy.
You're sitting at the table, Celestia, while he says this.
I'm just nodding.
He
Yeah.
understands what I mean.
She may
All right,
need a little
so
bit more convincing.
not this harpy then. I see. Well, it's all right. 3's, they say 3's a crowd. I suppose we need just a little bit more than a crowd.
Well, here's the thing, Amengald. I am also a hunter. My
Yes,
profession is such, I provide for my people.
that's what I try to do as well. Just I try to provide safety so that they can make food, they can live off what we have here.
Fair enough. One of them is a free spirit. Would you let her go if she asked?
I could. I suppose if it would help your group out, I could ask that her debt be lightened. We'd have to still. We'd have to run it through the books, but I could see what I could do.
If she had debt, if that were the case, I would take it on myself.
You would do
Because
that.
I know what it is to not want the responsibility that was given unasked.
That hits deeper than you know. Well said, human. And that's a generous offer to take on someone else's debt.
Well, you know, alcohol says a lot about the person.
Well, I'm not sure how to process that, but I guess I can say that you've used alcohol both as a crutch and a weapon, so you would know more than I would.
Think about this, Stuart.
I will. Yes. And it's a serious thing that you're offering, though. You understand that?
Yes, I do.
All right. Fair enough. And then he sees Galal come back into the room. He says, any news, Galal? And Galal nods. He says, I think we found them. Back to you guys.
Awesome.
Go ahead and roll
Why not?
perception for me as you're walking down the street.
All of us are.
Nat 1.
Wow.
Yeah, everybody.
5.
5.
18. All right,
Okay.
Mink it.
Mink gets the most
Good
aware
stuff going for you.
at the moment.
All right, so you're walking down the street.
I think it's hand.
And you notice like a pair of guards up ahead of you, like a good ways. And Shakte's just like, looking
So
around, but like
freaked out he
every
doesn't see
face,
anything.
like his head is dancing around. It's like clear his eyes aren't even focusing on anything. He's fight or
Like,
flight.
oh man, you just do drugs?
And Val's-
Like, you need drugs? Like,
Yeah.
what's happening?
I do need drugs.
Val's kind of in the back, like a little bit of tunnel vision. She's just not trying. She's trying not to make eye contact with people. You get enough like people being like when you make eye contact anyway. And
Minka's just like,
you're particularly not interested. But Mink gets looking around. Still wearing your hat, I assume. Yeah. So she's just looking around, taking it all in.
Still wearing the red hat.
Yeah. This is. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this is a new experience for you.
Oh yeah, totally.
And there's just a lot going on. A lot of simulation all around. People talking, chatting, noise, and animals, and food everywhere.
Hyperactive.
So there's a lot going on, but she's taking in everything, and she notices a group of like 2 or 3 guards up a good ways ahead, a couple hundred yards down the road, and they see you and kind of duck back. And then you look behind, and you see that there's a group quite a ways in the distance, and they kind of also like, they don't duck out of sight, but they like slow their pace when they notice your head turn around, and kind of, like talk to somebody on the side or whatever. And you're noticing that there's almost like a bubble around you of guards, like, like 200 yards off, just kind of constantly as you're moving down through the city.
I think we're being watched.
What? By what?
Bunch of guards.
I don't see them.
He's literally only looking at people who are like 5 feet away.
he's like, yeah, I don't see the guards.
My cowl over my eyes. Yes.
That's funny.
Now
Okay.
you do. Now you do see some off in the distance.
Oh dear. Maybe they're just out for the morning stroll.
Yeah, maybe we could pick up pace. Just try
Okay.
to get to the
I'll match
place.
pace with Minkit.
All right. So the bubble continues. Like anytime you get close to a group of guards, they kind of like get out of the way or pretend like they don't see you.
Okay.
Like look away. They're trying not to make contact with you. That starts to become apparent.
Okay.
But you make it
I eat a couple cranberries.
nice. you make it past Lady Anya's, and you're headed towards the. You can actually see what looks to be perhaps the apiary building. You can
Okay.
see the banners hanging down kind of across the way from you now. So you've got about half of the cavern's circumference to traverse, and then you'll be there.
Okay.
I'm gonna bounce back to you 3. So Galal comes back in and he says, "It appears they're walking right towards us." One of my men spotted the little one, the Fae's hat, across the chasm. In fact, I've ordered my men not to engage, but it's proving difficult. What do you suggest we do? And he kind of turns to the 3 of you. Would you like to go speak with them?
Yeah.
You'll have to go out under escort. I apologize, but
Sorry.
we don't know how they'll react.
Do not come close. Let me go first. And if one flies, let her go. I've already taken her burden.
Amangald looks over at Galal, who's kind of like, "You sure?" To Amangald, and he says, "Yes, he's, human. Do you swear that you will take on her debt? This is a binding agreement you are making. You understand that?"
I am a hunter. It is what I do, and it's the only way I can pay back. You have me without weapon, and in a land I do not know. How far do you think I will make it?
All right. And he, Gib! Put him down for the Harpy's debt. Yes, I believe her name was Val. That's correct. All right, you have my word. We'll pass it. I can't guarantee it will spread quickly enough, though. You understand this is a large operation. She would have a long way to go, and we don't know if she would fly up or down. But I'll send runners.
Okay.
So you see some people leave, like younger Merlings, a couple Harpies, and some humans, and like one Fae kind of scuttles out as well. They're very lightly armed, maybe carrying a pistol and a knife, perhaps, and wearing the colors very obviously, and they kind of run off in different directions out the building.
And then I tell him, let me fly. Sooner I can get to them, sooner I can keep her from flying.
You want harpies to carry you over there?
No, I run.
Oh, I apologize. I have to think about multiple means of locomotion in my position.
I am human, I do not have wings.
I've heard stranger requests. You wouldn't be surprised. Yes. Galal will keep pace with you. No concerns about that. Well, let's go. And kind of all three of you go out the front doors.
No, the second
escorted.
he says go, I'm gone.
Okay. You start running.
Yep.
All right. As soon as you get to the street, because they have to open up doors and stuff on the way out there, but they're obviously moving with some haste. Mm-hmm. And you start running. Let's go ahead and have you just do a dexterity check real quick. Make sure hijinks.
Okay.
Okay. 23.
Thank you, Ben.
He's got that experience.
Yeah. He is
All
the
right.
master.
So you start running hard. You're unencumbered and you're legging it, but pretty quickly you see Galal is flying kind of alongside you, like level with you. And he looks over and just nods real quick, and you're running up. He says, they were spotted up above us. Just keep moving up." So at the same time, you guys see the hunter legging it, and next to him is a well-armed harpy you've seen before.
Does it look like the harpy is chasing him, or does the harpy is...
No, he's keeping pace.
Okay.
And he kind of like as soon as he sees you coming, he kind of puts the brakes on, shoots his wings out to the side, and then his talons scrape down onto the cobblestone.
Okay.
And as he appears, like the people who are around you kind of separate, and you become much more aware of exactly how many guards there are in the vicinity. But they've got their weapons lowered, and you do see like a runner kind of run past you with their colors.
Okay.
And you can also see a couple flying across with the colors, and they also have like these large like white capes that they're wearing, or sashes around their waists. There's a couple of the harpy flyers or runners fly across the cavern to other locations. And you run up to them. In the meantime, you guys are, I think, kind of falling behind, maybe slower at this point, with some of the other guards and the
yeah, if I was going up there, I'd probably, as soon as Galal takes flight, I'll take flight too.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
And I'm just like sitting
It'd
there.
be
Like,
nice to
Maybe
stretch
you're
my wings.
keeping pace with Amangald, who's moving up a little slower with some of his other guards.
Are you just sitting at the main
You could also just sit down if you want.
I mean, I'm just like let them take care of it. Like, I'm
Okay.
slow. I'm not stealthy. I'm
All right, so you're
fast.
coming with because it's kind of obvious that they want you to come with,
Yeah.
but you're moving at a slower pace. All right, so you go ahead and you fly up kind of behind Galal, and when you do, like some of the guards immediately like raise their weapons a little bit, and Amangald lowers it, indicates that they're to lower them. All right, so you guys see the hunter kind of come running up.
I run up to the hunter and
Celestia
throw my
behind
arms
him.
around him. I was so worried, Strider. Oh, I was so afraid.
I'm kind of, pulling him off and then pick him up. I pick you up as in little kid, and then you can kind of hug my neck.
He's a chunky
Still
little,
kind of look around.
he's a chunky little kid, and he's also got a rifle on him. That's
A big long rifle.
and
That's just as
two
tall as he
sizable bags of cranberries.
Maybe I should roll for.
is. Cranberries, a rifle.
Yeah, you
and
can roll for
underwear.
strength if you want.
That's it.
See if you drop me. You drop me.
All right.
I'll just
So-
dropping you.
It's like it's meant to be like a kind gesture, but he doesn't really know how to react to it, and you start to tip over backwards, like, oh god, and then you both fall on the ground.
Cranberries.
I'll go pick up the cranberries.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Galal is hanging back a little bit, but Celestia, you're moving up to them
Yeah.
at this point.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, are you alright?
Yes, I am fine. Good
Guards.
bit of force you have.
Oh, thank you, I guess. Did you finish your bottle?
No, they took it from me.
Oh, criminals.
So, You two to stay safe, you must come with me.
Okay. Where are we going?
And stay with me.
Okay.
Okay? Little one?
Okay.
Okay.
Val,
Cranberries.
you're observing all of this.
Yeah.
You see talons.
Yeah, Celestia's there.
Val, I see you kept them safe.
I do
But
like
here's
this.
the deal. I know that you are a free spirit. And if given the chance, you have the chance to go. You may fly.
Why would you say that?
Because at one point I wanted to wander myself. It is not what I want now.
Fair enough. How did this come about that I can go as I will, if you will?
I have taken your debt. And it is paid.
Well, why would you do that? You owe me nothing.
It is part of my redemption.
Well, it is not in my nature to allow others to incur debts on my behalf.
This is up to you.
The guards they're still keeping their distance, but you can see Goel's kind of got his crossbow like not loaded or anything, and he's just resting his hands on it as it kind of sits at his waistline.
You, Harpy, can I talk to you?
Yes, of course.
What debt is our hunter friend speaking about?
Would you be objectionable to being able to keep your weapons on you for the time being, and we can discuss this inside?
Well, I am curious as to why you feel we are indebted to you at all, seeing as how you are the ones that have taken us from the streets. Or from the wasteland, rather.
It's complicated, but do recall you came here of your own free will.
I kind of
Hardly! You
I
were
kinda
told us
nudged-
to disarm and come
I
with
nudged
you.
you.
We didn't give them much of a choice.
I nudge you. Might makes right.
I-
It may be best
I don't-
It may be best to run to save us all.
Maybe. However, why do we owe them anything when we shouldn't even be here in the first place? It was not us who decided to come here.
Galal looks a little lost for words, but you see Amengald coming up with Havelock nearby him. And he says, you probably want to talk to me, Harpy, about that, if you have questions. I don't believe we've been introduced yet. I'm Amengald.
You are human.
Stonkin.
Stonekin.
Yes.
Sorry, Stonekin. You were Stonekin.
You noticed.
Yeah. I'm not quite human.
Yes, I am a Stonekin.
Well, how is it that you come to take the faith of these people so seriously?
They entrusted me with their safety, and that is a serious charge, is it not?
Well, I would imagine so, but at the same time, how did you come about this position? Did you finally pay your debt in full?
I never had a debt to pay.
Then why do we?
You were sentenced for crimes in the Bright Vale, yes?
Potentially.
You admitted to as much.
Yes, I did.
Thievery, I believe.
In a manner.
I am no thief. I've done regrettable things in my life, but I've done them in the cause of duty.
So have I.
Thieving in the cause of duty.
Absolutely.
Duty to who?
To me and mine.
Ah. Understood. Well, the human's not lying. You have free passage to go, and he pulls out like a white sash and holds it. But I would suggest you take this if you plan on flying anywhere. But if you would... He sizes you up for a moment. If you would like a new start, Harpy, this is not the worst place to make one.
So long as I am free to make my own decisions, then yes, potentially I will take you up on that.
Your debt has been paid.
All right.
Just don't fly unless you're wearing this sash. Trust me on that.
Fair enough.
Can none of the harpies fly? Or just us?
It is discouraged. And it's to be used with caution. You need a pass. And he kind of holds up the fabric again.
Anywhere above the pit?
No, only within the confines of the pit.
Interesting.
You didn't fly across it, at least. Well, is it a deal? You take this, you're free to go if you wish, at any time. You may be questioned, but we'll provide paperwork for such occasion. But I can promise you, you will not be shot on sight.
Alright. It's good enough for now.
All right. So he walks forward.
I
and
walk up and take it.
pulls it.
Oh, are you gonna take it?
No,
I thought he was
won't
just.
take
I thought he was just gonna not take it. We might want that later.
All right, so you take it.
Yeah.
No, I'll give it to her. I thought you were gonna take it.
Oh, I-
We might want that.
I'll take it.
Okay,
Yeah.
so just write down embroidered white sash. You could maybe put in parentheses like Prex or something like that. Hopefully I'll remember all that.
Alright.
Don't want to get shot out of the sky on accident.
Yeah, that would kind of suck a little bit.
And then you see Galal sigh a little, and he turns around and starts walking back. He's like, oh, "Well, it's been a fun night and a morning." Emmengold nods. Indeed. Now, can we all go back inside and discuss what's to come next? You may keep your arms. He gestures to the three of you, and he looks at your cloak. Is that sanitary? Where did you find that?
It's a curtain.
All right. Do you have any particular attachment to it?
No, you can have it if you want it.
All right.
I'll take it off and hand it over to him.
And he kind of like just holds it really gingerly,
Like,
and he like hands it to some guard. It's obvious it doesn't smell very
He's
good.
the equivalent to the king of this city. the steward.
I understand. I mean, I understand.
No, he's not wearing a crown.
You know? All right.
Cross off my cloak curtain. No
It
more.
served you well. Well, not really.
It did not accomplish its purpose.
Did you get a card for that?
No,
No.
I didn't.
Okay.
I just
Which
wrote
worked out well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that worked out well.
And one of the guards just kind of takes it off, and you never see it again. Probably.
Level 20 shows up.
Yeah, exactly.
Rug smothering.
I am straight up not going to remember that.
Unless you re-listen to the audio, because it's there. Brendan.
True, it could
It
happen.
turns into a
Could
magic carpet.
Maybe at some point I'll get into like Easter egg land, but we're not there. It's session 5.
No.
All right, so you all walk back inside, but you three are allowed to keep your weapons for the time being. You notice that the others don't have their weapons
Yeah.
on them.
And I make my way behind you guys and kind of just like stand
Okay.
there.
So you walk back through the same set of security chambers that you were in, and back into that main mess hall. And Emmengold sighs, sits down. He says, "Somebody get me Gib, please. I want him to be present." A runner goes off and finds him. You see that Galal stays kind of with him again. They sit down in the 3 chairs and gesture to the benches and a couple chairs that have been pulled up for everyone to sit. Sit, please, and if you need food or drink, let me know and we'll make sure you're taken care of. Anyone? Food, drink?
Oh, yes. I will take drink
One.
and food.
And you see like a steward kind of standing behind him who runs off after a minute.
I will say, I'll catch the steward as he's going by and say, "The Merlin likes seaweed."
He goes, "I don't think I have any. I'm sorry. Would fish be all right?"
Fish smaller than him.
Well, yes, obviously. He looks confused and runs off.
It's the way of the sea.
You hear in the other room, "Does anyone have any fish?
No,
Kippers! Kippers! Do we have kippers still?" Someone's like, "Yeah, but they stink." That's all you hear.
I mean, honestly, you'd probably like him just fine.
Yeah, you would.
okay.
Emmengold Shakes his head a little. Well, that was, I'll give you all credit. That was more trouble than I was expecting, to be honest. But I'm glad you're all here now, and we can get down to the real business.
If you think that is trouble, imagine what we can do for you.
Gib walks in and goes, I shudder to think. He also looks over at you again. Oh, she's back.
I'm glad you didn't fly away. Shocked not so much, but me.
Yes. Galal, this whole time, Galal has a little bit of a bemused smile on his face, just a tad. Hemingwald puts his hands down on the table. All right, now, your friends, he gestures to the three of you, will have to fill you in on some of the particulars of how Khalidi Flu works and the society and culture here.
Khalidi Flu?
Yes, the pit, if you will. Not my favorite name for it, but many people call it. Its ancient name is Khalidi Flu. And in official proceedings, that's how it's referred to as.
Well, I'm curious. Now, my character has very intricate compilations of the outer world. Now, I'm wondering how much that would include into geography, and well, the pit sounds like a volcano.
I mean, you're sitting around some people who you can ask questions, of course, if you want to.
No, okay. So,
But if you want to do an insight roll,
yes,
for geography,
yes.
go ahead.
Yeah.
So that'll be your intellect.
Not real. Okay, that is 19.
19 total.
That was easy math right there. 9 and 10.
You're like, how do you carry the? Yep, I feel you. So your insight would be that this is not a typical formation, and not like things you've seen in the Bright Vale either. Yeah, the only thing you can think of is maybe a volcano crater or caldera or something similar.
Of which that I would say, how long until the town name was it?
Khalidi Flu.
Khalidi Flu
You can just call it the pit if you want. That's fine.
becomes fire.
Well, assuming you're not talking about the ovens, it's very dormant. I can assure you, nothing but steam. And we think it's from a vent. It's not a volcano. It's a sinkhole. If that's what you're asking.
Right.
Okay.
Well, that's perhaps a tale for another time. Gib could tell you all about that if time permits at some point. It's
Yes, I'd
a
like
bit of a specialty of his. Gib nods. He's like, yes. I like geography. I like all the sciences, in fact. But, Ermengarde speaks again. On to the business at hand. Now, each has to speak for themselves, but I will refer to you as a group as well, or a party if you prefer. You seem to have come together, which is rare to see among exiles. They tend to be distrustful and rarely have knowledge of each other beforehand. But you're also fresh arrivals, and you have some talented members among your group, and we'll leave it at that for now. The rest of you, it seems, have some aptitude in combat, and at least can keep your head on a swivel to watch the others' backs, I assume. Now, I need to explain that you all, save you, Harpy, have debts. And these debts are because we've provided you with supplies, we've provided you with a start within the city, and we expect that to be paid back. Now, there is work that can be done here in Hightown. We do not charge interest. We do not call the debt at a specific time, but know that if your debt gets high enough, then you will be forced to work in the Undercity, which is where the indentured people, we'll just refer to them as debtors. Where the debtors work to pay off their debts. You'll be able to learn more if you wish to later but suffice to say that aside from this harpy, you are not free to go at this moment. Now, I am willing to wipe those debts clean, completely, assuming you do not waste your time in gambling or drink or women or goods, whatever it is that meets your fancy. I'm willing to wipe that debt away up to, say, a sum of 10 stone. If you do something for me. There's a man, well, a harpy, in the Undercity. His name, well, he goes by Quill. His actual name is not important. No one uses it anymore.
First name Peter.
Just Quill. And he gestures to one of the harpies, like a pen. Or the stem of a feather. I apologize if I'm not using the correct term. Now, this man has killed many people. He is a serial murderer. He lives in Undertown, and he has killed some of my men when given the opportunity, but he also kills others. I can't say innocent. Those are all debtors, but they are not deserving of death. Certainly not by his hand. Certainly not without a trial and the process of bookkeeping and counting their debt. Now, I am not asking you to kill this man. That would be a tall task. It has been a tall task for my men. I am asking you to collect information on his whereabouts. There is an area in the Undercity known as the Deep Wells. And it's a network and maze of some natural and some abandoned mine shafts from prior excavations and mining operations. Mining provides a great deal of the income for the city. Now, we believe he is somewhere in the Deep Wells, but he may also operate within the Undercity from time to time. We are also concerned that he has, how can I put it, a cult following him. And you can find these people because they leave harpy feathers that are crimson. They've been dyed. I don't know what substance, and then Galal kind of elbows him and he says, cranberries. Yes, I suppose it's cranberries. They leave these feathers. They perhaps use them as some form of communication. I have scientific experts working to decipher the patterns with these. We don't know if it's a currency or simply the marks of a serial killer. But he's known amongst the people, and if you make it into the Undertown, and it will be under the guise that you are debtors as well, we will provide weapons for you there. I'll arrange that. You have my promise.
I'd like to make an investigation check on cranberries to see. I'm going to ask you where you got those.
You can just ask me if you want.
Well, he's still talking. So.
It's fair.
He sees that you're kind of. He's like, is there something human?
Sharkday, where did you get those cranberries?
I bought them from a friendly Merling lady. She had a cart, and she gave me directions to here, actually.
Okay.
We were going to break you out.
Could you lead me to the last place you saw her?
Well,
Probably.
I'm called interrupts. If it's the woman I'm thinking of, she's an older Merling, and she's above suspicion. We're not concerned about her. Cranberries, it's not something special. You have to understand they grow wild around the city in abundance, and many people collect them. It's perhaps unfortunate that is being used for such nefarious purposes as well.
Quick question, my cranberries, are they dried or actual, like, just
They're fresh cranberries.
Got it.
Yep.
So I could die on my harpy friend's feathers.
Oh, you would not be getting cranberries inside the
Oh, they're not
city.
dried up. They're actually fresh.
And what?
They'd be coming from outside the city.
For sure, yeah. But I was wondering if they were dried cranberries or like fresh.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're fresh.
Yeah.
Wow,
So I can
that's
squeeze
another
one.
hint.
All right, so Amangald says, any other questions from the rest of the party so far, or may I proceed?
Why did he kill people?
Well, that is up for much debate. Perhaps if you meet some of his followers, they will give you one side of the story. Our side of the story is that he is, unfortunately, a madman. Are you familiar with the Holy Mother? No, all right. Not
The
something
Harpies?
that's worshipped in the Bright Veil in any way.
The Holy Mother of the Harpies?
No, not the seers.
Oh. Do we know anything about Holy Mother? Okay, no.
This doesn't sound familiar.
Not the All-Father of the Steppes?
No. Although I
His father
suppose
and mother,
she may have many names, and I think it is the same deity that we worship, or some worship. I do not. Perhaps has a different name in your culture.
Do I know if he's spinning bullshit and not worshipping the Holy Mother?
You can insight check that if you want.
I know. That's a one.
May I ask?
Forget I said anything.
Yes. you're just like. Ah. And he says, yes.
It is nothing.
It looked like something. Did you choke on something? That's all
Ice
right.
cube. Water. Is fine.
All right, I'll move on then.
Is this any association with the dreamer?
Perhaps, yes. I've heard that name used by many bright eyes. It's the Holy Mother, sometimes referred to as the Mother of All, not to be confused with Lady Anya. That's very much internal to Khalidi Flu.
Or else.
Some people think it's a little blasphemous. I think it's hilarious.
Like
But
this guy.
that aside, yes, perhaps the closest equivalent could be the Dreamer.
But not the same.
I don't know.
Alright.
Gib chimes in. He says, yes, I think they occupy the same space in many people's minds. Essentially a creator of the whole world, and a benevolent one at that.
I would like to say, what is this dreamer? I don't know if you would have ever even heard of that.
She would have.
Yeah.
So, kind of what Gib said.
Yeah.
Yep. Just like a creator deity that's benevolent, that kind of watches over people. Amangald continues. But that's the Holy Mother, and the specifics of that are somewhat besides the point. This man, Quill, believes that he is her father.
Oh, well.
Which most believe to be impossible. There's one unique thing about him, and this is how you will know it is him for sure. He is, it seems impossible, but he is a hybrid, or a half-breed, between a human and a harpy. Or so he claims. We believe it could have been some mutation, or gods only know.
Does he have wings?
Yes, but he can't fly with them. He cut them off when he was young. And, but he has human feet, and mostly human features. He has human eyes.
So he wishes to be human. No harpy would clip their wings voluntarily.
Perhaps they would if they were useless.
Little chicken wings.
We don't understand it. But that is who he is. And to our knowledge, he is alive, or at least his followers are. And he has successfully evaded us for quite some time. When we sent individuals, they were never able to attract his attention, nor to get very far within his group. You do understand this is a dangerous operation I'm asking you to go on.
Anything
I
in
am-
the Undertown seems dangerous.
I'm only asking for information that we can act on. I'm not asking you to confront him or try to apprehend him or kill him. I would advise against it.
In that
If
case,
you do meet him,
this is Undertown. Send me first as someone who
No,
has
no,
done
no,
worse.
no. We are not getting separated again.
no, you need to go down all at the same time. The reason for this is that if we trickle people in, he will suspect association with us. It's not common for us to send one or two down at a time. We sentence them in groups to not overload the elevator and for security reasons. I'm sure you can understand.
I do not wish the little ones to experience that kind of hardship.
I've seen some shit. I'm fine.
Those in the Undertown,
Yes.
the debtors, do not have weapons, all of them.
They are not supposed to have weapons, no, but many of them do. It's a constant problem for my men and why we do not frequently go down there.
Will it be obvious if we are given our weapons that we're not debtors?
If you go down there with weapons, it will be quite obvious, but they will be left for you. Arrangements have been made.
And then it won't be too obvious once we have them.
I don't think so. But we also want to attract some small amount of attention, not to paint a target on your heads, but perhaps to spur some interaction with his followers. I realize we're putting you in here with minimal information, but we do have agents who operate clandestinely, as much as you have, or will, I hope. They will contact you once you're there, if you're in need of assistance. And if you choose not to take this on, there are other options for working off your debt.
How much of our debts will be paid off with this mission?
All of it will be wiped clean. And I will be indebted to you, and I will assist you in any way I can in the future.
Just for intel.
Yes. It's precious commodity.
Intel specifically on where he is, primarily?
Yes. I'm not asking you to infiltrate his organization. That will be up to you if you see fit. I would recommend against that. It would be very dangerous. And I'm sure they have means for trying to catch agents. I'm simply asking for some information, and if it is useful to us, if it is good information, then your debts will be wiped clean and we will ask nothing else of you.
And where is Willow in all this?
That's an interesting question. I suppose I can tell you a little. Her sister is an agent of mine. And she was hurt badly. Very badly. And Willow has expressed that she wishes to stay with her sister.
What was she hurt by?
All right.
She was hurt?
I suppose we're having this discussion now. Gib, you speak more eloquently on these matters than I do. Do you mind explaining to them what we can? Gib perks up and he says, yes. You actually know the name
Sparta.
Spada, that is correct. Yes, we refer to it mostly here as the feeder. Spada is the Druze word, perhaps the oldest word used. And it's a... He thinks carefully about his words. It's a creature. It's a creature that has been harassing us for quite some time. They were supposed to be extinct, but for the last, well, for as long as I've been alive, there has been one here, and it does take people in the Outlands sometimes, and there is little we can do to stop it. Unfortunately, this creature cannot be fought with powder weapons or bows or steel. It's not of the sort to be cut through. It is more elemental. It is more like a wind. It is to shoot at it with bullets would simply move out of the way.
It is a shadow of many faces.
Yes. Have you seen this creature?
I have seen it through a vision.
Ah, yes, the Dwemer. Well, I do not envy you. It's horrible to look on. And unfortunately, it is very real, though many people believe it to be just a myth, and we do put some effort into not letting panic spread, I suppose would be the best way to put it. But we feel we are safe here. It does not come to places where many people are.
Why?
Because we don't know. Perhaps because it's not hungry enough. I don't know. It seems impossible to me that such a creature would have anything to fear from us. But maybe it is, you've all heard of the unseen by now, I assume? To some degree? Whisperings of it? Magics surrounding the world? A spirit world, perhaps? Some people believe it to be religion or spiritualism, but it perhaps is repelled by the unseen to some degree, and where there are many people, there is more connection to the unseen. That's the best I can explain it, but science and the unseen are at odds, and I'm a man of science.
How were they stopped in the past? If there's only one now.
I believe they starved. But I don't know beyond that. If we knew how to stop it, we would be trying everything we could.
I have a question.
Yes.
Are you aware that your agent is a traitor?
Excuse me?
The Drew's sister. Are you aware that she's the little rogue? Shooting stonekins in the knee, perhaps.
Interesting.
Yeah, peace.
Well, I can say this with certainty. If she is the same Druce you are thinking of, then she would have had a good reason to do that.
Really? Like feeding the stonekin to this creature that you're speaking of just to save her own hide?
That doesn't sound like her. No, I don't think so. No, she wouldn't do that. He looks a little bit troubled. He's like, oh, I'm too mad. I'm It's like, listen, we absolutely trust her. And that's why we're protecting her sister, all right? And I'll hear no more of this talk of her being a traitor. I don't believe that.
Well, honestly, I'm having a hard time fully trusting you guys if you're condoning her shooting one of my friends in the knee to save her own hide.
I'm saying that perhaps there's more to the story than you understand. That's all I can say. She's not able to talk right now, so we haven't been able to question her.
Willow's sister shot Havelock?
Yes.
Wait a second. Havelock, where'd you go? You should be hearing this.
He's like nodding off a little bit at the table.
He's getting a little bit bored. I think he went to the bathroom.
Yeah, I went to the bathroom.
That's okay. It's bad timing. Listen, let's just drop it for the moment. We'll come back around to it, all right?
He's asleep.
I can tell. And he kind of like looks at you. You're not going to drop it, are you?
Probably not.
All right. Well, at least we understand each other.
Agitated.
Kind of mouths it to him. All right. Yes. So the feeder, it's very dangerous. You understand, and that is part of why we operate the way we do. It's unfortunate, but specific circumstances. And some people believe the feeder to be tied to the Holy Mother in some way. Some bond. Perhaps she banished them originally. There's many superstitious, unscientific things out there. I don't know. I believe it to be a warping of nature. I can't think of it any other way. Now, since I can tell you're not going to drop it, do you have any other questions about this or accusations to make against our agent, the truce?
Well, I'm just mostly curious as to what would make her feel, or what would make you guys feel that her actions were justified.
Of shooting you in the lake they were talking about. Or shooting you.
Willow's sister, potentially.
It seems to me she needed to save herself.
That's what she was advocating
That's
for
what
that.
I said.
All right, listen.
She needed to
Have
save
you-
herself.
Have you ever known someone who you absolutely trust? You know what that feeling is like? Have you had somebody in your life that you would do anything for? Because
you could
even if
possibly
they told
understand.
you to kill them, you would understand that they had reason to do so, and it was important.
Yes, they do.
All right, then perhaps you can understand the position that not just I, but Amangald and Galal, and they don't know it, but the people of the city as well are in. She is above suspicion. Certainly, she's done things that the outside would look questionable, and that is why we do not have direct affiliation with her, and that is why everyone in this room will not speak of this to others. If we get wind of that, then our contract is null and void, and your debt's reset. You understand? Now, to the books. Quickly, formality. All of you need to understand that the base debt is a very small 3 stone. Right, that's 30 coin, for those of you who are unfamiliar with our system. And that is for rendering assistance, it is for getting you on your feet, and it is, I hate to use the word, but it's the closest thing to taxes that the city has. It is the way you show gratitude for us not turning you away when you come to us. And for all we know, you're all murderers, or thieves, or con men, or worse. Now, Lady Anya's, very, very simple. It is a chance for us to find out who you are and what you are. And some of you, and he narrows his eyes at the hunter, showed a bit of temper, we'll say. Others showed some defiance. We've got quite a batch here, but did believe that all of you could potentially work together, and these skills would not go awry in Undertown. Now, you clear? And that is a debt of 3 stone or 30 coins. And now that will be wiped clean. Now, for you, Hunter, it is 60, because you have taken on her debt. All right, good. He writes some things. No objections. That is how it is.
I would add to my own debt for the little ones if they choose not to go.
He leans in. Now you understand, if you exceed 10 stone or 100 coins of debt, then you have to serve your time either in the ovens or in Undertown. That is the threshold. That is our way.
I'm going there anyway, aren't I?
Do you wish to give him your debt?
No.
That's up to you. I'm
It's
giving
quite
you
an
a
offer
out.
to reject.
It feels good to have a purpose.
I've never heard somebody talk about debt that way before, but that is a very, very optimistic view.
You can have my debt, Strider, and I will take on a different debt for an alchemist's kit.
Wait, this is too confusing. Listen, if you,
We might see.
it's like he's like looking at his numbers and like crossing things off. He's like, no, that doesn't add up at all. I don't have any calculations for this. I don't even know what an alchemist kit costs. A 5 coin, 1 stone. I can't do that. I'm sorry. What we can do is we can supply you with some additional coin that you will not be. You could use to, I suppose, supply yourselves with additional things you may need. There are shops here, and then we can make sure that those items are sent down with you if they are inconspicuous enough, or they can be part of the drop for the weapons. Is that acceptable?
All right.
You're an alchemist.
Yes.
Interesting. I did not pick up on that when we first met.
Sure, an alchemist.
Drug dealer.
I like to call him these days.
All right.
eh?
Do you have something to write on? No, I'll write it for you. Never mind. He gets a little piece of paper and he writes he just writes Katabo's Visions of Paradise on it, and
Interesting.
then underlines it and says, "Let me make sure I got this right."
Do I see him write this?
No, he'll hand it to you in a second.
Oh, okay.
He's just writing on it, and he said, and then underneath writes Trinket Alley, and hands
Okay.
that over to you. So if you want to write
Trinket
that
Alley.
down, yep.
Um,
Old Katabos.
I'll let Strider take my debt if Strider's offering to take it.
Yes, you want to do that? All right, good. But we'll leave the alchemy kit out of it. That's God. He just kind of like writes it down, and he goes, "That puts you at 90. That's awfully close to the threshold." But yes, we would allow you to at least try to pay off your debt. You may have. He glances over at Amangald. Amangald says, "We'll see how they do. What information they provide us. I'm willing to wipe that as well."
We will all collectively wipe off Strider's debt, though, if we accomplish your task.
Yes. Yes, if Amangald seems acceptable to him.
But you're
This
going to
is-
still come with us.
Of course.
This is why we don't send 6 down at once. He like, writes some notes on his thing.
We work too well
And you
together.
see him, he like pulls up like a little abacus and like moves some things down. He goes, "Well, it adds up." All right. So back to you, Amangald, I suppose. He says, "All right, you understand at least the basic concept of your mission. Galal will fill in any other questions or details you need. It is just to gather information about Quill and perhaps the red feathers that follow him."
How many followers does he seem to have?
That would be excellent information for us to have if you can discover that.
Okay.
We know it is more than 10, and that is about where our knowledge ends.
Would it be wise of us to go down there and act as we don't have any information?
Yes, and to some degree that's why you will be drip-fed information, if that is acceptable. Because if you are questioned, if you don't know, your answers will be honest. Now, I am going to provide you an out, because as I said, there are other ways to pay off your debt. So, now, keep this in mind. This is very important, and you have to remember it. I cannot give you a physical item, because if I do, it could be taken from you. So it must be something that is remembered instead. All right? And he kind of like rolls up his sleeve, and you can see that he's got these little dots on his arm, like hundreds and hundreds of them. And it seems to like continue up his arm as well. They're kind of etched into his skin, just round circles, not in any particular pattern. He says, "These are very important to me, and I know the number of them exactly. I need you to remember this number as well." All right, are you ready? Write it down or commit it to memory. The number is 309. 309. Now, if you go to the elevator and you need to come back up, work this number into a conversation with the guards there. Perhaps I counted the number of drips in the lowest cavern and it came out to be 309. You can perhaps be more subtle than that. That's all I could think of at the moment. That will inform them that that you work for me directly. Now, you all committed that to memory. It's critical. You'll have no other way of coming up until the operation is complete, perhaps. Or if there's disaster and we have to come in and get you. And if you want to leave, you can leave at any time. And just understand, if you come back up the elevator and you're seen, it's likely you will not be able to come back down without raising great suspicion. So only use it in an emergency, or perhaps if you need to get information to me. Otherwise, talk to my men. They will meet you down there.
Our first quest.
All right. Is this acceptable
Quest.
terms to everyone?
Quest. I'm already on the quest.
Yes.
All right. Well, would you like to spend the day acquiring supplies you may need, gathering other information, perhaps just learning more about our city? And you may talk to Galal. You have time? He nods after a moment. Yes, I can make time. All right. Galal can be your liaison. He'll either direct you to the people that you need information from. Unfortunately, friends, all I can do at this point is thank you and say that you've made a wise choice and wish you the best. I have many other matters to attend to, including Willow. Trust me, we are taking care of her. Perhaps she'll be able to join you at some point. That will be her decision.
So long as she's not as much of a traitor as her sister is.
Gib kind of puts his hands down on the table. He's like, I don't like you talking about her that way. I'm sorry. Listen, Harpy. I guess it doesn't matter. We'll be far from each other for quite some time, I'm sure. But I just hope that she pulls through and she can prove you wrong. That's all I've got to say. I'm confident of it.
Well,
I'm not a betting man, but I would bet on that.
I just hope she doesn't prove you wrong.
Well, you and me both. He gets up, he looks kind of flustered, and walks off.
He's agitated.
He did seem agitated.
Agitated, walks off.
That's what he writes in his journal.
Yeah, he's just like last thing he makes in his notes. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
So,
So Galal walks forward, and he just says, we can provide you with supplies now if you need them, or money to acquire them if you'd wish to buy them yourselves.
in case of fight, I will need better steel.
Oh, he looks at your longsword.
Well, I don't have it. Obviously, part of the
Oh yeah, I suppose you don't have it right now. He's like, yes, many of the supplies that come in with the bright eyes are not in the best condition. That's understandable. We'll give you some supplies to purchase new ones if you so choose to do so.
Fair enough.
I think it'll be suspicious if you use the standard weapons that we supply to our men.
You
So
have
perhaps-
supplies from other towns, maybe different craftsmen.
We do, yes. All these things you can find in perhaps Trinket Alley. They will have such things. If not there, let me think. I don't go out much to these places. Somewhere. Hey.
In that case, I'll ask him for my, affairs back.
Oh, and that's also
So
where
I
you'll
can sell
find
them.
old Katabo's Visions of Paradise. Perhaps he's I don't know what he is. An old kook? He's an alchemist, I think. Or he...
Did you say you were giving us any money for supplies?
Yes, we'll supply that to you. And it will not be used against your debt. It is for mission. So, I can give each of you... And he has, somebody bring over a chest of coins. Count out 1 stone each.
That's how that works.
You as well, and you,
Yeah.
and you. That's everybody, yeah?
Yeah.
1 stone, and then You still have some loose change, I assume, or did you spend it all at the tavern?
I didn't spend any at
I
the
only
tavern.
spent 1 coin at the tavern.
All right, no need to be defensive.
Schroeder, just give me a second.
All right, an extra 5 coin each. That should get you some ways into it. I'm sorry we can't give more at this time, but we have other concerns for the coin as well.
Coin.
And remember, 1 stone is 10 coin. So that should help you if you have any other major goods you need to acquire. Sorry. You need some still now. Oh, yes. I'm sorry, Merling. Just 1 moment. There.
Thank you.
Oh, and your debt's been paid as well, hasn't it?
Yes.
And he looks back. He says, we'll make sure before you go down that you have the proper paperwork. Now, I would be cautious about keeping it on your person. Perhaps stash it somewhere when you are down there so you can find it easily. If you
You
are
can keep
searched,
it here with you, and I'll reclaim it when me and my companions come back.
that's a better idea. I'll do that. All right. Well, is there anything else before we set you loose? When would you like to go down to Undertown?
Well, funny you should
When
ask.
would you like to go down to Undertown?
I will take 2 more stone to just keep these all in order.
Okay. Mr. Moneybags over
Oh,
here.
nice.
Yeah.
You got some good money from
You
that.
can pay off some of your debt right now, I suppose.
Well, I ain't
That's
gonna
true.
have it right now. There you go.
I thought y'all were going to be like, I'm not going to be in debt. Screw that. And I was like, oh, I kind of went for it.
All right.
I mean, there was some trouble along the way. For sure.
Shouldn't
I
be
was
too
about to
hard.
be
I'm not
that
in
way.
debt.
True story. Yeah, you too, I suppose.
I wasn't necessarily okay with him taking my debt, but
Strider is so generous.
Ain't get lost out.
Well, that would have put you overboard into being a debtor.
Yeah.
I guess they probably let you finish the mission, though, so you've been okay.
Galal says, all right, here's how we'll arrange it. I will pass word to the men who run the elevator, and we'll give you 2 days if you wish. But if you haven't gone there within 2 nights, then expect one of us to come knocking. But they'll know what to do when you arrive. Leave your equipment with them.
All right.
Clear enough? How you spend the time in between is up to you, but I do suggest you take this seriously and not spend it all at the tavern. And you may wish to go to the public house instead of Lady Anya's at this point. Just because. You can stay there tonight. We'll arrange for room and board to be covered at the public house if that is what you choose to do. And then, best of luck. We will likely not talk until you come back with information. Not directly, anyway.
So I'm assuming I regained all my equipment that
Yes,
I did have.
and they do bring your equipment back to you.
All right.
What about the vodka?
Oh,
That's gone. Oh, by the way, some very salty kippers were brought out to you at some point during this whole process.
Heavenly.
See.
And drink water as well.
Yes, water as well. We'll just say for this next day's end, your room and board's covered, so you guys can be well fed and all that.
So basically, I have my war axe back, lantern,
Yeah,
all that
yeah,
stuff
all
with
your
you.
normal base equipment, yep. And your whatever like equipment and supplies you had on you already.
We can go to a marketplace and buy.
That is up to you guys now at this point. So Amangald walks off and he kind of like turns over his shoulder and he says, "Good luck to you all. I'm hoping for great things. Anything will be helpful."
Is Gibb still around?
Gib has huffed off. You could go look for him if you'd like.
No. As I'm leaving, can I do sense the unseen again?
On Amangald?
Mhm.
Yep, go for it. Good roll.
Yeah.
16 plus 9.
All right. Yeah, he does not appear to have any magical
Sounds like we're going to be
abilities.
sneaking around. We should get you that
or anything of that sort.
lockpick.
Yeah.
We're going to be
It would be a good
insinuating
idea.
ourselves into these red feathers.
In fact,
Cultists.
I'll give you one little bit of insight.
Yeah.
You get a little bit of a sense of
Yay!
or stress, perhaps.
Okay.
But it seems kind of fearful.
Okay.
That's all you get. And not because you rolled bad, but because there's nothing else to get there. So some of the guards kind of make the way for you to leave the building, indicating they do want you to leave.
You got enough of us?
Yes.
The guard captain anywhere around.
Go ahead and roll perception on your way out.
All right, and perception is to
Intelligence, I think.
intelligence. So that would be 14 plus 9.
Oh, 23?
Man, you're good at this.
Dang. He's so cool.
He is so cool.
I used to teach. So.
Yes. So as you're walking out, you get to that main cross junction, and you look over your shoulder, and you see that the captain. He just kind of looks away, and like you can tell he's not wearing a helmet, though many of the other guards are.
Oh dear.
It's like swollen.
And then you're out the main gates, and one of the guards kind of you feel somebody catch your arm real quick, and it's the same harpy with the shock black hair. He says, good luck. Let me know when you get back up if, well, let me know. I'll be here.
Want me to buy you another drink?
He says, we'll see.
All right, fair enough.
Here's the thing. You can leave whenever you want.
It is
True.
true. It
Can.
is true.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And he's like, good luck to all of you.
Thank you!
See you in 309 days.
Hopefully it won't take that long.
309 seconds.
All right, so at this point, you guys could proceed down towards Trinket Alley if you would like. It is 11 o'clock, just so everybody's aware of the time.
Diagon Alley.
Diagon
I'm
Alley.
going to for sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
and
Let's
you've
do
got
it.
a little bit of spending money, and then you can head towards the public house, which is also kind of down in that area. Let me get my locations thing up again. I have these like tabs, and I was like, oh, I've got this stuff figured out, but then they're hidden
No.
by the pages,
Oh no.
so that worked out.
Doesn't work out so great.
Oh, why?
Because I have them in these like sheet protectors, which makes them stick out.
No. So you're gonna
So.
put that in the sheet protector?
I don't know. I need to get like obnoxious tabs and stick out in a whole bunch.
You could just
It's alright. I'll get
put
used to
them
it
in the
eventually, where everything is, and I'll just like whip through it super fast. All right. So you guys want to do some shopping?
Definitely.
We've got our first tavern, and now our first shopping.
Exactly.
All right.
Any
Get
way
wizards
I
going
could
shopping.
exchange my leather plate for upgraded in armor?
Potentially. Yes, we'll have to see. All right. So you guys head down, and it's still like late-ish morning now at this point. A lot of what happened in this day was kind of very early on. You make your way down, and you are met with the next layer down below has many booths and shops and stalls and just a complete mix and tons of hustle and bustle going on here. This seems to be kind of the heart of the city. Not too far off, you see signs for the public house, which just says the Hightown Public House. Seems to be a pub and inn, and it's a little ways down beyond the main shopping district, Trinket Alley. Yeah, so you guys can roll perception, or you can let me know kind of what you're looking for specifically.
Looking for like basically the main supply shop
Okay.
for all the soldiers, maybe the ones that they all use, or all the warriors. I don't know if because I'm tall, I can. It's an open market, right? It's like an open air market.
Pretty much, yeah.
So
Yeah, and there's
I don't
some
know
there's
if
some
it's
like
'cause-
actual shops and yeah.
So because I'm tall, I just start scanning, like looking for it,
Okay.
and I mean that's where I'm headed.
Okay. So maybe your eyes are drawn to like a blacksmith shop, not too far off.
Yeah.
Where there's a fellow working the bellows and a couple other guys who are hammering away. They appear to be making horseshoes, but they may make other things as well. So you head that way. Where the rest of you guys want to go?
I'm gonna look for old Katobos.
Okay. So
You can do him first though.
all right, sure.
We've done a lot.
Anybody else want to go into the blacksmith shop and see what's going on there?
Yeah, I will go with him.
Okay.
Sure.
So you
I'll
guys
go
roll up, and older Smith kind of stops what he's doing. He says, welcome. What can I do for you? What are you in need of?
And I just pull out my war axe and I go, "What can you do with this? Like, how
At
can
it.
you upgrade it?"
He says, well, that's actually a pretty good axe you've got right there. I can't do much with that at the moment. I could sharpen it, hone it for you, make sure it's structurally sound. There's not really much else I can do. It's a decent piece of steel.
Can you add a saw to the other end?
He's like, well, I could.
Or even a bolt?
I mean, any of that's possible, but you'd have to leave it with me, and we're pretty booked out right now. I don't know. Probably wouldn't be able to get to it for 3 days, 4 days.
Amangold. He might be able to get it to Amangold and then get it back to you, because we're not taking this stuff down with us. It'll be in a stash, and then when we need it, we can pick it up.
You could potentially leave it with him, but it's likely it would. Probably not going to be able to tell him. I mean, you can try if you like.
I'm gonna need something when I go down there.
Yeah.
So I might as well, instead of buying, I'm thinking honing because I use it. It fits my hands so well. It's already sharp. So I just say, just sharpen it. Just sharpen it, hone it for me.
I can do that right here while you wait. Just 1 coin. Simple
Okay.
service.
I'll start there.
Sounds good. Alright, so we're going to hone that up. So if you want to write down somewhere, Nick, you could even pull the card out a little bit and write on the back that it is
Where is your
immune to durability checks.
I don't even know where the hell my cards went. They disappeared.
They were over here somewhere.
They were
Give me a drop.
paper clipped. No, they weren't even there today when I got into it. It wasn't there. I was
should be.
like, maybe they got taken.
They might have
They were
gotten bunched
paper
in with
dice
some
bag?
stuff.
They said they were paper clipped.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Oh, I
paper
think they're
clip
right here, Nick.
Oh.
Because I got a war axe, I got lamellar mail, I've got rucksack,
Oh, your
lantern,
stuff
streetwear,
was-
and
yeah.
underclothes. This is
Oh,
all your
okay.
stuff right here.
It's all my stuff.
It was underneath this pile.
Mm.
Here's your paper clip.
So I have this big old war axe thing, just so you guys know what it looks like.
I got
Okay.
your paper clip.
And it, when you say big, like it's stonekin sized, or is
No,
it?
it's
No,
a
it's
large.
like, so this is a human holding it,
So it's
and
a
a
melee
stonekin,
knife.
it's like a
So in
hatchet.
hand to hand, it's kind of like a hand axe.
It's like a hatchet, yeah.
Okay.
Like
But it's a
really
good
big
sized
hatchet.
bearded axe in reality. So.
Yeah.
But what I was thinking is like if he's gonna sharpen that edge, you know, and hone it and get it like where it's basically razor
For sure,
sharp
yeah,
and
you
get
want
So
it-
you could just write on
That's
the
all
back
I
of it
can
if you
really
want, Nick.
do. Huh?
You can
I
like
know.
pull it out of its sleeve a little bit, or however you want to keep track of it. That it's immune to durability checks.
Immune.
Yeah.
It has an immune system.
Something like that.
Come on.
Yeah.
All right, and Hunter, you're at the shop as well.
Yeah, I am. I'm gonna see if I can't find a. Well, first and foremost, I'm gonna sell the longsword that I had
Okay.
to this blacksmith.
So you're gonna pull out the long sword and
Hand it to him, you know, and
show it to him. And he goes, "It's a little beat up, isn't it? I could give you 3 coin for it if you'd like."
that'll do.
All right. It's a decent piece of steel. Looks like it's barrier warden steel, eh? Bright ice. New here.
If anything, it can be melted down to another one.
Oh yes, certainly. What else can I do for you? I do have a few weapons and items. Just a few.
I'm looking for a sword with history.
Sword with a history. Well, I'm afraid I don't have anything of that sort. Just basic utilitarian tools here, really.
You know any blacksmith in town that might have something like that?
I mean, I would think a sword with a history, you'd have to find it from someone who owns the sword and is given it an opportunity to have a history. Blacksmiths, they don't usually hold on to swords for very long. Maybe a collector's shop? Something like that.
I may be back.
Alright. All right, no problem. Does anybody else want to look at anything at the blacksmith's?
I will.
Okay. So you trundle on up.
Hold out my knife and like, do you have anything prettier?
Prettier? Huh, well, yeah, I think I do. I've got a, let's see, what do I have? I have a bone handle. It's just a sax knife, so it doesn't have much of a guard on it, but it's good and sharp, plenty long enough. Good for fighting, good for eating if you need to, though it might dull the blade.
As I'm walking out, what can I do? I see this blade?
The sax knife he's talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Sure, yeah. He pulls it out and kind of presents it. It's a good sturdy utilitarian knife. Good for anything you need. And he like kind of turns it over. There's a little bit of engraving on it.
I rolled 20.
Huh?
What can I tell about the build of this blade? That is actually very sturdy.
Yeah, it's solid. It's
Okay.
definitely solid. It looks like it's in a lot better, newer shape than her current blade.
I'll as I'm walking out, I'll stop and look over my shoulder at her and say, "That blade will do well enough for whatever you need."
He's like, well, the other thing about this, and he kind of like looks at it. He's like, you see this channel? It can puncture some armor, actually. Maybe something soft like a gambeson might be able to get through. I don't know. Not encouraging you to, stab anybody in armor or anything. You don't look like the type. I'm just saying that's why some people favor them. The long tapered blade. What do you think? Also, he looks at you. You and notices your crossbow. Sorry, I'll answer you. You could, if you want, you could trade in your knife and 2 coin for this.
Okay.
Yeah, acceptable.
Could I have 2?
I only have the 1. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Need something, babe?
I just dropped it. Is it a deal?
Yeah, I'll take it.
I got it.
Okay. So we're gonna modify this on the fly here. Make it kind of ugly looking now.
Ooh. Oh my gosh, I totally forgot. Okay. And I turn back to the blacksmith in the last second as I'm walking out, and he's dealing with her, and I go and I
They're
stand
just
back.
finishing up your axe,
Yeah.
the honing, right?
Oh, okay, they are.
Yep.
Okay, so I take my lamellar mail
class
off.
2 armor, which is actually really good.
I take my lamellar mail off, and I say, "What can you do for this?"
The mail, I'm afraid I'm not an armorer. I can't do anything for that. I don't know. Most of the armorers work for the Prex in some form. It looks like a decent enough piece of mail. I would leave it how it is.
Do you know where I can venture into other options?
I mean, what would you want to do with it?
Add on to it. I want to make the sleeves longer, cover my forearm guards, all the way down to the wrist.
I would look at it maybe a curiosities shop, see if they've got something you can cobble onto it. That's most lamellar mail is just made how that is. So you could look into that.
So you're probably walking out the building, yeah, as well.
I guess now I am, because they just finished up my stuff and they can't do anything for me.
Okay.
I'm like, I feel like I need more armor.
The
So-
blacksmith kind of catches you aside. A crossbow. How hard is that for you to pull?
As you
No,
walk
no
out.
offense meant, of course,
I'll say.
but it looks
Buy
hefty.
that armor for 4 gold.
Kind of like test it. How difficult is it?
Well, it requires strength or dexterity.
I won't sell my armor.
I
That's my
don't mean
size.
to
I'll
influence
fit
you,
you
but
even.
my
I'll
brother
have to get
down the
this.
way,
I know.
he has a windlass crossbow for sale.
We gotta
It's a
have
little
that.
easier to wind and
I
shoot.
actually want more protection.
The damage output's maybe not quite as high,
I
but
do have-
it might be easier
wanna
for
get
you.
points.
I don't know.
It's intriguing. Could I get like a little
that
discount or
amazing.
something? Say that you
Sure.
sent
Tell
me?
him that. Tell him that his older brother sent him.
I will do that. Thank you for the
And also,
suggestion.
if he seems suspicious, tell him he's a cheeky git.
Okay.
Wow.
He'll understand. He'll give you a discount.
Thank
All right.
you. And what was your name?
My name's Sinjin.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem. Good luck to you with whatever stabbing you're doing. Don't do anything illegal with that. And if you do, don't tell anybody you got it from me.
Where is the armor?
There aren't any armor stalls like in the area.
There's no armor.
Seems like maybe the Prex are the ones who do any armor repair work and such.
Okay.
They have the main need for it. Most people you see walking around on the street aren't wearing much heavy armor up here.
Are you back on the streets now?
Yeah.
Celestia, would you have come with me if I asked you? Because I probably wouldn't have gone alone.
Yeah, I'm looking for an apothecary. So I don't know if that's the
It's
same
kind of
spot.
same thing.
Yeah.
Not same, but close.
Yeah. So you see very brightly lit. There's like glowing phosphorescent mushrooms, like in a bed underneath the sign. You see this sign that's painted in like about as many different colors of paint as you've ever seen, and it says "Old Catabo's Visions of Paradise," and it's like incredibly bodacious looking sign.
Let's go in here, Celestia.
It's a building set back, sitting at a little bit of an odd angle. And there's drapes in the windows and wind chimes outside, and
quaint.
just curiosities
Fantastic.
piled everywhere. All right, so you guys go inside. Do the rest of you want to follow them in as well? You're kind of maybe moving as a group again.
Wait, so where
Sure.
are we going?
Old Catabos. It's like
Old Catabos.
Clothing shop?
no, it's
Metaphysical
like
place.
alchemy.
does-
alchemy, and I don't know what else.
Yeah, all you can see on this sign, you see the mushrooms underneath, and you see like a flask or a vial as part of the wooden sign cut out.
Are these two going in?
Yep, those two are headed in.
Those two are heading. I'm gonna stay with them.
Okay.
However, I'm gonna not know anything about what I'm seeing.
We'll see if they do.
I'll just stop in the doorway
Look at the
just a
mushrooms.
little bit. Mushrooms.
The mushrooms.
And then I'll go.
There are some beautiful, like blue glowing mushrooms up there. You've never seen them quite.
They're
like that
lights
before.
or they're actual mushrooms?
They're actual mushrooms that are actually phosphorescent.
Now, being a hunter, I might know a little bit about mushrooms, but if it's glowing,
That's new.
No, probably not.
that's new.
That's new.
Yeah.
Plus, you spent a lot of time in caves.
No, no.
All right, so you walk inside, and there's some like glass beads in front of the door, and they
Nice.
tinkle and make noises as you walk through. And somebody you hear in the back, customers! all right. And this man comes like scurrying up. He says, "Oh, welcome everybody. I'm so happy to see you. I'm Old Catabo, in case you haven't noticed." And he's a merling, kind of in his later, and he kind of like bows low to you. He's like, "Welcome, kid. Welcome to my visions of paradise." And sure enough, there's just all kinds of stuff in his shop. There's like a really brightly colored bird in a cage over in the corner that's just sitting there, sizing you up. And,
it's like-
there's like a collection of walking sticks along one back corner as well, and just all kinds of random stuff
I love it.
everywhere. Trinkets. And you see also another counter with like a little bit of glass, kind of frosted glass. Very rare to see
There's like
glass
a
at all. And
twinkle and
there's
social
vials
design.
and other
Woo!
things. There's little bins of herbs. It smells like incense and herbs and cinnamon and God knows what. Fish a little bit. He's got a cane in his hands, intricately carved, but he's not leaning on it even remotely.
Yeah.
He's like spinning it. It like drags behind him practically. He's very light on his feet. He's bald, with a little, like two little goatees, like one next to the other coming down on his chin. And bright green eyes, and there's some like burn marks and some discolorations on his skin. That's all you can see. He says, "What can I do for you, please? Anything. Just so happy to have customers."
I'm the last one in the door, and you can visibly tell that he's almost in dad
A
mode,
lot of place.
where he's kind of like, nothing illicit, please.
Do you all
the
go
ones.
inside the shop at this point, or maybe some of you are looking for other things?
Okay, I'm gonna motion to Celestia. Watch out for these two.
I can't guarantee anything, are you? Nerds! And I go run to the nerds.
Not helping. Watch out for that one
Okay.
and yourself.
Okay.
And
And then I leave, with these two trying to go find armor and whatnot.
and he says,
obviously there's-
"Come back soon." As you leave. No, you three. What? He's like bouncing between the three of you, like actually moving from one to the other. What can I do for you? What can I do for you? What can I do for you?
Do you have any alchemy tools?
Do I ever? But we'll have to go in the back room.
All right.
But don't be obvious about it. All right.
Okay.
Good.
I look around.
And he
Not
just like
what I would
he glances around as well, and then just ducks into like a curtained room behind.
I follow.
I
Go
try
back
to
there.
not knock things over with my wings.
All right, as you're walking around, you go back there and he says, "A man of culture. I knew it when I saw you." Now, what can I do for you?
Mostly the alchemy tools. But
Oh,
then
for
we'll
gathering.
See. Yes.
Essences. Interesting. Yes. Wait, I think I have just the thing. And he goes behind and
just hear
opens up a
rummaging
chest.
and,
He goes, "But don't tell anybody you got it from me. Nobody knows I'm an alchemist." Let's see. It's in here somewhere. I know it is. I've seen it. Where's the full kit? That's a half kit. That's a third kit. It must be around.
There was one in the pile that
No,
was
I know this
here.
one over here. I've got too many cards. Oh, that's the pile. He continues to rummage. I have a quarter kit, a half kit, a third kit. Maybe I can combine them. Yes. I'll combine them. And you need all the tools. You have the coin, yes?
Yes. How much?
Well, it's not cheap. Not cheap at all.
Imagine-
These are rare tools, you understand? Yes?
Yes.
Very expensive.
Okay, Yoda.
All right. And he clambers. There you go. And that's yours. And he like, it's a box with all the various equipment you need. There's burners in there. There's like siphoning glass chambers. And he's like, and these are mint. You understand? They've been used, but besides that, they're mint. He sniffs them. That's lavender. Wait, never mind. Right. You sure you are good for the coin?
How much does it cost?
You might need to sit down first. All right, are you ready?
I sit down.
It's 3 coin. I know. It's a lot. We can take out payments for it if you want.
No, I can pay 3 coin.
My God. All right. Well, it's a deal.
And I give him 3 coin. Very happily.
He's like, looks at it. He goes, yes.
You could have totally bartered him down.
That's
maybe.
good.
He like even
That was
bites on it.
super-
He
that was
bites on it a
super
little bit.
If it was higher than that, I was going to try to. I had some ideas for bartering. I will very happily give away 3 coin.
Those will serve you well, my friend. That's... Well, they're not all from the same kit. I hope that's okay. I forgot to mention that before you purchased them.
That's fine.
It's complete.
It looks
complete.
and
It's
good to
functional.
me.
Yep. As far as you can tell, it looks serviceable. It looks like it has been used pretty heavily before. There's like scorch marks on the inside, and some micro fractures, but it'll hold up.
Back here in the hidey bit.
Yes.
Do you have a lockpicking kit?
Lockpicking kit. Not back here, but up front I do. Yes.
All right.
You haven't bought one of those yet, right?
I
seen
have
you buy
not.
one.
No.
Are you back here too?
He pops
Do I
his head
see
out. He's like,
any-
No.
everyone doing all right out here? I'll be out in just a moment, I promise.
Yes,
I
that's
didn't
great.
mean to leave you waiting. Don't go anywhere.
No, that's
and then he
fine.
pops back. Yes, they look like they're getting impatient out there. I don't know.
All right, let's go.
They might leave.
We'll go to them.
Okay,
I
good.
thought we had left.
No, us.
The others, sorry, you guys left.
Oh, well, I didn't know if we were leaving because I would have probably stayed with them.
So he bounces out and kind of like swoops past you, and he's like, "What can I do for you? What can I do for you?" And then he's back over to you. Anything. I have almost everything.
Herbs. I need herbs. All the herbs.
I have all the herbs. Come this way, please. And as he goes
I
past
kind
you,
of
he
mock
says,
it the way he's walking.
he says, lockpicks. And he kind of like directs you over there.
Okay.
Bright and shiny.
Okay.
Just your size. Alright, we're gonna bounce to you guys. What are you guys doing
Literally.
in the other street?
Right, so I need to find historical.
Historical. I need.
I need history.
And then, I guess they need armor.
You okay there, Hunter?
You haven't
Too many
Yes, we are
cranberries.
fine.
All right, so you see one other store that stands out. Doesn't look like a weapons shop per se. The only other weapons shops you see are also blacksmiths of various sorts, and they've got utilitarian-looking weapons hanging up. You see a store that's kind of tucked back a little ways, but it's got a large foot as the sign, and it says "Sigh for sore feet" on it. And it strikes you as a little curious.
A hobble shop?
No, just a bare foot on there.
So it's a pedicure place.
But let's go ahead and have the three of you, right? You're kind of in a group. Let's have you roll perception real quick.
Okay.
Okay.
What was that, 18?
Would be intellect,
You
right?
You don't have
Yep.
feet. You don't.
26.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't even pay any attention to it. It just looks like this globular, unelegant shape, you know? It's just kind of this clodhopper thing.
27.
27, and you got a good roll too, Nick, right? All right, so you're walking, but you notice that, like, sitting in a little planter box right outside, there's a red feather sticking up.
Okay, that's interesting.
That is interesting.
And the where? Outside?
It's like in a planter box out in
In a
front of the
planter
little,
box,
the little
okay.
shop. Yep.
What? So
You see, he sees that.
I see it. You see it.
You don't see that.
I'm oblivious.
No, she's just walking.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm gonna motion to her, and I'm gonna say, wait by the back door on this one.
Why?
Trust me.
Is it because I'm a woman?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
And I just kind of go. I'm just like, okay. And I go into the store, noting that it's out there, but I know he's going to probably pick it up, and I just walk into the store.
Okay. Do you leave it, pick it up, do anything with it?
The red feather?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll grab it.
Okay. So you grab it and then walk into the store.
Yep.
All right. You don't immediately see anybody. You walk in and it's
You just follow us in.
Yeah, I just
I
follow.
gotta look
Okay.
this up. About some- There's medical supplies in the store mostly. Seems to be some herbs, but a lot of like wound dressings and other things like that, and also a fair number of shoes, including some that look like they're maybe designed more for medical purposes for people who have bad feet. They're cushioned or they're not adventurous shoes per se.
Harpies don't wear shoes,
Like
right?
older people's shoes, or if somebody had like clubfoot or something like that.
Bunions.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, you look like a bunion.
Ball bunion.
Ball bunion.
That was what I was going for.
Yeah.
You know, so maybe you need shoes.
And you do go around the back, is that correct?
No, I
No,
don't.
she
Oh,
just
she went
follows
this way.
right
Okay,
in.
yeah,
Yeah.
I can remember how that went. Sorry. There's a little counter, and you can see there's a little couple silver bells hanging from a little hook on the counter. You don't immediately see the proprietor.
And I just flick them.
Flick him?
No, I flick them. I flick the bells.
Okay.
I just flick the bells.
The owner's not
Okay.
flick 'em.
While he's doing that, I'm gonna kind of stick the feather. I don't really have any pockets. This is medieval. So
Do you have a bag?
You got pouches and stuff.
yeah, so I'm gonna like stick it in my backpack.
Okay.
Kind of sticking out a little bit.
Just like a little tuft.
just a little tuft.
All right. So after you click the bells, from the back there's like a curtain that goes back into the room, perhaps the owner's dwelling. You hear a woman's voice. She says, "Yes, I'll be with you in just a moment. Give me a second."
I'm gonna step away from these two. I'm assuming that they're both at the front, and just kind of browse around like I'm not part of the group.
All right, we'll bounce back to you guys in just a sec. All right, back at Old Katabo's. He's still just kind of whirling around, like putting his cane down and then picking it up and then flipping it and just like the cane is an accessory 100%. He goes, hey. Okay, herbs for you and lockpicks for you. You need anything with the lockpicks? You see the lockpicks? Lockpicks? And he kind of indicates them. You can see quite a few lockpicks lined up.
Okay.
He's like, your friend was asking too. There's the lockpicks. Now, herbs. Yes. Picks them up.
Do we want multiple sets of lockpicks?
These are very fresh.
Which ones are you you sniffing?
Sage.
How
It's
many
my
is it?
favorite.
Oh, yes.
Mostly, I think.
Sage.
sneaking
It's
into
good for
places.
everything. Let's be honest.
My associates.
Have a stinky fart? Sage.
My older days. My
Delicious potato soup?
previous group
Sage.
used it for that.
I use it for
Did they ever like
everything.
break or run out of?
Sniffs it again and puts it down.
Sometimes.
That's so fresh.
Don't know how
Is your
our
dog
it.
pooping in the house?
Now, what?
Probably.
Now, what do you need? What can
Occasionally.
I get you? What is it?
Particularly ones
But also
that
carrying
I
capacity is much more limited
can-
in this game.
Oh, then what's it
Or you-
called?
He's like, hold that thought. He bounces over. Lockpicks. Liking them? Yeah. Yeah, look at them. Yes.
Yes.
Got a full set, right? Wow, it is a full set. Yeah. Take a peek.
Okay.
Pretty cheap.
Do
Pretty
they have
cheap.
like? Do they run out of uses?
You might have to do
Definitely.
durability checks sometimes.
But you could take.
But those are good.
What are they made
Those are
of?
in good shape. They're
Oh,
made
I'm
of.
not there.
Yes. Yes, I'm an expert at knowing about lockpicks. Not an expert at using them, of course. Nothing of the sort. You're a locksmith, of course, right? I wouldn't want to sell them to a criminal. Of course, you're a
Yeah.
locksmith. Yes,
Uh-huh.
excellent. I knew you were when you came in. And that's why I sent you over to the lockpicks.
Can I inside check if he actually uses
Go
lockpicks
for
or not?
it.
I would like to know.
With advantage.
Okay. $27.
27. Yeah, he doesn't know anything about lockpicks. He just keeps saying lockpicks a lot.
Okay, I'll take it.
Pointy
I'll take
lockpicks,
one.
flat lockpicks,
Yes.
lockpicks. All right, that'll be just that is a full set. I'll let that go for 2 coin.
Okay.
Fantastic.
Mechanics
This is
question.
going to be a great day. All right. You use those for good, only for good. Some old lady locks herself out of her house.
Yeah.
You let her in.
Okay.
Good. Good herbs. What can we do for you? Sage? You want some sage? Got sage.
Can I add some sage into that? I can always use sage, but I was particularly wanting some healing herbs.
Healing herbs. Yes. Compresses. What have we got for you? And he goes back and looks around. Pulls up like several trays of things. And he says, wait. No. That's the cooking section. I got it. Keep it together. All right. Here we go. Yes, healing herbs. How many would you like?
How much
1
are-
coin each.
1 coin each.
Yes. Poultices, ready to go. You can use them to treat wounds, draw out infections. You could flavor a soup with them, I suppose. Wouldn't taste very good. But I could throw some sage in if you want that.
How much for the sage?
For you, as a lover of sage like myself, free of charge.
Oh, wonderful. Give me 4.
4 it is. Let's see.
How do you use herbs for healing?
Hmm?
How do we use herbs for healing?
Well, he's
She's
just
just
giving
getting
me.
healing supplies straight up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
None of us was. And can you heal? Or is that just so I can heal us, or
Anybody can potentially
yeah, we can
consume
use
them
Potentially.
for
Yeah.
healing.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought for some reason it was herbs, but it's plant-based food is what I can turn into
Yes.
these things as
Okay.
well. But so
Anything else?
straight away.
Oh, yes, and the sage. And he like gets a little tuft of it and pulls out a little piece of brown paper and like puts the sage in it and just wraps it up, ties a little string around it. He goes, scoots it across the counter to you. There's the sage. Don't spend it all in one place. If you want, you can write down small bag of sage for what it's worth, if you care.
Since I don't have all day to look through your wonderful collection, show me some of your favorite items that you've found people like.
My favorite items.
Yes, let's see.
That might take all day. I don't even know where to start. He looks legitimately overwhelmed all of a sudden. He goes, well, she's not for sale, but there is the bird of paradise. Come on. You want to talk to her? I know you do. I can see it. You too. Come on. And he like gathers all 3 of you over to the bird.
Bird of paradise.
Bird of paradise. It looks like it's a parrot. It says, speak. And it just sits there for a second. And it goes, what the fuck? Isn't that amazing? Taught him that myself.
Taught him
By accident, but it stuck. I think it's wonderful. But like I said, not for sale. Wouldn't part with her for anything. What the fuck?
Is that all she knows?
Fantastic.
That's all I've ever heard her say.
Can I go up to the bird and be like, speak?
What the fuck? I don't know. It must have started some late night session. I was trying to put, 2 and 2 together, and it's quite a hit with many people.
I love
And not the women with young children, though. We put a thing over the bird.
And then it gets us.
Well,
Oh dear.
is there anything else you'd like to buy? Anything at all?
DMing question,
Yes.
game question. So I can carry 4 things without penalty, correct? My base carrying capacity.
Correct, unless it's like stuff you're wearing and you're not layering all your clothing on your body. in
Correct.
some
So my
certain
alchemy
manner.
tools, my lantern, my long rifle, and my rope. All of those are items that
Those are all
count towards
items
your
that
carrying
would be
capacity.
like on your belt, not in your hands. Does that
And
make
they
sense?
account towards the 4,
Yes.
correct? For Val, getting her the luck picking tools.
Yes.
Luck picking tools would add towards the carrying capacity as well, correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, they're still an
Do
item.
you want luck picking tools? I'm not sure where you're at as far as capacity.
I will trade you the rope that I stole from you. for the
It's not about trading back. I would just give it to you.
I
But the
have
question
carrying
is,
capacity, so
you
that's
are?
why I
Okay.
would- Yeah.
And maybe we only want 1 because I'm at carrying capacity too, so I can't take anything from you.
Oh.
You seem to be at an impasse, Merlin. Is there something I can help you buy? Decision needs to be made, perhaps.
Maybe a Rastafari backpack.
He's like, I have some other items. This is a boar brush comb.
I will
You have
take
glorious
him.
hair.
I'll take him to the side a little bit from Celestia and
Because, yes,
and
I
make it as
understand.
they're like,
More
get distracted by
alchemy
things.
supplies.
Do you have any pretty cute like little dolls
Cute little dolls. Do I ever?
for that one?
He looks over at her.
Like pink.
Pops over real quick. What's your favorite color?
green.
Excellent. Pops back. I think I've got just the thing.
Let's see it.
All right. Rummages through some stuff. Like throws out like an old sock that's just like on its own.
Let's see.
You see him set down like a hand grenade. He goes, it doesn't work.
I was about to buy that.
Maybe it works. I don't know. I guess there's only one way to find out. Well, I'm going to put that back in. Rummages around and then pops out like a little doll that's been sewn. It's a little rag doll. And it's got a red dress on and its skin is all green. He goes, yeah.
Fantastic. How much?
I don't know, it's a rare family heirloom. Maybe. What do you say to 2 coin? It'd make her awfully happy.
I look back at Mickey. Yeah, I can do that.
Excellent. It's yours, friend.
All right, I'll try to hide the doll without Mickey seeing it on my person.
Alright, you wanna... You're just distracted.
Okay.
He's like, good choice, good choice. That doll's been in a family for 10 generations, I think.
Doll, green skin, red dress.
Yep.
Green
Ragdoll.
skin, red dress.
It doesn't look like it's been in a... Doesn't look like it's settled. You. He turns back. He's like, I see. And he notices the silver chain in your hair and some of the other things. He says, "You like jewelry, yes?"
I think it's too long, not being. I think it's probably not worth getting another.
I've got jewelry.
So I just trade it back and forth.
I was
Because
adding
carrying
some of the
capacity
charms
is
around here.
pretty quick
I would
to
love
reach.
to add something.
Otherwise,
Hey, what's
I mean,
your
if you want, I'll
fancy?
get one for you still, but I
What
don't
are you
know.
feeling?
It's probably not worth it at this point.
Something that best represents you and your shop.
Me and my shop.
The
God,
bird
what an honor.
in your hair.
Bird in my hair.
He goes,
Feathers.
what represents my shop best? And he looks around, and there's no clear sign of organization whatsoever. You can't even see two of the same item together practically. He goes, I'll find something. He goes, and you're rummaging around through a drawer, and then like he pulls out like a little tiny drill and spins it around. Yes, I like it. And then he comes back after a moment, and he's got like a silver spoon, and there's like a bead and a seashell, and like a little piece of wood, just like a random piece of wood. And they've all got holes drilled through them, and a little piece of string passed through. And he's like, "I feel like this represents my shop. What do you think?" Spur of the moment. It's not attached to it if you don't want it.
Perfect.
All right. I've never had anyone ask me that. 1 coin? A coin for old Catabo?
For your masterpiece, yes.
Oh, masterpiece. Masterpiece. Me, master. I like the sound of that. Old Catabo's visions of masterpieces. Old Catabo's masterpiece vision. I'll have to think about this more. You've inspired me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What is your name?
Celestia.
Celestia. It's a beautiful name.
Thank you.
It's a beautiful name. Old Catabo's celestial visions of masterpiece. All right. Much to do, much to do. Is there anything else I can help you with? Lockpicks? You got lockpicks?
I got lockpick, yes.
Mushrooms. Mushrooms.
So those glowing ones outside,
Mushrooms. You want a glowing mushroom?
they looked pretty.
Well, I can't climb up top. It's too high for me. Last time I fell and I hurt my leg.
Oh,
And he
we won't
indicates
want
his
that.
cane.
Oh, yes.
And then quickly walks over somewhere else. I can't have that again.
No, we wouldn't want that.
So, unfortunately, I can't climb up and get them down. Funny story, they actually started growing on their own. Don't know how. They only grow in the deep wells, I hear. But maybe you'll find one. But I can give you this. And he pulls out this, like, shriveled up, just horrible looking little mushroom. He says, I don't know. It's as hard as a rock. Do you want it? It's free.
Yes.
There you go. That's my spring cleaning. So you could write petrified mushroom.
Petrified.
If you just want to add more random crap.
Nice.
How much
Thank
did
you.
she carry?
If it's small trinkets like that, surprising amount.
You still got a beetle in there.
It's true.
He kind of like shoots a glance at your little pouch of things, and he's like, I like it.
Beetle legs.
A woman after my own heart. Never stop collecting. That's my advice to you. You'll never regret having more things.
Yeah.
Great.
All right. Anything else I can do for you? My God, I'm exhausted. I've never made this much money in a day.
Instant regret should not have left them alone.
We come out with bags on our guys.
All right, we're gonna bounce back to you guys if you're all still good for a little longer.
Yeah.
It is like 11:35 or something. So if people are starting to flag, let me know. We can wrap up here.
11:36.
I'm fucking exhausted.
Yeah.
But that's just because I've been up since 6.
Yeah, I feel you.
Non-stop going since 6
I
o'clock.
got up pretty early this morning too. I'm building a chicken coop.
Oh, really?
Yes. Yeah.
Chicken.
Yeah, the
It's not even for us, but Bonnie wants to build one for us too, so we'll see.
Oh, wow.
Practice them.
But yeah,
All right, so back at Psy for Sore Feet. So in walks this Merling half-breed woman. She's got a round face, slightly plump, but she's got kind of kind blue eyes that contrast a little bit with the sort of agitated, I'm just going to keep using that word, agitated response to the bell being rung. She's in her late 30s, and there's some care lines on her face around her eyes. She looks like
Caroline's?
yeah, just kind of early wrinkles, I guess, for lack of a better word.
like Caroline's or
But yeah, Merling human, half breed, light skin, a little bit of a bluish tint.
These two are closest to the door, and I would like to see what I see.
As far as looking at her, or kind of looking around the.
Everything in general, this place.
Okay. She walks up to the counter and she says, "Yes, what can I do for you? What do you need?" I'm sorry, I'm forgetting my manners. I was having a bit of a food emergency in the back, and I didn't think anyone was coming in. So, I apologize. What can I do for you? Welcome to Sai for Sore Feet. I have shoes. I have anything you want. Medical supplies.
I had backed away from the counter and just kind of looking at stuff while these two are at the counter.
Or kind of looking just in passing. I say, it looks like you sell a lot of shoes here.
I do, yes. That's a lot of what I sell. I make most of my money off the shoes, but I also sell discount medical supplies for people who need them.
Do you sell any armored material?
No, I don't think I have any armor.
What about heavy leather?
I do have some leather, yes. I have some raw materials. I don't make the shoes myself here, but sometimes tanners will have extra material from the shoes, and I take it, and when I get enough, I bring it to a cobbler's shop, and he turns it into shoes or makes repairs with it. What are you after?
Armor.
All right.
Or something more durable.
And she looks at your Lamoir mail, and she's like, "That is a pretty."
Yeah, a bracelet, but if she can't make it, I can buy whatever they're called. Bracers? Are they called
Bracers, vambraces, yeah.
Vambraces, okay. So
arm guards, whatever you want to
I'm
call
looking for something to guard my body with, but if you sell the material, guess I can buy it, especially if you know a man who can make the shoes.
Only man I know of works for the Prex in the apiary and their armory and their forging area there. I think he's the only leather worker I know of.
You go back to the apiary.
Who
if
can
you
make
wanna try.
armor grade hardened leather.
Get bracers and stuff.
Oh, that's right. He works for
But
them.
I don't think your kind would be welcome there, as far as I know.
I can give you 309 reasons. They would.
Oh God. She goes, "What's that?" 300. That's a lot of reasons, Stone. I don't think either you or I have time for all that.
No.
But her manners changed a little bit. She looks around. What about?
I can fly like a bird on a feather there. Okay. I'm just using layman's terms to kind of hint.
Yes,
we kind of know who you are, and maybe you know who we are.
She looks at you, and her eyes narrow just a little bit. She goes, "I'm sorry. Is there something else you're wanting?"
I'm trying to maintain them not a part of these two. Just not like I'm trying to.
You're just looking at medical supplies right now. Okay.
I mean, it turns out I don't really. There's not much I can even do there except for buy leather.
Her eyes just kind of run across the feather and stop for a second, but briefly, and then she looks over at Val. "You Harpy, what are you doing in a shoe store?"
Do you have wing salve?
Wing salve. Are you having problems with your feathers there, dearie?
Well, yeah, they kind of chafe a little bit when they're spread my wings.
Sometimes one of them will turn crazy.
That sounds miserable. I can't even imagine what that would feel like. I don't have wing salve specifically for wings, but I do have just some general balm that might work. It's good for chafing, it's good for blisters, and any of the sort.
Is it made out of cranberries?
No, why would it be made out of cranberries? And she notices the eyes widening. She goes, I think it's got sage in it. Look, I'll just bring some out, and you can try a little bit. I've got a tester behind the counter here. Pops down, grabs it, holds it up. Here you are. Try it out, see if you like it. If you like it, then I'd happily sell some to you.
All right. Well, thank you.
Certainly.
I'll give you a try.
You, Steplander. What can I do for you?
Well, I'm in here for previous order that we've talked about before.
That we've talked about before, eh?
Yes.
Interesting. And you have payment?
Yes, I do. And I walk to a shelf, and I think that maybe this will do. And you can see the feathers kind of sticking out of the backpack.
She goes, all right, but it's tradition here. Before you buy anything, if you're a first-time customer, which you are, I don't recognize you, any of you, then I'm going to clean your feet, if that's acceptable to you, and give them a quick rub down, all right? It's just part of my thing.
And I'll be like,
Okay.
Interesting.
That way, if you buy any shoes, I can give you a professional opinion on any problems you may have or any other issues, and I can get a better read for what particular items or remedies or solutions may be helpful to you in the state you're in.
I'm gonna try and bluff and just kind of like mesh into the like, not these two, me, get them out, feather.
She doesn't change her composure at all. She says, does that sound acceptable to you? Just and don't worry, I'll do one at a time. If anyone's embarrassed about their feet, it's private. I won't tell anyone about it. If you've got horrible bunions or blisters or anything, like, this is not a place of judgment, you understand?
I'm gonna like look her dead in the eyes and like look at these two, and kind of like look at them and be like, she's one of them, and run.
She goes, excuse me, what?
I'm out.
What are you talking about?
I'm out the door.
She looks at the two of you. Is he alright? Something... What does he mean, one of them?
Basically, we have like that look on our face of just kind of like big eyes,
Bewilderment?
really tiny mouth. That wasn't
She goes,
expected.
I'm sorry, was it something I said? Should I not have called him a steplander? Isn't that what he is? It seemed obvious to me from the face and his demeanor.
They're superstitious?
Well, is he your friend?
I don't know.
Do you know him?
He's a troubled individual.
Oh, so you do know him then.
Yeah.
Is it a problem with his feet, perhaps? That's about all I can help
You have
with.
the fear of shoes.
No.
Stepladders wear shoes.
How much for your leather on another note?
Oh, it's just scraps, but you can, look, give me 2 coin and you can pick through all you want. That's fine.
2 coin for all I want.
I'll throw in some medical supplies too if you need them.
Well, that's a deal I can't pass up.
All right.
It's the best deal I've gotten this whole damn trip.
Give me a moment. And she goes back into the back room, and you hear her rummaging around for a minute.
Can I roll perception to see if I can't find any clues within the shop?
Within the front part of the shop? Sure,
Yeah.
go for it.
Oh.
13?
Yeah, flagging. We'll wrap up real soon here. We're all getting a little tired.
Oh. My
Okay, what did you
feet
get?
hurt.
21.
21? Alright, not bad.
Hammers do you focus on?
Alright, so the one thing you
Hammer.
notice, you don't see anything, but you smell a little bit of sulfur/gunpowder smell. Just a tiny, tiny, subtle amount.
Interesting.
And it seems like it's coming kind of, she's got like some hides laid on the floor. It seems like it's coming from one of them. As like carpeting on the wood. So she walks back out after a moment and she's got like a large box of leather scraps and she sets it down on the counter. She also reaches underneath the counter and grabs like a prepackaged wound packing set. She says, that'll be good for any sort of major trauma. Hopefully you're not getting yourself into a gunfight anytime soon. Or explosive shrapnel or anything of the sort. Obviously bows, sword wounds. But also industrial accidents, other things of the sort will help with that.
Industrial
So,
axe.
whatever you get yourself into, but I perceive by the armor and the weapons that you're a bit more of a mercenary type, perhaps. Would that be true? That's not my business. I don't need to ask you. That's fine.
Yeah. I guess it's for me to know you to
Here
find
you go.
out.
And then look over with the other stuff here, Nick.
Yeah,
So she gives you one medical supplies, and she says, "Pick through. Take as much as you want. If you want the whole box, that's fine. I don't get much for it from the cobbler." Can I do anything for you, Harpy? Do you like the ball? Does it feel good on the wings?
Yeah, the ball was fine. I'm mostly curious about your animal skin rugs, though.
All animal skins. Are you a hunter?
Yes. Yes.
I thought as much.
You actually are.
Actually,
Well, they were brought in by some of the local hunters, and some of the skins we used for linings for the insides of some of the shoes for warmth and for comfort, and the skins that aren't in as good shape we try to find other uses for, of course. So these ones seemed like they would do fine for carpeting. Is there anything other significant about it that...
I'm curious as to who these hunters in particular are that get these pelts.
Ah, that's an interesting question. Well, they're... The Prex know about them, and they're fine with it. They're legitimate. It's all legitimate. If you're looking to join at any point, I could get you connected.
No, that's okay. I was just mostly intrigued as to find out where exactly they are.
What about your friend, the human? If he is your friend, if not, that's fine. I won't refer to him that way. But seems like I saw that he had some meat hanging off of his pack. Is he a hunter as well?
I don't think there's any meat left, actually.
Oh yeah, did you eat it all?
Yeah, well, it was all given to the...
Okay, my bad. Well, it was a spot of blood on the pack, maybe. I hope
Yeah.
that was an animal anyway.
Yeah, he's a hunter as well.
On the back.
Did you, by chance, glimpse a red feather in his pack?
It's out in the open now, is it? Alright. She reaches underneath the counter and
Off in the distance you hear.
That's what I meant by one of them!
are you like listening outside the door?
Oh, yeah.
Or
I
was
mean,
that,
I don't even know if I would
more
hear that.
table talk?
I wouldn't
Where
have
did you
gone
go?
far.
Did you just like start running?
I wouldn't have gone far. I would have probably stayed just out of sight.
Okay.
So we'll see if I actually hear that. No, I did not hear that.
You're having a conversation.
No.
It's pretty loud out in the street.
Wiggling my fingers. Like, that did not
At this
work.
point, I'm going to bounce back to you guys real quick.
Okay.
Have you left Old Kataba's at this point? Or are you still
Might
kind
have
of
to
looking
pull
around?
us out.
Alright, so you're still in there, and he's still just flitting from place to place. Just like, at this point, he's not even asking you to buy anything. He's like telling his whole life story.
I'm loving it.
I will ask him about alchemical materials if he has any on hand.
He goes, yes, I do. What do you want? Oh, I mean, and he like leans in, obviously with an earshot. What do you want for alchemical materials? I don't have any of the rare ones there. I don't have much time to go out and get them anymore, and they spoil. But anything else?
Do you have Ether and Sveven?
Ether and Seven, yes, I do. Come with me.
I'll follow after him.
Pops his head out from the curtain before you come back. But don't let anybody know. And then he pops back in. Okay. Fishes around some more, and he pulls them out. And you can see there's active ether in one of them. It's kind of a misty, almost like a fog inside the vial. And he like picks it up with like some felt pieces. Sets it down. Be careful. Ether's don't put it by open flame, but I think you know that. I hope you know that.
I know that, yes.
Good. All right, and you said you wanted Sweven as well, is that correct?
Yes, if you have two of both, that's best, but if not, I will try to collect it myself.
And he like just tosses one of the ether like
Oh,
onto the corner. There's another one of those. And let's see, Sweven, it's in here somewhere. What is that? Puts it away. It was just some like milky liquid. That's how what it is. He's like, I think that's been in there for a while. And this pulls two of them out. That's Sweven. Two of those, you said?
Yes.
1 and 2. There you are. As an old alchemist myself, but don't tell anybody. Nobody knows. What are you planning to do with it? Don't worry, your secret's safe with me.
Ardensen's analgesic.
My favorite.
Wait a second. Is that same stuff that you gave him?
It is.
Oh my god.
And he goes, a man of class. I knew it. All right, well, don't spend it all in one place. Gives them both over to you, and he's like, let's see. 3 coin?
Sure.
Save you some trouble.
If I were to buy any more, would I get a discount on a little more bulk?
I don't have much bulk. He fishes it around a little bit more. Puts it back. I don't know if I can be a primary supplier if, if you need a lot.
I'm
But
hoping to make some of my own soon. But
yes, but I suppose I could keep an eye out and maybe get back on the horse, so to speak, and collect some more myself, and then we could trade secrets, trade recipes.
do you have any recipes or books?
I don't, unfortunately. There was an accident involving the bird, and the book I had, well, what the fuck? So, I'm afraid I don't have any readable books at the moment.
Fair enough. For now, you said 3 or 2?
3.
What did you actually say? Yep, it was 3.
3.
Okay.
There's a recording of it.
And we'll find out 2 weeks later.
Yep.
That was not what you said.
I'll go back to it. I'll go, oh, god damn it.
No, it's fine. Either way, it doesn't matter. He would have paid it whether it was 2 or 3.
Yes. Excellent. Well, we had better get out before they get suspicious.
For sure.
Pops back out. He's like, yeah, how's it going? Just had to pop back here for a moment. Merling talk stuff. You wouldn't understand. The ocean. Love it. Yes. What else can I do for you? And I'm going to pop back to you guys. Jumping around here. So you're still in the shop. And she says, all right, here's the deal. You forced my hand, which I don't like, so now I have to figure out exactly why you're here, or else there's going to be drastic measures. And you're not going to find out what they are until they happen, you understand? Now, you set the red feather out in the open, you saw it. I don't even know why the fuck it's out on the front stoop. It's not supposed to be there, somebody else must have put it. It's careless. So, what's your deal? What do you know?
Well,
Or you can leave, or you can kill me, and then you can see what happens. Those are your options.
I'm just looking for wing bomb. But
Bullshit. We both know that's bullshit. You're not looking for wing bomb.
It's a little bit late now for calling
Now
it
listen,
wing bombs.
somebody's life is on the line right now, so no more bullshit from either of you.
I'm sitting out there in the corner like,
And if your friends out there, I'd prefer it if you came back in.
Well, it's okay if I poke my head outside and tell them to.
She nods. She says, like I said, you can kill me if you want, but then you'll just have to wait and see what happens to you.
Well, we're not necessarily here to kill you or anything. I mean,
Not necessarily, eh? Well, you gotta understand, the position I'm in, you don't have to be the one pulling the trigger. You talk to the wrong person, you do the wrong thing, and that's it. That's it for me. And who knows what will happen to you?
Are you being threatened by these people?
I'm being threatened by you, Lassie. That's all that matters right now. So
I'm not
poke your head out,
threatening you.
make your call, get his ass back in here, and we'll talk.
Okay. You go to the door. Hey! Get your ass back in here!
okay, so I'm going to come back
She
to
still
the
has
door,
one hand underneath the counter while you're doing this.
and I am going to say,
For fuck's sake. Took you long enough. I got the fucking feather. We're trying to join.
You're trying to join, eh? That is not how this fucking works.
Well, then tell us how the fucking works.
I'm going to gotta roll for persuasion on that one.
Go for it.
Oh, fuck. That's a 5.
I mean, you did run away.
Yeah.
It doesn't make it very persuasive. She's
Yes.
one of them
No.
running away.
I was trying to motion to like these two.
She goes, alright, well, here's the deal. If you walk away from this building I'm going to ring this bell. If you shoot me, I'm going to ring this bell. It's tied around my wrist right now. If I fall, this bell rings. All right? There's a cord that runs from my hand back, and there are people who will know what happened if it happens.
Well, okay, there's a point. We don't even know you. Why would we even want to kill you? But we know we don't like...
well, I don't know you either, which means you're a complete fucking X Factor in my mind. So...
What's his name?
We gotta know each other, I guess, is what's gotta happen now.
Emmengold.
What do you mean the cultist guy?
Quill.
Quill.
Yeah.
She says,
What
if you
do you
don't mind, I'm gonna stay right where I am, and I'm gonna have all three of you go towards the door, if you don't mind. So there's a little bit of distance between us. Be more comfortable.
Yeah, well, that's enough space to run, too, so I'm going to kind of motion them toward the door. I'm like, oh.
And she looks at you and she says, all right, I want you to do two things for me. See the sign in the window? Turn it around, and then I want you to lock the door.
I don't have a fucking sword. I was coming up here.
Why
to
am
find
I
a
war
fucking
axe
sword?
freshly
Yeah,
grounded?
you guys still have your weapons.
So it's like for me, I'm just kind of watching everything go about and staying quiet because soft skin. This is how I'm getting tired. Soft skin.
I like that. Soft skin would be like
Or
everybody
softly
besides us.
spoken.
Yeah, I thought he was referring to everyone.
We're
I was like,
soft
yeah,
skin.
that's pretty accurate.
Softly spoken with soft skin, like these
Yeah,
guys.
Seems like that'd be
you know,
something
that
some
are-
people call other people.
Yeah, okay, soft
I like
skins.
that, Maybe besides maybe a Druze.
So do you want to like back your way to the door, like flip it closed without leaving contact, and then like lock the door, standing by the door, like an opposing being? That
Well,
you
I
are?
mean, I'm kind of just staying calm. I'm not letting her words get to me, and now she's calling the shots, which puts, I know from my combat training, now it's, the tables are turning against us, which is a problem. So we have to now either just leave, or we have to get to the bottom of it. We have to get
She's-
an answer from her.
She's starting to look a little impatient and a little more agitated.
she's
She
starting
says,
to
could
get,
you
like,
please
a
do
little
what I
upset.
asked?
I'm gonna like whisper to her, and I'm like, we should probably go. And I'm gonna like pull the feather out and like set it down. No problem. You go.
No.
She's not telling you to go. She's telling you to
No,
lock the door.
I'm telling you
stay
to
inside.
lock the door, stay the fuck inside, and flip that sign over so it says closed.
Okay.
I don't want somebody walking in and complicating it
Who's
further.
the closest one to the door?
All three of you are pretty close.
We all are.
Okay, so who wants to fucking lock the door? Are you
I
gonna lock
will.
the door?
I will
I feel
lock
like
the
you're
door.
the one who's closest because we asked you to come inside.
Oh, that's true. I'm running.
This is all
I
transpired.
was just trying to get a fucking sword. I didn't even want to come in here.
Do you run?
She goes,
Yeah,
clock's
run away.
ticking, boys.
Oh, boy.
Oh, he
I'm
just
out.
ran.
No.
Hunter ran.
Yeah.
I'm out.
She goes,
He
oh,
ran.
fuck. And she pulls on the cord.
Shit.
And
Oh.
she ducks and runs back into the other room.
Wait, do I make it out of the door?
You make it out the door, but you hear a bell ring behind you somewhere as you're going out the door.
Ah, fuck. Well, I can't leave them two alone. I don't have a fucking sword. So
What are-
I guess I draw
what are you
my
guys
bow and
doing?
arrow.
At this point, I am sitting there going, "Why didn't we just lock the door? We're trying to find this guy, aren't we? The best lead we had just rang a bell and ran away."
You are such a good thief.
All right, so where are you going?
We're not trying to steal anything at this
Okay.
point. We're trying to get information. The best way to get information was
Okay.
doing the
Maybe
thing
they
she
needed
wanted
us to
do.
babysit them,
There's
not
a
they needed to
fucking
babysit
sound.
us.
We're like,
Timer, are you going after? You're the fastest. Are you gonna knock her ass down?
Let's
I will
not
see
have
if I
them
can
together.
go after her,
alone
yeah.
Okay.
in the
No.
Okay, so you're gonna
I'm
run
coming
back
back
into
in
the.
the fucking door, and I'm drawing my fucking.
Okay, so you
That's all I've got.
so you Benny Hill your way out, and then it's like,
Yeah.
and then you're back in the door.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so you burst in the door and you're running after her, right?
So out of character.
Roll dexterity.
I'm sorry. Stone
I
King?
just have my
Oh,
raise
eight.
8 plus.
and she just
Yeah, you
ran
can't fly
away,
inside
and
the
I'm
building,
just
so
like,
she's fine.
16.
I'm still standing closer, really, to her than, or I was standing closer to the things. I was looking at the leather scraps, and I was rummaging through those.
And you're just like.
I'm just
accidentally
like,
It's fine.
oh great, now I
rummaging
What
through leather
The
scraps.
least charismatic three
no,
are trying
in
to
hand,
to
rummaging
run
through.
the
Now
deception
I have my axe
ring.
in my
If
hand.
Amongold saw this right
Because
now.
this is all going
Oh
down.
my gosh, we're not even
I
in there.
All right.
Guys, the timer's going.
No,
The timer is going.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
So-
Okay. There we go.
Alright. Ran after her.
All right, so you run into the other room and you see her, and she like trips and falls as she's running. and strikes her head against the door frame, but manages to scramble out. She's now holding her hand over her head, which is bleeding pretty good. And you see her run kind of through an alleyway. And then I'm going to have you roll dexterity again. You're following her into an alleyway now.
7.
And are you following too, Havelock?
Well, I mean, how far is she? She's not in the alleyway yet.
She
trying-
just went into
You're
the
still
alleyway,
in the room,
but you
though.
can still act basically at the same time that Val did. So
Well,
you two
don't
are
even
also
know
following.
what I have done because there's been so much fucking stupid turmoil. So it's like I'm just trying to think. Like the only thing I was gonna say when she put her hand on the bell, but
Yeah.
I didn't. I was gonna kind of step in, but then
Sorry.
I just don't know
Other
how
people
to
forced the hand there.
do what to know what.
Time's ticking.
Yes.
Okay, so she's already out in the play, so I don't fucking know. I basically,
Do you want to follow her, circle, or stay put?
I'm gonna run past. I don't want to be in the building anymore, so I leave out the. Well, I have no idea how to get around this area. I'm literally in the worst area. So my character is literally just standing there, like, what the fuck do I do? There we go. That's all I'm doing. I'm just like, that's not exactly how this is supposed to
I
go
know what we're
down.
calling this session.
I didn't really. Yeah, that's that.
He's having an anxiety attack.
Not an anxiety attack. I'm just literally,
to whatever you're doing.
literally just standing there.
Okay, you do a good
Okay,
job.
so you stay in the lobby.
I just stay in the
Hunter, what are
fucking
you
building.
doing?
I so she's gotten it past me now. You're following her, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm gonna run past you and say, "Get up in the fucking sky with your."
Okay,
sash."
so you're running right behind her. Go ahead and roll dexterity.
I'm not very fast either, so I can't chase anybody.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Yeah.
That's 2.
All right. So instead of running past her and saying "get in the fucking sky," you fall on your face,
Yeah.
roughly in the same spot that she did. Maybe there's like a polished section of the floor or something.
Jesus.
And but you managed to yell it out with basically just your head and your shoulders hanging out of the back door of the
Shit's
shop.
a mess.
All right.
Should
So
never split up again, guys.
Oh.
What the fuck?
all right, I'm gonna have you roll perception.
Me?
Please be good.
Well, you're still in Katabo's shop at this
Please
point.
be good.
7.
It's a 7.
Oh.
Okay, not good enough. Sorry. So all you hear is, "Oh, and this has been in the family for 11 generations. And there's a comb back here. Do you like combs? You could use a comb. Look at that hair. It's glorious. Oh my God." And he's just kind of like running from place to place. That's all you can hear. Just a flurry of speech with an occasional "what the fuck" in the background.
Can I roll perception?
Yeah,
really
she's
have
got way
to.
better hearing
Okay.
than you guys do. So
Yeah,
sometimes that's why I'm singling her out
Yeah.
for
Sure,
perception checks.
All good.
Because she's got some extra sensory.
No.
Okay, so let's have you. So you're still chasing her. You hear him yell from behind you as he goes whoop, into the doorway. Scrambles to get back to his feet.
On my
Can
best moments.
I, don my sash and get up into the air to see if I can't
Sure.
get a better
Let's roll
vantage?
dexterity again.
At what
Appears to be
defense?
making for another building.
10, 8,
At the hunter's defense,
17.
I hunt animals,
17?
not people.
All right, so you make it up into the air. She's still running, and you've kind of like gone up above some of the buildings. You see that she's heading towards a. I'm going to flip this. 5 minutes. You can see she's heading towards a kind of an old shack behind some of the other buildings that appears to kind of be built into the side of the rock wall back there. And she's running as hard as she can. What would you like to do?
Can I pursue her?
You can swoop down on her if you'd like. Yep.
Yeah.
All right, we'll have you dexterity check one more time because it's a chase.
Ooh, 18.
All right.
Nice.
How would you like
Plus
to?
7.
Are you tackling her or what are you doing?
Yeah, let's go ahead and tackle her. Yeah, I want to. At this point, I want to
All right.
stop her to see if I can't get information from her. So,
All right. You crash into her and knock her sprawling to the floor. This is like the second time her head hits the ground. And she's stunned for a second, and there's a fair bit of blood coming out of her head at this point. And she's got her eyes closed. She's like, "Oh fuck!" And she's like reaching for something, and pulls it out, and tries to put it into her mouth. So I'm gonna have you roll strength if you want to stop her.
yeah, let's see if I can stop her.
17.
17. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So she's got like a vial of something, but you grab onto her arm and she can't get it to her lips to uncork it, and she just kind of like rolls to the side and kind of collapses and starts sobbing.
Like, hey, we're not here to hurt you. We just want to know if you have any information on Quill.
And you're kind of in the back.
No.
Everybody else is like,
You're a horrible. Like, that's horrible.
no, it's good. It's okay.
I mean, I get it. We just want to know if you have any
You're good.
information
You're
on
good.
Quill. It's like,
You're good.
all right.
Who knows?
Maybe we'll just have to kill her after you get the information.
She's kind of like got one hand over her eye at this point, like she's not even trying to resist you anymore, and she's just sobbing and she goes, "Oh God, I don't know. If you're gonna fucking kill me, just do it."
We're not trying to kill you. We just need
Seems death is a theme
to
here.
know.
Well, you have killed me. Do you understand that? I'm a dead woman now.
Why? Because
I rang the fucking bell. That's why.
well, what's with the bell? Why did you ring the bell if you knew you were going to die because of it?
Because if you ever believed in something so much that you'd be willing to die for it, you probably wouldn't understand, huh? That's why.
Wow. Then why are you so scared right now if you don't care?
I didn't say I didn't care. I said I was willing to die. Doesn't mean I want to.
Fair enough. So, help us out and maybe we can keep you alive.
How the fuck are you gonna keep me alive? You have friends in high places?
Yeah, friends in high places. Let's say that.
How high?
Like...
309 feet, bitch. And there I am standing there with my axe because I feel like that's an appropriate thing.
I like it.
And I'm just there. I saw them. I walk out the
Deus
back
Ex
door. I'm like,
Havelock.
all right. I just kind of.
He's just like shouting 309 to anyone.
309! You over there! 309!
You 309. You 309.
I really wish you'd gone in and talked to that parrot now. Hey, Birdie. 309. What the fuck?
No, but yeah, we just.
All right,
like,
309 feet high, you say?
309 feet high, bitch. And I
She
just
said, I don't know what that means. Why? You said that twice now. What does
well,
that
you'll
mean?
learn. And I lean over and I just pick her up. And I just pick her up by her hair at first, and she's like, ah!
Yeah, she's
like she's freaking
You don't know
out.
what she does. You don't say what she does. You say what you do.
Goddamn motherfucker! I don't follow this.
Immediately,
all the time.
like,
okay.
the hair comes up. She goes, "Oh fuck, God, that hurts." And she's like holding where like her scalp is like torn open and the hair is.
Jesus!
She's like, "Oh, please put me down. Just please put me down."
Oh,
Horrific.
Okay. So.
Can I do something?
You're not there.
I know.
Are you guys still just like it's
No.
top of still
can I-
swirling around you? Or
can I-
can't believe.
Well, we're
She's
still,
gotta run up. She's
we're
just
still
like,
there where
this is
I
so-
pick her up by
so
her hair.
fucked.
Have I regained my feet yet?
Is that still going?
Yeah, still going.
Yeah. Have I regained my feet?
All right. Yes, you've regained your feet.
I'm gonna run up and like put her down.
Do you put her down?
Oh no, I don't put that bitch down.
Okay.
No.
She's like,
This
she's
is
like,
not how
she's
Havelock
like,
rolls.
she's got her one hand up. She's dropped the vial at this point, and it shatters on the ground. She's got one hand up, just trying to like
Wait.
grab your hand, like pull herself up or something.
What does the vial do when it drops and breaks?
Just
Does it just like?
liquid comes out of it and
Okay.
just kind of like flows into the little bit of dirt between the cobblestones. That's all.
Okay.
There's no.
Poison vial.
No
So I
hiss,
just
nothing
look at her and I
showing.
go, "You're gonna fucking help us, or I'm gonna kill you right now."
Oh fuck.
And
She's like,
that's
please, I'll talk to you if you put me down. And she's like on the verge of passing out. In fact,
Do I have to
she
roll?
doesn't pass out.
Okay.
You don't have to roll.
So, basically, and I just kind of like shake her to like get her to look
Why
at me.
would you shake her?
Stop!
Coming
All
out.
right.
This is
Scout.
you got to remember.
You can
This
say that
is
is
like
Havelock's
just-
way.
This is Havelock's way. This is how I do shit. I just shake her to like the pain. I want her to look at me in the eyes.
All right.
My white fucking shot eyes and just. You're gonna help us? I ask her. I like shake her and I'm like, "You're," and her. Yes, I can
As
see
it
her
shakes,
bone.
like part of
Yeah.
it peels back
Or
some
something.
more. Like she's
Yeah.
being scalped right now.
Havelock is our
Yeah.
muscle. He's the muscle man.
Yep.
Yeah, and I just, you know.
And she cries out loudly. She just screams, "Ah! Please! Please put me down!" And it's loud. You guys hear it.
Okay.
Okay. Then we will go running.
You hear it scream, and so do some other people. So some other people kind of like look back in the street and see what's going on. A couple like hurry on past, like, oh fuck, and start moving.
Yeah, we'll run in
She
that
says,
direction.
"Please put me down, please." And
I don't put her down. I put her on my shoulder, over my shoulder.
okay, but you release the tension on her head.
Oh yeah, and I start carrying her, and I'm like, "Okay,
As you do that, she passes out
cool."
from the pain.
I guess.
He's
And
like,
then she can't be yelling anymore and making
and
a
there's,
scene.
you know, there's like
Good.
basically
Now we have-
from I guess we'd be maybe on the other side. No, yeah, from here over to here, the scalp is like peeled back. And some of the hair has come out completely. So she's got like an open wound, and you can see skull underneath. Quite a lot of blood. A lot of blood. Head wounds bleed a lot.
That's what happens when you threaten our clan, bitch. I just have her.
You got her over her shoulder.
She cornered us first.
I guess I'm hunter, so I guess I've seen that shit before.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like when you would like skin an animal.
Yeah, it's just on a human. No big deal.
It's a lot of blood. You're also a hunter. You're aware of how much it bleeds when it's a head wound, and she may need medical assistance at some point.
Yeah, that's it.
Potentially, if you're going to get anything out of her.
Well, you should probably take her back to the keep then, eh? Since you nearly scalped her.
That's
Give her some
basically,
help.
that's kind of the idea.
So you guys heard the scream.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll go.
Run try to find it.
Yeah.
Because she'll
Do
be
we need to roll
taken
for
care of by
perception?
his people,
Yeah,
especially
you can all
if
roll
she
for
starts
perception.
talking. She'll be protected.
To try to locate the scream.
We'll
Yeah.
talk to her.
15
Seeing
plus
as I'm
7?
with you,
And then you
I'm
guys are
gonna say
headed back towards the
to
keep.
Back to the keep.
22.
now. And we,
Nice.
you know, go run.
12.
18.
Well, so they,
All right.
so they, ooh, so
You just like see them leaving.
yeah, they
Yeah.
Maybe
we start
didn't
heading
even
right
notice
back
the
to
scream
keep
necessarily.
right away.
And but you all hurry out, and old Katabo kind of waves and twirls his cane one more time. He's like, "Thank you so much for coming. Come anytime, even if you
Been
just
a
want to
pleasure.
talk. It's been wonderful. It's been wonderful."
I'll be back.
You guys had a pleasant.
And you walk out, and just faintly hear.
I'm just looking for a
All right, you walk out to the street, and you see coming up the other way the three of them, and they've got a half-breed Merling human over their shoulder, and there's just blood just like drenching down the back of Havelock.
So they can mate.
What the fuck?
You can bad little babies like that.
Oh, God.
Passed it out.
What would you guys like to do?
And they run up and, well, you guys are running up on us,
I
but
run up to you
yeah, I
like,
guess we'll
what
roll
the
on
fuck
this.
happened?
You also see some Prex guards starting to come your way as well.
and we're just like, we're going back to the keep. Like, we're going back to
Who
the
is
keep
this?
now. You'll find out. Let's go.
I pull out the feather and hand it to you.
Yeah, yeah.
What
He pulls
drove
out.
you
Yeah, that's
into?
great. Yeah. And
Aren't we supposed to, like, sneak in?
We're not even in the undertow now.
This should totally be enough for you.
I was trying to
Feather,
pump these.
red
This,
person.
Yeah,
they're,
we
they're,
know.
Well, they're asking
Well, we're
questions,
just like,
but you
why?
know, I just keep walking silently, just like boom. What are you gonna do? Stop me? Like boom.
this wouldn't have
Walking?
happened if you guys
No.
would have just let me lock
I'm not
the
running.
freaking door.
I'm walking
Yeah.
to the keep
Flip
because
the
like
sign.
one stride is like them running.
Should we take her to the keep
All
or to
right.
the candle shop?
Several Prex guards come up to you about the same time, and they say, "What? My God, what happened? What is this? What did you do to this woman?" And then
I'm gonna point
one of
to
the
her.
guards like stops the other one. He says, I remember these people. They were in the apiary."
It's gonna turn out bad.
Some more guards come up, and they say, "Well, we should... Amengald needs to see this, yes? You need to explain yourself to him. I don't know what's going on, but I think it's way above our pay grade."
We may have 309 words with them.
We're not even down there yet.
You gotta remember though that it's not just the people down there. I think it's kind of all the guards. Then.
None of these guards seem to be, like, significantly...
Catching on.
Yeah,
but
they kind
can
of...
tell.
Like, one of them, like, is
Okay.
like... Huh? What is that? What is it? 309? What does that mean? But they're like, yes, let's go, quickly. Before we make more of a scene than we already have. And you can see there's a lot of people standing around, like, watching. And there's a trail of blood on the floor. Or on the cobblestones.
Do I see that it looks like she might die if she doesn't get attention right away, or do I feel like she'll make it to the...
Roll intelligence.
19?
19? Okay.
And of course I am a medic.
She's bleeding a lot. It doesn't appear to have like gotten into her skull. It's a superficial wound,
Mhm.
but there's a lot of blood, and she may have some fairly major blood loss from it. It's not addressed to some degree.
Okay. I'll just
Probably
take.
not life threatening, but
I'll just take some of my cloth rags that I have here.
Okay.
Havelock, I know we're in a hurry. Do you mind if I just press the wound quick?
And I just like put my hand out.
I jump
and
on the
so-
hand.
Yeah, and I put you on my other shoulder, and I just walk with you
I
and
sit
her on
on
my
the shoulder.
shoulder.
let's strength check it real quick.
Nice.
He's small, but
Falls on the ground again.
9 plus my
You're
strength.
pretty
That's
good
18.
strength, too, yeah.
That's 18. Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty
you
good.
you managed to clamber up, but you slip just like a little bit as
little,
you do.
yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
And he slows his pace a bit with the weight of the human merling and the merling on him.
Yeah.
But he keeps walking. He's
Okay.
clearly like his blood is up a little bit.
Yeah. I'll just try to prevent as much blood loss as possible.
Okay. So her head's kind of hanging down as well, and it's pouring out because of that somewhat. So maybe elevate it a little bit, and
Yeah, sure. I'll elevate it and then just try to compress.
go ahead and give me a medicine check real quick, and
Sure.
we'll call that sufficient.
27.
27. All right, solid. Knows his stuff. So yeah, you're able to kind of retrofit a bandage onto her head without breaking into your actual trauma supplies at all. Yeah. And you can tell that it's mostly superficial, and that the bleeding will stop once it's been bound. It hasn't gotten super far into her skull.
Okay.
Mostly a split scalp.
Then I'll just enjoy the ride.
Just been torn badly. she's still completely
Completely out, yeah.
passed out.
I'll make sure she doesn't fall off the shoulder, too. And hit
All
the
right.
ground. But I
So,
like riding on Havelock's
You're
shoulder.
kind of
I could get
Yeah,
used
you're
to
just
I could get
sitting.
used to this.
Yeah, you're just like, this is nice.
so this kind of bizarre procession continues up the street.
I don't know if we're going to be able to sneak into there. I'll just group now, but...
And up to
Well,
the apiary.
You guys
And
weren't there.
The guards
kinda blew that
the
one
guards
for
kind
us.
of confer with the other guards at the front, and they walk into the main room. And after a moment in the antechamber, in walks Gib, and he looks at you all,
He's gonna be so disappointed.
and
I am so sorry.
he just kind of looks around. He goes, "Wait a moment, Amengald will want to see this. You're going to have some explaining to do, I think." And he pops back out. He's gone for a moment. Amengald, after a moment, opens the door up, walks in. What the fuck? And we're going to end the session there.
Ends with what the fuck.
Oh, gosh. Nice.
Remember, you have the red feather. I gave it to you. No, I'll write that down.
That went crazy.
My God.
I love this. This is fantastic.
Yeah, that whole entire interaction at the shop went south so fast.
That went
It's
south
like-
I like your inner thug coming out, though, Havelock. That was very...
Like in utter chaos.
Yeah, it was very... It was very Havelock.
Havelock,
It was
yikes.
very Havelock, yeah. I like it. You're definitely our muscle, so...
Well,
I
I'm
approve.
like, okay, this lady.
Holy crap, you guys. That went pretty crazy. I was like, all right. It's like 10 o'clock, 10:30. Like
Shopping.
shopping. There'll be like a little character interaction. Maybe we'll like get a couple teasers going for the next session. I was like, oh, they're going deep.
We found a red feather in the pot, and she's like, "Oh, that dumb fuck! It's not even supposed to be out there." It's like, okay, now
Oh,
you've cornered us.
I haven't yet felt that bad for an NPC.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, just because I made her body weight
But-
spin herself by her body weight.
That's pretty rough.
You get extra XP for Wakabo.
I know, yeah, dude, that was pretty amazing.
He was pretty...
Totally into it.
It was fun. I was like, oh, I hope they
Totally
go that shot
painted
so
the
bad.
picture. It's like something out of Miyazaki or like Dragon Ball Z or something. Like the character would be some
was great.
epic ass
This-
character.
this
from
poor
one of those
woman.
shows.
Yeah.
Or those
Oh,
places,
gosh.
series.
Absolutely fantastic.
But now we gotta deal with fucking Amengald, and this should be fun. Oh, great.
Now, whenever I do get my dreads, now I'm gonna have to have a little spoon in my hair.
Did you write that down?
Yes, I did.
Okay, cool. Because I was like, I might forget.
No, it was a spoon,
Potentially with
a
all-
bead,
everything else that
and a
went on, but-
seashell, and a little piece of wood all strung
I was
together.
just looking for a fucking sword.
Oh God.
You sold your sword, but you didn't get another one yet?
Yeah.
Oh, and I have leather scrap now. Whoever wants
Yes.
some fucking
Did you? You
badass
wrote that down?
heavy duty. Yeah. Well, I gotta write it here, huh?
Yeah,
Yeah.
just write it in your items list. Just like leather scraps.
How many were in a box? Because really, I took just. Do I just write leather scraps?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Because in my mind, I was searching through the leather scraps, and then shit just kind of went awry, and I was just like, like, what is happening?
Sideways.
Oh,
Yeah,
God.
he screamed right out the door, and then I.
Well, he went out the door, and then she rung the bell, and I was like, oh, she's gonna pull that bell, and what I was thinking of doing was pulling out my war axe and being like, try it, bitch. Like, but then I was like, no, she's cornered us. I shouldn't show any hostility. We need to try to get out of this somehow. And then he ran, and then she pulled the fucking thing.
He ran out and back in and out. I know.
He went out, and then she